and now journey deep into the history of our world once again, and settle into another 11 plus continuous hours of terrestrial and evolutionary mysteries. This scientific compilation explores the profound wonders of our planet and its past, from the emerald depths of ancient forests to the dawn of the Mesozoic era, and from the fascinating evolution of reptiles to the shadows cast by the mighty megalodon and the curious origins of human clothing. Tune into the rhythms of the natural world. Let the biological and anthropological marvels wash over you and sleep soundly through the night. Inspired by the unsolved puzzles of paleontology, biology, and the quiet grandeur of the ancient Earth, these videos provide a unique, deep, auditory background for the perfect night's rest, and we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 forests mysteries, looping softly, endlessly, through the night. Tonight we'll drift through the hidden cities beneath ancient forest floors, how trees secretly talk across miles, and the night forests that never truly sleep. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink, heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself, shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper, into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe, comment, and hit like, so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into forests. Before there were flowers, before there were leaves that turned gold in autumn, before there were birds to nest in branches, there were forests, but not forests as we know them now. 385 million years ago, in the Devonian period, the first forests rose from ancient soils. Strange forests, made of plants called Archaeopteris, trees that looked more like giant ferns, reaching heights of nearly 100 feet. Their trunks were smooth, their branches spread in geometric patterns, and they had something new, something the world had never seen. The first true leaves with veins, carrying water, carrying life. Let your breath slow now, in and out, like wind through those ancient branches. These first forests changed everything. They pulled carbon dioxide from the air, cooled the planet, created soil where there had been only rock. Their roots broke stone into sand, into clay, releasing minerals, building the foundation for all forests to come. And in their shade, the first forest insects appeared, tiny wingless creatures crawling through the moss, beginning a relationship between forests and the small lives within them that would last forever. Your eyelids growing heavy, so heavy. The oldest forest still standing today. They hold secrets in their wood. In California's White Mountains, bristlecone pines grip rocky hills, some of them nearly 5,000 years old. They were seedlings when the pyramids were being built. They watched human civilizations rise and fall and rise again. Their growth is so slow, you could barely measure it. One thin ring per year, sometimes rings so narrow they're almost invisible. These trees grow in spirals, their wood twisting, coiling upward, a pattern that makes them incredibly strong, able to withstand winds that would snap other trees like kindling. Feel your body spiraling down now, down into softness, into rest. But even these ancient individuals are young compared to some forest colonies. In Utah, a grove of quaking aspen called Pando, the trembling giant, covers more than 100 acres. It looks like thousands of separate trees, white bark gleaming, leaves that shimmer and whisper, but beneath the ground, they're all connected, all one organism, one massive root system, sending up new trunks, new stems, for perhaps 80,000 years. Some say longer. Pando has been cloning itself, copying itself, while entire ice ages came and went, while continents shifted, while species evolved and disappeared. Breathe, just breathe. Thump, thump, your heart beating slow and steady. Forests have survived everything Earth could throw at them. 252 million years ago, the Great Dying, the Permian extinction, wiped out 90% of all species. Volcanic eruptions filled the sky with ash, temperatures soared, oceans turned acidic. Yet some forests survived, holding on in small pockets, waiting, and when the world stabilized, they spread again, repopulating continents. 665 million years ago, when the asteroid struck, ending the age of dinosaurs, forests burned, wildfires raged across entire continents. Ash blocked the sun for years, but seeds waited in the soil, protected, patient, and when light returned, ferns rose first, then trees, rebuilding the green world, layer by layer. Let go of tension in your shoulders, melting down. In the time of the dinosaurs, forests were different. Cycads and conifers dominated, giant sequoias and their relatives. In Antarctica, yes, Antarctica, there were forests, lush forests, before the continent drifted south, before ice entombed it. Beneath the ice sheets even now, there are fossils, preserved forests from when the South Pole was warm. When the climate shifts again in millions of years, perhaps those forests will see sunlight once more, your thoughts drifting, scattered like seeds on wind. The mathematics of trees, they follow patterns. Each branch splits, creating smaller branches which split again. This branching follows ratios, the same ratios found in rivers, in lightning, in the veins of your own lungs. Leonardo da Vinci noticed this. The total width of all branches at any height roughly equals the width of the trunk below, so the tree can move water efficiently from root to leaf tip. And the angles, the way branches emerge, they spiral around the trunk, following the Fibonacci sequence, maximizing exposure to sunlight, minimizing shadow. Mathematics written in wood. Everything is pattern, everything is rhythm. thump, thump. In forests, light itself behaves differently. Only 2 to 5% of sunlight reaches the forest floor in dense canopies. The rest is caught, filtered through layers, absorbed by leaves. The light that does reach down, it's green, tinged with chlorophyll, creating a dim underwater feeling. And this darkness, this filtered light, it shapes everything that grows below. Ferns with huge fronds to catch scarce photons. Flowers that bloom in early spring before leaves block the sun. Mushrooms that need no light at all, sinking deeper into the darkness, safe, held. But forests create their own light too. In some places, certain mushrooms glow. Bioluminescent fungi clinging to rotting logs, emitting soft green light, so faint you'd barely see it with adjusted eyes. Scientists still puzzle over why, perhaps to attract insects, to spread their spores, or perhaps, just perhaps, it's simply chemistry, happening for its own sake. Light without purpose, beauty without reason. Let your mind wander through glowing forests, through gentle darkness. The air in forests, it has a smell, that particular forest scent. It comes from compounds called terpenes, released by trees, especially conifers. These molecules float through the air. They're what you smell when you crush pine needles, fresh, sharp, green. But terpenes do more than smell. They can reduce stress in humans, lower heart rate, calm the mind. And they help trees too, acting as distress signals. When insects attack a tree, it releases specific terpenes, warning other trees, which then boost their own chemical defenses before the insects arrive. Breathe in that imagined scent, calm, peaceful, safe. Beneath your feet, if you stood in a forest, the soil would be alive, truly alive. 1 teaspoon of forest soil contains more organisms than there are humans on Earth. Bacteria, fungi, nematodes, microscopic animals, all working, digesting, transforming. A single handful of soil, it's its own ecosystem, more complex than we can fully understand. These organisms break down fallen leaves, dead wood, animal waste, transforming death into nutrients, cycling elements, making nitrogen and phosphorus available, feeding the trees above, everything connected, everything cycling, like your breath, in and out. And beneath the soil, even deeper, there's a network, a wood-wide web, fungal threads called mycelium, connecting tree roots. Sometimes one mold connects hundreds of trees, different species even. Through these threads, trees share. They send carbon, nutrients, chemical messages. Mother trees, the largest and oldest. They support their offspring through this network, sending extra sugar to saplings growing in their shade. Dying trees, they dump their resources into the network, a final gift, ensuring the forest continues. Feel yourself connecting to something larger, something ancient. Forests move, not quickly, not in ways we easily see, but over centuries, over millennia, they migrate. As climate warms, tree species shift north, Toward cooler regions, seeds disperse slightly farther each generation. Young trees establish themselves. The forest edge creeps forward, a few feet per year perhaps, but over 1,000 years. Forests can move dozens of miles. After the last ice age, as glaciers retreated, forests followed, reclaiming land, moving like a very slow green tide from southern refuges back across continents, drifting north, drifting south, drifting into sleep. Some trees can walk, in a way. The Palm Socratea exoriza, sometimes called the walking palm, grows in Central and South American rainforests. It sends out new roots on one side of its trunk, while roots on the other side die back. Over years, the tree's position shifts, moving toward light gaps, though scientists debate how much it really moves. Perhaps a few inches per year, perhaps less. Still, the image persists, trees walking and very slowly through jungle gloom. Your body still now, perfectly still. No need to move, no need to do anything. In the coldest forests on Earth, the boreal forests, the taiga, stretching across Russia, Scandinavia, Canada, trees have adapted to brutal winters, temperatures dropping to -60 degrees, snowfall measured in feet. These forests are mostly conifers, spruce, pine, fir. Their needle-shaped leaves resist freezing, coated in wax, and the dark green color, almost black, absorbs maximum sunlight in the brief summers. These forests grow slowly, taking advantage of each short warm season. Some trees living hundreds of years, growing thinner than a finger, yet surviving, cold but safe, wrapped in warmth, in blankets, in comfort. Forests create their own weather. Large forests, like the Amazon, they generate rain. Trees pull water from soil, release it through their leaves, a process called transpiration. In the Amazon, a single large tree can release hundreds of gallons per day. All the water vapor rises, forms clouds, and falls again as rain, often on the same forest, moisture recycling. 5 to 6 times, water evaporating and raining, before finally leaving the region. Without the forest, the climate would change. Less rain, hotter temperatures. The forest creates the conditions that sustain the forest. Cycles within cycles, breath within breath, thump, thump. On volcanic inclines, forests take hold. Even on fresh lava, within years, mosses appear, then ferns, then shrubs, then trees. Volcanic soil is rich, full of minerals. Forests on volcanoes grow thick and fast. In Hawaii, in Iceland, in Indonesia, wherever volcanoes rise, forests follow. Their roots stabilize the loose volcanic rock. Their leaves shade the ground, keeping moisture in. Within a human lifetime, bare lava becomes jungle, life rushing in, reclaiming, transforming stone into soil, from rock, from ash, from fire. New growth, new life, new beginnings. Lightning strikes trees, frequently tall trees on hilltops, their natural lightning rods attracting strikes. Sometimes lightning kills a tree instantly, splitting it, boiling the water in its cells into steam, exploding the trunk. But some trees survive, wearing their lightning scars, strips of bark blown away, spiraling down the trunk, revealing pale wood beneath. These trees continue growing, the scar becoming part of their story, part of their pattern. Some trees are struck multiple times, over long lives, and still they stand, strong, resilient, enduring. The first leaves. They evolved around 400 million years ago. Simple structures at first, no more than green scales, but they gave plants incredible advantages. More surface area for photosynthesis, better control of water loss. Leaves could open tiny pores, stomata, to absorb carbon dioxide and close them to prevent drying. Over millions of years, leaves diversified. Needle leaves, broad leaves, compound leaves, lobed leaves. Each shape adapted to different conditions, different climates, different strategies for survival. Everything adapts, everything changes, slowly, so slowly, hidden beneath forests. Rivers flow, not rivers of water, not always, but rivers of air. Cool air sinks in valleys, flows downhill, creating microclimates, frost pockets where cold settles. Even on warm nights, down in these hidden valleys, temperatures can drop, frost forming, while hills above remain mild. Trees know this. Certain species avoid the frost pockets, while others tolerate them. The forest arranging itself according to invisible currents, invisible gradients, flowing down into the valley, into the deepest rest. Forests remember. They store information in their annual rings. Each ring records 1 year of growth. Wide rings when conditions were good, rain plentiful, sun generous. Narrow rings during drought, during competition, during stress. Scientists can read these rings, going back centuries, reconstructing climate, reconstructing history. Some rings show fire scars. The tree survived, healed, kept growing. Other rings show insect damage, disease, yet recovery. The tree remembers everything, written in wood, in patterns of light and dark, your own memory softening, dissolving. No need to remember, no need to think. In autumn, in deciduous forests, leaves change colour. The green fades, revealing other pigments that were always there. Yellows, oranges, reds. Chlorophyll breaks down, stops masking the carotenoids, the anthocyanins. But why do trees bother? Making red pigments, anthocyanins, in leaves about to fall. Scientists think it's protection. As leaves prepare to drop, they pull back valuable nutrients, nitrogen, phosphorus. The anthocyanins act as sunscreen, protecting this nutrient salvage operation, allowing the tree to recover as much as possible before letting go, releasing, falling gently, gently down. Forests once grew underwater, not true forests, but their ancestors. Green algae in ancient oceans, colonies of cells, learning to photosynthesize. Some of these aquatic plants eventually colonized land, moving into fresh water, then onto wet soils. It took millions of years, developing roots, stems, ways to move water upward against gravity. The descendants of those pioneers, they became the forests, but the memory of water remains in every tree. Water flows upward, pulled by evaporation from leaves, cohesion between water molecules, a thin continuous column from soil to sky, ancient oceans flowing through wood, floating, suspended, held by invisible forces. The first birds lived in forests after evolving from small dinosaurs, Archaeopteryx, with feathers and teeth, gliding between trees, maybe, or perhaps running, leaping, learning to fly. By the time dinosaurs vanished, birds had diversified, and in the recovery forests, those post-asteroid forests, birds found new niches, new foods, new nesting sites. They evolved beaks of every shape, each adapted to different seeds, different insects, different forest resources. Some birds learned to hide seeds, to cache them, forgetting some, planting new trees accidentally. Birds and forests evolving together, shaping each other for 65 million years. Wings folding, settling, resting in the nest of your bed. Wind moves differently through forests. The trees slow it, filter it. Turbulence increases as wind hits the canopy. But below, in the understory, air is calmer. The forest creates its own shelter. On open ground, wind might gust at 30 miles per hour, but inside the forest, perhaps only 5. This affects temperature, humidity, sound. The forest interior becomes its own world, disconnected from outside, protected, buffered, a refuge, safe inside, protected. Nothing can harm you here. Jungles, rainforests, they grow in layers. The emergent layer, tallest trees poking above the canopy, reaching 200 feet or more, exposed to full sun, to wind, to storm. Below that, the canopy proper, interlocking crowns, where most life occurs. Monkeys, birds, insects, all living high up, barely descending. Below the canopy, the understory, smaller trees, waiting for gaps, for their chance at light. And finally, the forest floor, dim, moist, fungi and ferns, death and decay and rebirth. Each layer a different world, different species, different sounds, different light, layers of consciousness drifting down through each to the deepest, quietest level. Some trees survive direct lightning strikes through adaptation. Cork trees with thick insulating bark. Some eucalyptus species with oils that conduct electricity around the trunk into the ground rather than through it. And trees learn, in a way. Forests that experience frequent lightning, those trees invest more in protective bark, thicker, more insulating. The ones that survive, they pass on their genes, their strategies, natural selection, working over thousands of years, writing lightning resistance into the forest's genetic code. Resistance, endurance, this strength to keep living keep dreaming. Humans have always told stories about forests. Dark forests where witches lived, enchanted forests where magic dwelled, sacred groves where gods whispered. Forests as places of transformation, danger, mystery. These myths span cultures, span continents, because forests are liminal spaces, neither fully wild nor fully known, neither completely safe nor completely dangerous. They exist at boundaries between light and shadow, between human and other, and something in us responds to that mystery, to that depth, to those shadows between trees, where anything might dwell. Mystery, shadows, but you are safe, drifting through safely, nothing to fear. Some tree species grow in circular patterns, fairy rings, where fungi spread outward from a central point, dying trees in the center, new trees sprouting at the edges. The ring expands, slowly, over centuries. Some fairy rings are hundreds of feet across, marking hundreds of years of growth. Other circular patterns come from fire. A fire burns outward, kills trees, but their seeds sprout in the ash, in a circle, marking where the heat was just right, hot enough to crack seeds, cool enough not to sterilize soil. Circles upon circles, patterns in the forest, patterns in your mind, spinning, slowing, stopping, your thoughts moving in circles, slower, slower, nearly still. Forests produce oxygen. Everyone knows this. Through photosynthesis, converting carbon dioxide and water into sugar and oxygen. A single mature tree produces enough oxygen for 2 people per year. But forests also consume oxygen, especially at night, when photosynthesis stops and cellular respiration continues. The net balance over a growing season. Forests produce more than they consume, but old-growth forests, mature, stable forests, they reach equilibrium, producing roughly as much as they consume. Most of Earth's oxygen, it comes from ocean phytoplankton, tiny floating plants. But forests, they cycle it, clean it. The air in forests is rich, fresh, full of negative ions that might affect mood, might calm the mind, might ease breathing. Breathing that forest air now in your imagination. Pure, clean, calming. Forests shape mountains, or rather, mountains shape forests, but forests reinforce the pattern. Rainfall increases with elevation, cooling air, condensing moisture, so mountain forests grow thick on inclines. Their roots hold soil, prevent erosion. Without forests, mountains would erode faster, losing soil to rivers, to oceans. The trees slow the water, catch the rain, release it gradually, and when rain falls, when streams run, the forest shelters the ground, reduces impact. Avalanches happen less frequently, landslides are rarer. The forest and the mountain holding each other in a long, slow embrace that has lasted since mountains rose from stone, held, supported like the mattress beneath you, solid, secure, inside forests. Insects engineer ecosystems. Bark beetles bore into trees. Some species of beetle carry fungi. The fungi digest wood. The beetle larvae eat the fungi, and in the process, they break down dead and dying trees, opening space, recycling nutrients. Other insects pollinate forest flowers, transfer diseases, disperse seeds. Ants cultivate fungi gardens underground. Termites build mounds that tower overhead, that regulate temperature, creating microclimates. Every insect species playing a role, part of the vast complexity that makes a forest more than just trees, complex, interconnected, like thoughts dissolving, connections fading, only peace remaining. Trees die slowly. Most of them, a mature tree might take decades to die. First it loses vigor, growth rings narrowing, then branches die back, starting at the top. Bark beetles move in. Fungi too. The tree becomes a snag, still standing, but hollow, soft. Home now to woodpeckers, to owls, to countless insects. Eventually it falls, crashes down, becomes a nurse log, its rotting bulk feeding seedlings, sheltering salamanders, growing mushrooms. Over centuries, the log decomposes, merges with soil and the nutrients. They return to living trees, everything cycling, nothing wasted. Death feeding life, life eventually joining death, the eternal rotation, around and around, like your breath, like time itself, turning, always turning. Some forests hum, especially at night, the combined sounds of insects, of wind in leaves, of small animals moving. It creates a baseline hum. Scientists can record it, can analyze it. Each forest has its own signature sound, its own frequency. In healthy forests, the hum is rich, complex, layered. In damaged forests, it simplifies, quiets. The hum is a measure of life, of biodiversity, of vitality. You could listen to a forest and know its health, know its story, just from sound. Listen now to the quiet hum of your own life, heart beating, blood flowing, breath moving, your own body humming, alive, at rest. Predators affect forests in ways you might not expect. When wolves disappeared from Yellowstone, elk populations boomed. They overgrazed, especially young trees, especially willows and aspens near streams. The forest thinned, rivers widened, eroded. When wolves returned, elk changed behavior, avoided open areas near water. Trees recovered, forests grew back. Beavers returned, building dams, creating wetlands, all because wolves kept elk moving, kept them wary. This indirect effect, predators shaping plants through herbivores, it's called a trophic cascade. The whole ecosystem shifting, realigning, finding a new balance. Everything context forests trap sound, absorb it. The trunks, the leaves, the soft ground covered in needles or leaves, all of it dampens noise. In a thick forest, sounds don't travel far. A shout might carry 50 feet, where in open ground it would travel hundreds. This is why forests feel quiet, feel contemplative. The sound that exists, bird calls, rustling leaves, it stays close, intimate, personal, a forest conversation between you and the trees, just a few feet away. No echoes, no distance. Everything close, everything intimate, like this voice, just for you, soft, near. Within forests, countless microclimates exist. At the base of a large tree, sheltered from wind, moisture held in bark crevices, it might be 10 degrees warmer than 10 feet away. On the north side of a trunk, moss grows thick, holding moisture, creating its own tiny ecosystem. In a sun gap, where an old tree fell, temperatures soar, raspberries and other sun lovers thrive. But at night, that same gap becomes a frost pocket, cold air pooling. Each small variation in topography, in canopy cover, in soil moisture, creates a different microclimate. The forest isn't one environment, it's thousands, overlapping, nested within each other, nested like dreams within dreams, layers of rest falling through. Some trees grow from other trees, strangler figs in tropical forests start as seeds deposited by birds high in host tree branches. The seed germinates, sends roots down, dangling until they touch soil. Once rooted, the fig grows quickly, its roots thickening, surrounding the host tree. Eventually, the host dies, rots away, leaving the fig standing alone, hollow in the center, a tree-shaped ghost where another tree once lived, life built on life, support becoming structure, temporary becoming permanent, one thing becoming another, wakefulness becoming sleep, thoughts becoming dreams. Fossil forests, they're scattered around the world. In Arizona, the petrified forest, logs turn to stone, agate and jasper, from trees that lived 225 million years ago. In Gilboa, New York, the world's oldest fossil forest, stumps and roots from 385 million years ago. Those first forests, now stone. We can see their structure, their form, but not their color, not their scent, not the sound of wind through their branches. They exist as echoes, shadows, memories in rock, memories fading, images blurring, only sensation remaining. Forests resist erosion. Their roots hold soil like fingers clutching. Even in heavy rain, even in floods, forested hills stay stable. Clear-cut a forest, and the next storm carries away topsoil, fills streams with sediment. Rivers turn brown, muddy. Roots need years to re-establish, to knit the soil together again. In mountainous regions, this becomes crucial. Forests prevent landslides, prevent avalanches, hold the mountain together, and forests create terraces as fallen logs trap sediment, building flat spaces, step by step, up the slope, the forest sculpting the land, even as the land shapes the forest, stable, grounded, held in place, nothing slipping, nothing falling. Trees store water in their trunks, not in reservoirs or pockets, but in the wood itself, between cells, in cell walls. A large tree might hold hundreds of gallons. During drought, trees slowly release this water, keeping the cells alive, keeping photosynthesis running. This stored water It's why trees can survive weeks, months even, without rain. Why forests in seasonal climates don't die each dry season. They carry reserves, like living water towers, distributed throughout the forest, ensuring continuity, ensuring survival. Your own body holding water, blood flowing, cells hydrated, life continuing, automatically, no effort needed. Shade ecosystems develop beneath canopies. Species adapted to low light. They have larger leaves, thinner, to maximize light capture. More chlorophyll per cell, making leaves darker green. Some plants, like certain orchids, rely entirely on fungi. They have lost the ability to photosynthesize, become parasites on the fungal network, taking sugar that fungi take from trees, three-way parasitism, or perhaps three-way cooperation. Depending on perspective, lines between competition and cooperation, they blur in forest depths, everyone taking, everyone giving, balanced on a knife edge of mutual need, balanced, perfectly balanced, between waking and sleeping, neither, both. Pando, we mentioned before, that aspen grove in Utah, but there are other ancient colonies. Poseidonia seagrass meadows in the Mediterranean, 100,000 years old. Not forests exactly, but showing the same strategy. Cloning, spreading, persisting on land in Tasmania. A king's holly, Lomedia tasmanica, exists as a single clonal colony, 43,000 years old at minimum. It grows slowly, very slowly, in cold mountain rainforest. It's sterile, cannot reproduce through mating, only by cloning, only by suckering. The exact same individual, the exact same DNA, older than modern humans, older than Neanderthals, still growing, still green, still alive, old, so old, ancient, timeless, like the darkness behind your eyelids. Forests survived ice ages. When glaciers advanced, forests retreated south or to lower elevations, finding refuges, pockets where climate remained tolerable. In Europe, forests squeezed into peninsulas, Italy, Spain, the Balkans, holding on. During warm periods, interglacials, forests expanded again, recolonizing. We're in an interglacial now, the Holocene, and forests are still expanding, still migrating into previously frozen lands, though now human activity complicates things, blocks migration routes, fragments habitats. The forests want to move, but find barriers, roads, cities, farms. The migration continues, but slower, interrupted, moving slow, so slow, barely moving at all, almost still, almost asleep. Seasonal forests in temperate zones, they have rhythm. In spring, buds swell, leaves emerge, bright green, tender. As summer progresses, leaves darken, thicken, produce throughout the long days. In autumn, the drawdown begins, nutrients pulled back, leaves sealed off, colours changing, falling, winter bare, dormant, energy conserved, and the cycle repeats, has repeated, for millions of years. Trees perfectly attuned to the rhythm of their latitude, to the angle of sunlight, to the length of days. They measure time through proteins, through hormones, through changes in light, molecular clocks, ticking, marking, remembering, time passing or not passing, hard to tell, drifting outside of time. Some trees bloom rarely, bamboo species. They can go decades between blooms, sometimes a century. All the bamboo plants of one species across thousands of miles. They bloom simultaneously, then die. Scientists still debate how they synchronize. Perhaps they all count years, using some internal mechanism. When the count reaches the threshold, they flower, set seed, and perish. These seeds sprout, and the count begins again, a century-long timer running in every cell, waiting, until the moment comes, waiting, but not waiting, just being, just resting. Rivers and forests, they're intimately linked. Forests slow water, reduce flooding. Tree roots prevent erosion, keep sediment from clouding streams. Fallen logs create pools, habitat for fish, for insects. In the Pacific Northwest, salmon swim upstream to spawn, then die. Their bodies, full of ocean nutrients, feed the forest. Bears drag salmon into the woods. Eagles drop scraps. The carcasses decompose, enriching soil. The trees grow faster near salmon streams. You can measure it in their rings. Wider growth, more nitrogen. The ocean feeding the forest. Through swimming fish, through the cycle of water, of migration, of death and decay. Cycles upon cycles, water to ocean to rain, to river to tree to soil to river again. Forests feed oceans too. Leaves fall into streams, become detritus, broken down by aquatic insects. These insects become food for fish, which are eaten by larger fish, some of which migrate to sea. And rivers carry dissolved nutrients, washed from soil, from decomposing wood, into estuaries, into coastal waters, where they fuel phytoplankton blooms, which feed zooplankton, which feed fish, the forest's productivity, eventually reaching the open ocean. Everything connected, land to sea, sea to land, connected, part of something vast, something ancient, something that breathes. In forest air, there's life, spores floating, pollen drifting, bacteria riding wind currents, seeds with wings, with parachutes, travelling miles. This airborne community, it's called the aerobiome, largely invisible, but crucial. These travellers carry genetics, carry fungi, carry information between forests, between continents. When scientists sample air, they find thousands of species, most unidentified, most unknown, a sky full of life, most of it harmless, much of it beneficial. Invisible threads connecting every forest to every other forest through the medium of air. Air moving through you, carrying nothing but peace, nothing but rest. Seeds travel incredible distances. Coconuts float across oceans, remain viable for months, washing up on distant shores, germinating, starting new palm forests. Maple seeds helicopter down, but wind can carry them miles. Some seeds stick to animal fur or bird feathers, hitchhiking, Some survive digestion, passing through guts, emerging with their own fertilizer package. A few seeds from certain alpine flowers. They need freeze-thaw cycles to germinate. They sit in soil, waiting years, decades even, until conditions match, until the moment is right. Patience written into the seed coat, into the embryo. Time doesn't matter, only the right conditions, the right moment, waiting for nothing, needing nothing, just drifting. Moss in forests. It's often overlooked, but moss plays crucial roles. It holds moisture, releasing it slowly, keeping humidity high. It provides habitat for tiny invertebrates, for spiders, for insects. It softens sound, cushions falls, and some moss species fix nitrogen, taking it from air, converting it to forms plants can use, enriching the soil, asking nothing in return. Moss lives slowly, grows slowly, exists in a different time frame, where minutes are irrelevant, where seasons matter, where years pass like days. Ancient, patient, green even in winter, thriving in shade, content with little, content, needing nothing, having everything, in this moment, this breath. Forests on floating islands, they exist in marshes, in swamps, where vegetation mats grow thick, soil accumulates, trees take root, and the whole thing floats. These floating forests drift, slowly, with currents, with seasons. An island one year, moved to a different place the next. Plants adapted to instability, to uncertainty. Roots shallow, flexible, able to survive when the island grounds, or fragments, or tips. Life finding a way, even in impermanence, even in motion. Floating, you're floating, unanchored, free, drifting. Trees wage chemical warfare. When grazed by insects or disease, they produce defensive compounds, tannins that make leaves indigestible, toxins that poison attackers, and they warn their neighbors, releasing volatile chemicals into the air. Other trees detect these signals and boost their own defenses preemptively before attack arrives. In a sense, forests communicate alarm, create a collective defense, but trees also compete chemically. Black walnut releases juglone, which inhibits other plants nearby, reducing competition. Eucalyptus drops leaves full of oils that suppress germination. These chemical battles, silent, invisible, shape which species can coexist, which dominate, which disappear. Battles so slow, you'd never notice, like drifting thoughts, appearing, fading, gone. Forests defend themselves in other ways too. Some trees have thorns, physical barriers. Others produce thick bark, insulating, fire-resistant, or grow in dense thickets, where large herbivores can't penetrate, and their strength in numbers. A forest, even if individual trees are vulnerable, has redundancy. Lose one tree, 10 more grow. Lose 100, 1,000 seeds wait. The forest as entity, as superorganism. It can absorb damage, can heal, can persist through fire, through storm, through plague. Resilience built from multitude, from diversity, from the sheer abundance of life. Abundant, overflowing, like breath flowing in and out, like blood flowing through veins, unstoppable. Pollen clouds migrate in spring. Pine forests release pollen in such quantities that it clouds the air, turns lakes yellow, coats everything. This looks excessive, wasteful even, but it's strategy. Pine pollen is wind-pollinated, and wind is unreliable, so pines produce billions of grains, ensuring some reach female cones. Even if most fail, some succeed. And the excess, it feeds insects, feeds fungi, adds nutrients to soil. Nothing truly wasted. Even apparent excess serves a purpose, contributes, recycles back, excess melting away, leaving only what's needed. Breath, heartbeat, darkness. Giant canopies cast shadows, deep shadows. In redwood groves as in old-growth forests, the shade is profound. Temperature can be 20 degrees cooler than in open areas. Humidity stays high. Wind drops to whispers. These shadows create special conditions where ferns grow huge, where sorrel carpets the ground, where salamanders patrol for slugs. The shadows are habitat, are climate, are essential. Without them, the forest floor would dry, would heat, would change. The canopy maintains conditions below, nurtures life below, giving shade, giving moisture, giving structure, shadow behind your eyelids, complete, total, comforting. Floods come and forests thrive. Riparian forests along rivers, they're adapted. They expect flooding, even require it. Flood waters deposit sediment, rich nutrients, renew soil, seeds germinate in fresh mud. Trees like cottonwoods, willows, they grow fast, colonize newly exposed ground. Their roots stabilize banks, reduce erosion during the next flood. It's a partnership between river and forest. The river shapes the forest shapes the river, and both are healthier, more diverse, more productive, because of the exchange, the flooding, the renewal, waves of relaxation flooding through you, renewing, releasing. The first mammals lived in forests, small, nocturnal, insectivorous. When dinosaurs dominated, mammals stayed small, stayed hidden, lived in trees or burrows. But when dinosaurs vanished, mammals diversified. Some took to trees permanently, became primates, developed grasping hands, forward-facing eyes for judging distance, jumping between branches. Others grew large, browsers eating leaves, predators hunting in forest shadows. For 65 million years, mammals and forests co-evolved, shaping each other. Mammals dispersing seeds, pruning branches, digging soil. Forests providing food, shelter, the structure of habitat. It's impossible now to separate what is mammal-shaped, what is forest-shaped. They're intertwined, interdependent, intertwined, like body and breath, inseparable, one. Rainforests are vertical cities, life stacked, layered, from soil to canopy. Most diversity exists high up, in the canopy, where sunlight is. Most animals never descend. Entire species live their whole lives 100 feet up, drinking from bromeliads, eating fruits, never touching ground. There are canopy soils, formed from trapped leaves and dust, where plants grow without reaching earth. Canopy rivers, water flowing down branches, collecting in pools. Canopy predators, canopy prey, an entire ecosystem, suspended, living in air, in light, disconnected from the ground, yet dependent on the trees that are rooted below. Everything connected, despite distance, despite layers of sleep, shallow, deeper, deepest, falling through, slowly, walking trees. We mentioned the walking palm, but the concept applies more broadly. Mangroves, they walk in a way. They send out prop roots ahead of themselves into water, but into mud. The roots take hold. The tree shifts its growth, leaning forward. Old roots behind might die. The tree migrates toward light, toward open space. Or perhaps it's not migration. Perhaps it's just growth, leaning, persisting. Call it walking, call it growing. Either way, the tree moves, reshapes its position over decades, over centuries, moving without moving, being still, yet going somewhere, into rest, into darkness. Prehistoric forests, before flowering plants, before grasses, were different, dominated by ferns, by horsetails, by club mosses, some growing huge, tall as trees. These forests were green, lush, but quiet. No birdsong, no flower scents. The first insects were there, but no pollinators yet, no bees, no butterflies, just dragonflies, cockroaches, primitive and strange. The forests of the Carboniferous, 300 million years ago, were swamps, stagnant water, thick vegetation. When trees died, they didn't fully decay. The fungi and bacteria that break down lignin hadn't fully evolved yet. So dead trees piled up, sank into swamp water, compressed over millions of years, became coal. Those ancient forests, we burn them now for energy, releasing carbon that was locked away. When the atmosphere was different, when the world was young, ancient, so ancient, older than old, lost in time. Forests anchor ecosystems, their foundation species. Remove the forest and everything else changes. Birds lose nesting sites, insects lose food plants, mammals lose shelter, soil erodes, streams warm, microclimates disappear. The diversity crashes, not immediately, not all at once, but gradually. Species by species, trophic level by trophic level, until what remains is a ghost of what was, simplified, impoverished. But forests can return if given time, if given space. Seeds sprout, trees grow, complexity rebuilds, not identical to what was lost, but functional, alive, green. The forest's ability to anchor, to rebuild, to persist, is written in genes, in seeds, in mycorrhizae, in the memory of the land itself. Memory fading, forgetting, letting go. Nothing to hold, nothing to keep. After deforestation, there's silence. A silence that's almost physical. No rustling leaves, no bird calls, no insect hum. Just wind over bare ground, maybe, or just stillness. This silence, it's eerie, unnatural. Even in deserts, there's sound, life sounds. But after clear-cutting, after fire, there's a hush, as if the land is holding its breath, waiting, and eventually, if seeds can reach, if soil remains, if water flows, the silence breaks, birdsong returns, insects buzz, leaves rustle, the forest exhales, begins again. Silence now, just silence, and your breath. The only sound, soft, steady. Forests rebuild soil, where erosion has stripped land, where glaciers scrape to bedrock. Forests begin the slow process. Lichens colonize rock, break it down. Moss follows, holding moisture, attracting insects. Insects die, decompose, create tiny pockets of organic matter. Ferns take root, shrubs follow, then trees, and with each generation, soil deepens, leaves fall, decompose, roots grow and die, fungi spread. After centuries, what was barren rock becomes feet of rich soil, capable of supporting giants. The forest creates its own foundation, builds its own future, patiently, grain by grain, building rest, deeper and deeper, layer by layer, until sleep is complete. Hidden predators dwell in bark, tiny wasps, parasitic, laying eggs in beetle larvae. The wasp larvae consume the beetle from inside, emerge as adults, to repeat the cycle. Spiders hide in crevices, waiting for ants, for flies. Woodpeckers excavate, seeking these hidden meals, leaving holes that become homes for other species. Nuthatches, chickadees, flying squirrels. Even the bark surface here is hunting ground for birds, for lizards, for other beetles. This three-dimensional habitat, full of cracks and crevices, supports countless lives, invisible until you look closely, until you slow down, until you really see, seeing less now, eyes closed or closing, vision darkening. Forests recycle death, constantly, efficiently. A tree falls, within days, fungi appear, white thread spreading, beetles arrive, boring in, laying eggs, larvae tunnel through sapwood, breaking structure. Within months, the wood softens, centipedes, millipedes, slugs. They move in, eating fungi, eating bacterial films. Their waste enriches soil beneath the log. Within years, the log is soft, crumbling. Salamanders shelter underneath. Shrews hunt there. Ferns sprout from the log surface, using it as soil, as nutrients. After decades, the log is gone, merged with forest floor. Nothing remains except the trees growing where it fed them, the life it sustained. Everything recycled, nothing wasted. Death feeding life, continuously. Continuous, like breathing, like existing. No beginning, no end, just being. Inside fallen logs, there's life, complexity you wouldn't believe. If you could shrink, enter a hollow log, you'd find tunnels, chambers, galleries, created by beetles, by ants, by termites, fungi gardens in some chambers, carefully tended, larvae in others, feeding, growing, predators prowling tunnels, centipedes, pseudoscorpions, hunting. At certain times, salamanders squeeze in, sleeping through summer, hibernating through winter. The log is apartment complex, is city, is entire world, for creatures who never leave, who live their whole lives in what was once a tree, what is now a universe of decay, of life, of transformation, your own universe shrinking, narrowing, down to just this darkness, this peace. Forest time moves differently. A decade is brief, a century is one lifetime. For some trees, forests measure time in millennia, in the slow march of succession, in the gradual shift of species. What seems permanent to them is transition. What seems static is actually moving, very slowly, flowing like glaciers, changing like mountains, eroding, building, always in process, never finished. If you could watch a forest in time-lapse across 1,000 years, you'd see it breathe, you'd see it pulse, you'd see it dance, flowing across landscape, adapting, surviving, never still, but so slow, so very slow, that it seems eternal, unchanging, eternal darkness, unchanging peace. Time stopped, or maybe time infinite, doesn't matter. Trees share nutrients, not just carbon through mycorrhizae, but nitrogen, phosphorus, water. When one tree has excess, it flows to others. When one struggles, others support it. This isn't altruism exactly. It's more like insurance, like diversification. If the forest thrives, individual trees benefit. So sharing increases the collective chance of survival. Mother trees, they especially share with kin, recognizing offspring through chemical signals in roots, giving preference. But they share with non-kin too, just less. This economy of nutrients, flowing underground, invisible, it sustains the forest, buffers against scarcity, ensures someone survives to carry on, carried, supported, held by something larger, something that breathes with you. Colors invisible to us exist in forests, ultraviolet patterns on flowers, visible to bees, infrared heat signatures, visible to snakes, polarized light, filtered through leaves, used by insects for navigation. The forest we see is only one version, one wavelength range. Birds see different forests, more colors, more patterns. Insects see different forests still. Bats hear forests through echolocation, a world of sound shapes. Each species experiences a different forest. Each forest is many forests, overlapping, coexisting, invisible to each other, yet all real, all true, truth beyond seeing, beyond thinking, truth felt in the body sinking, muscles releasing, forests breathe, day and night, though differently. During day, photosynthesis, absorbing carbon dioxide, releasing oxygen. At night, respiration dominates, absorbing oxygen, releasing carbon dioxide, but the net effect, over weeks, months, growing seasons, forests absorb more than they release, lock carbon in wood, in soil, in roots. Old-growth forests, mature forests, they slow this process, approaching balance, but they still store carbon in the massive stocks already built. Regrowing forests, young forests, they're hungry. Pulling carbon from atmosphere, building structure, building biomass, growing, reaching, storing, breathing, living, your breath, the forest's breath, the same, in and out, rising and falling. Forests shape climate history. We can see it in ice cores. When forests expand, carbon dioxide drops, temperatures cool. When forests shrink, carbon dioxide rises, temperatures warm. After the last ice age, forests spread from refuges, recolonizing. For thousands of years, they grew and temperatures stabilized. Then humans developed agriculture, started clearing forests, and carbon dioxide began rising, slowly at first, then faster. The forests remember this. In their rings, in their distributions, they remember what climate was, what it's becoming. They record, silently, truthfully, without judgment, without effort, just recording, existing, like your heartbeat. Thump, thump, steady, storms born from forests, in the Amazon, in Congo, in Southeast Asia. Warm moist air rises over forests, condenses, forms thunderheads. By afternoon, rain falls, sometimes gentle, sometimes torrential. Thunder rumbles, lightning flashes. The rain feeds the forest, which feeds the rain. A cycle, self-perpetuating, but deforest too much. Break the cycle, and droughts come. The land dries. The storms move elsewhere, or diminish. The forest and the rain, they need each other. Neither exists without the other. Need without need. Rest without trying. Sleep without sleeping. Just falling. Forests are living archives. Every tree is a book, every ring a page, recording drought, fire, insect outbreak, good years, bad years. Scientists read these archives, going back centuries, millennia even, reconstructing climate, reconstructing disturbance regimes. The forests remember when we don't, when we can't. They hold history in cellulose, in lignin, in the pattern of light and dark, and they'll continue recording long after we're gone, long after everything we've built has crumbled. The forests will stand, will remember, will archive. Archive of your day, filing away, storing, releasing. Nothing needs remembering. Nothing needs holding. Memory in wood, it's literal, structural. Trees remember trauma. A fire scar remains visible for the tree's entire life. New wood grows around it, but the scar stays. A wound, sealed but not healed. Years of drought, they show as tight rings. Years of plenty, wide rings. The tree carries its past in its present structure, and we can read it if we learn the language of wood, of grain, of ring width. The forest speaks, in a language older than words, older than humans. We're only beginning to learn to listen, listening to silence, to the space between sounds, to the gaps, falling into gaps, dissolving. Forests outlive empires. The Roman Empire rose and fell, and the forests remember, tree alive during Rome's height, some still living, bristle cones in California, oaks in Germany. They were young when Rome was young. They matured as Rome declined. They're old now, ancient, but still alive, still growing. They watched humans build civilizations, watched them collapse, watched new ones rise, indifferent, or perhaps just patient, just growing, just existing, just persisting. Long after our cities are ruins, forests will remain or return, covering what we built, reclaiming, slowly, inevitably, inevitable, like sleep, unavoidable, approaching, arriving, now. The geometry of leaves is precise, mathematical. Veins branching at specific angles, following patterns that minimize material while maximizing strength. The edge of a leaf, it's a fractal, repeating patterns at different scales. This geometry, it's optimized through millions of years of evolution, every curve, every angle, solving problems of light capture, of water transport, of gas exchange. Geometry so perfect, so elegant, engineers study it, trying to learn, trying to copy. But nature did it first, did it better, without thought, without planning, just through time, through survival, through endless tiny adjustments. Adjusted, perfectly comfortable, body molded to bed, bed molded to body, perfect fit, the future of forests. We can't know it, climate changing, faster than trees can migrate. Species will shift, some will decline, others will expand. New associations will form. Forests of the future might look different, feel different, but they'll still be forests, still green, still complex, still alive, still cycling carbon, creating weather, supporting life. Forests adapt, they've survived. Everything Earth has thrown at them, asteroid impacts, ice ages, volcanic eruptions, they'll survive us too, or survive without us. Either way, forests continue, changed perhaps, but continuing, breath after breath, moment after moment, into dawn, into tomorrow. But that's far away. Nothing now but this moment, this darkness, this perfect peace. Trees that grew from other trees and strangler figs as we mentioned them, but also in the Pacific Northwest, when old growth falls, seedlings sprout on the log, they send roots down, around the nurse log, into soil beneath. As the log decays, it leaves a void, and the new trees, they stand in a line, on stilts, arched roots, where the nurse log was. You can see which trees grew this way, by their bases, by their arrangement. Forest generations, built on previous generations, structure built on decay, life built on death, life built on letting go, on releasing, on trusting, falling into support, held, safe, sleeping, finally sleeping. In cold forests, the boreal, taiga, growth rings are so tight you need magnification to count them. 100 years of growth might equal the width of your fingernail. These trees put everything into survival, little into expansion. They withstand temperatures that would kill almost any other plant. Through adaptation, through antifreeze proteins in their cells, through waxy needles that resist ice crystal formation, they survive, and that survival is its own kind of success. Not growing fast, not reproducing prolifically, just enduring, persisting, being, just being. No goals, no striving, just existing, breathing, resting. Deserts have forests too. Not the forest you'd expect, but they exist. Fog forests on coastal desert in Namibia, in Chile, where ocean fog rolls in, condenses on trees, drips to roots. These forests survive on fog, on moisture from air. Barely any rain, but enough fog to sustain sparse woodland, trees with deep roots, thick bark, adaptations for arid conditions, forests at the edge of what's possible, proving that life finds a way, even where it seems impossible, even in extremes, at the edge of sleep, the edge of dreams, balanced, hovering. Forests move water uphill, seemingly defying gravity, but it's physics. Cohesion between water molecules, adhesion to cell walls, evaporation from leaves creating negative pressure, pulling water up, xylem vessels, thin tubes, carrying water from roots to crown, sometimes hundreds of feet. In the tallest trees, in redwoods, in Douglas firs, water climbs 300 feet, more, pulled by evaporation, by transpiration, by the endless demand for moisture, for life. The tree is a pump, powered by sun, by physics, by the simple need to photosynthesize, to grow, to exist, existing without effort, like breathing, like heartbeat, automatic, easy, natural. Root networks show intelligence, not consciousness, but responsiveness. Roots grow toward water, toward nutrients. They avoid toxic areas. They recognize kin and non-kin, compete less with relatives. They can even learn in experiments. Roots exposed to stimuli change their growth patterns. Remember, adjust, adapt, not through neurons, through electrical signals, through chemical gradients. A different kind of intelligence, distributed, slow, but real. The forest thinking in its own way, processing information, making decisions about where to grow, how to allocate resources, who to support, distributed awareness, dissolving, spreading, losing center, losing edges. After fire, some forests regenerate from ash, their seeds coated to resist heat. They need fire to crack open, to germinate. Jack pine, lodgepole pine, their cones sealed with resin. Only fire melts the resin, releases seeds. These species, they're adapted to fire, dependent on it. Fire clears competition, opens canopy, enriches soil with ash. The forest burns and rebounds. Sometimes within a single season, a landscape blackened, charred, but green shoots emerging from roots that survived, from seeds that waited, from bulbs protected underground. The forest knows fire, expects it, is ready, prepared or unprepared. Doesn't matter, all is well, all is restful. Fungi and trees, their symbiosis is ancient. Fossil evidence shows mycorrhizal associations from 400 million years ago. When plants first colonized land, fungi helped them, extended their reach, gathered nutrients. In return, trees provide sugar, carbon fixed through photosynthesis. This partnership, it enabled forests. Without fungi, trees couldn't access enough phosphorus, enough nitrogen. Without trees, fungi wouldn't have reliable carbon sources. They evolved together, codependent, inseparable. Two kingdoms, functioning as one, throughout the forest, through every root, every fungal strand. The partnership continues, ancient, ongoing, essential connection, like breath to life, like sleep to waking, necessary, natural. Forest animals migrate. Within the forest, between forests, birds fly south for winter, return in spring. Mammals move to follow food, to find mates. Elk drift to lower elevations when snow deepens, return to highlands when meadows green. These migrations, they shape the forest. Animals disperse seeds, transfer nutrients from one area to another, from water to land, from death to life. Their movement connects the forest, prevents isolation, maintains gene flow, ensures diversity. Without migration, forests would fragment, become isolated pockets, vulnerable, weak. Movement maintains continuity, connection, wholeness, completeness. Nothing lacking, nothing needed. Perfect as you are, as you rest. Autumn chemistry. When leaves prepare to fall, trees perform alchemy, breaking down chlorophyll, revealing other colors, but also synthesizing new pigments, anthocyanins, made fresh each autumn, red, purple. These pigments protect the leaf as nutrients are extracted, shield cells from sun damage, allow maximum recovery of nitrogen, of phosphorus, before the leaf releases, before it falls. The tree salvages what it can, stores it in wood, in roots, for next spring, for future growth. Nothing wasted, everything saved. The tree preparing for winter, for dormancy, for the long sleep ahead. Long sleep, deep sleep, the kind without dreams, without time, just darkness, just peace. Oceans once covered, areas now forested, shallow seas, in the Carboniferous, in the Cretaceous, where coal forests grew, where swamp forests spread. These areas rose from water, land uplifting or sea levels dropping, and forests colonized, slowly, progressively, starting at edges, moving inland, building soil, building ecosystems. Now they're far from ocean, yet they carry, in their rocks, fossils of marine life, shells, corals, ancient seas, beneath ancient forests, memory in stone of what was, what transformed, what became, transformation from waking to sleeping, from thought to emptiness, from something to nothing to everything. The first birds of forest we mentioned, but later birds, songbirds specifically, they evolved in forests, passerines, perching birds, their feet adapted for gripping branches, their songs developed for communicating through dense foliage. Sound travels differently in forests, so songs changed, became complex, layered, evolved for forest acoustics, for territories marked by sound, for mates attracted by melody. 50 million years of forest birds singing, evolving, diversifying into thousands of species, each song unique, each adapted to its particular forest, its particular niche. Birds and forests, each shaping the other through sound, through seed dispersal, through presence, sound fading, melody slowing, notes lengthening into silence, into stillness. Wind in forests, it flows like water, like rivers, finding paths around trunks, through gaps, creating eddies, creating currents. The forest deflects wind, reduces its force, but also shapes it, creates microcurrents, updrafts, downdrafts. This affects seed dispersal, pollen movement, even weather. Large forests change, regional wind patterns, create barriers or channels, guiding storms, influencing rainfall. The forest breathes out and the wind carries that breath far away, eventually returning as rain, as moisture, completing the cycle, the forest's breath becoming the world's weather. Your breath, part of that cycle, part of that wind, part of everything. Jungle layers, we describe them, but within each layer, microhabitats, a bromeliad pool, high in the canopy. It's a tiny lake, its own ecosystem, mosquito larvae, frog tadpoles, bacteria, algae, all living in a few cups of water, held by a plant 100 feet up. The tree doesn't know, doesn't care. It provides structure, space, and life fills it, opportunistically, creatively, finding ways to exist in the smallest spaces. Life is persistent. Life is inventive. Life fills every niche, every possibility, every opportunity to rest, to let go, taken, gratefully, completely. Lightning struck trees, some species, they're more resistant. Oak, because of oils in wood that conduct electricity to the ground. Other trees with high water content, they're vulnerable. Sap boils, trunk explodes, but even destroyed trees, they serve purpose. The fallen trunk becomes habitat. The opened canopy lets light reach. Smaller trees waiting below. The cleared space fills with new growth. Diversity increases temporarily until canopy closes again. Lightning, it seems destructive, but to the forest, it's just another disturbance, another pulse, another opportunity for change, for renewal. Renewal through release, through letting the day die, letting consciousness fade, making space for rest, for dreams, for nothing. Forest myths persist across cultures because forests are liminal spaces, thresholds between known and unknown. In myths, forests transform people into animals, into spirits. Forests hide treasures. Forests test heroes. Why? Because forests represent the unconscious, the wild, the uncontrolled. When humans enter forests, they leave human spaces, human rules, and enter something older, something that existed before us, that will exist after. The myths recognize this. Honor it, fear it, revere it. Forests in stories are never neutral. They're always powerful, always transformative, always sacred in some way. Sacred space, this darkness, this quiet, this surrender to sleep. Some forests grow in circles. We mentioned fairy rings, but also trees around meadows, where elk gather, where fire burned, where a pond dried. The circle marks an event, a disturbance, a change, and trees grow at the margins, expanding inward or outward, slowly, over decades, centuries, the circle growing or shrinking, pulsing like a wave, moving through landscape, through time, circles upon circles, patterns repeating at different scales, from single trees to whole forests. Mathematics and biology, creating beauty, creating structure, creating meaning in the simple act of growth, circles, closing, completing, returning to where we began, but transformed, deepened. Oxygen production, we mentioned it, but it's worth returning to. Forest oxygen, it feels purer, fresher, because it is. It's recently made, still carrying the energy of photosynthesis, still connected to the life that made it. When you breathe forest air, you're breathing tree exhalations. What trees don't need, you do. What you exhale, they need. Perfect exchange, perfect reciprocity, two kingdoms breathing together, keeping each other alive. An ancient partnership before humans, before mammals, before birds, plants and animals, breathing each other's waste, transforming it into life, into energy, into movement, breathing together with forests everywhere, with all life connected through simple breath. Mountains and forests, they rise together. Tectonic forces uplift rock, and forests clothe the inclines. Their roots hold soil, slow erosion. Without forests, mountains would erode faster, lose height quicker. With forests, they stand longer, taller. The forest preserves the mountain. The mountain provides varied habitat, different elevations, different exposures, different microclimates for different trees, different communities. Together, mountain and forest create diversity, create complexity, create beauty, beauty and simplicity in this moment, in breath, in darkness, in peace. Forest insects engineer. We touched on this, but consider bark beetles. They seem destructive, killing trees, but they target weak trees, stressed trees, trees that won't survive anyway. They accelerate natural thinning, opening space for younger trees, for new growth, and the galleries they carve in bark, in wood. They become homes for other insects, for fungi, for bacteria. One species' death work is many species' habitat. The forest uses everything, wastes nothing. Every death feeds life. Every ending enables beginning. Ending of the day, beginning of night, of rest, of dreams, or of nothing, of beautiful nothing. Trees die slowly. This bears repeating because it's profound. Death is gradual, progressive, not a moment, but a process. Branch by branch, root by root, cell by cell, the tree declining, but still living, still photosynthesizing, still providing nectar for bees, shade for ferns, habitat for birds. A dying tree supports more life than a healthy one sometimes. Insects attracted to weakness, birds following insects, fungi moving in, the tree becoming a hub, a nexus of activity, of life in its dying, more alive than ever in dying to wakefulness, more alive in dreams, in unconsciousness, in the deep where real rest lives. Night forests, they don't sleep. Different creatures emerge, owls hunting, flying squirrels gliding, moths pollinating, flowers that open only after dark, adapted to moths, to bats, pale flowers, night blooming, heavily scented. The forest at night is transformed. Different sounds, different movements, different rules, but just as alive, just as busy, just as purposeful. Day and night, the forest breathes both, uses both, needs both, for wholeness, for completeness. Night, embracing you now, completely, gently, finally. The forest hums. We mentioned this, that baseline sound of life happening, insects buzzing, leaves rustling, water flowing somewhere, animals moving, all of it combining into one sound, one frequency. Some people find it meditative, peaceful, others find it unsettling. Too much life, too much activity, but it's honest, it's real, it's the sound of a living system, functioning, processing, existing. The hum never stops, day or night, summer or winter. The forest, always working, always living, always being, just being. No thought required, no effort, just existence, just breath, just this, predator and forest, balance. We explored this, but consider timescales, predator-prey dynamics. They cycle, populations rise, fall, rise again, over decades, centuries. The forest responds, trees adapt to browsing, to predation, by changing chemistry, by growing thorns, by timing seed production, masting, where all trees produce seeds the same year, overwhelming predators, ensuring some seeds survive. These strategies take time to evolve, take time to observe, but the forest has time, has endless time to experiment, to adapt, to survive. Time, endless time, or no time. Same thing in sleep, in peace, in this moment, eternal. Sound in forests gets trapped, absorbed by vegetation, by soil, creating acoustically dead spaces where sound doesn't echo, doesn't carry. This affects how animals communicate, how they call, how they listen, and it affects how we feel. In forests, that muffled quality, that intimacy, it can be comforting or unsettling, depending on your state, your expectations. But it's characteristic of forest spaces, of deep woodland, where sound, like light, is filtered, transformed, made intimate, made close, close, so close. This voice inside your head almost, soft, quiet, fading, microclimates. They're everywhere. A hollow stump, warmer than surrounding air, a north-facing slope, cooler, wetter, a sun patch, hot, dry. Each supports different species, different communities. The forest is not uniform, not simple, but infinitely complex, infinitely variable. Every square foot slightly different from every other. This complexity, this variation, it's what creates resilience, diversity, stability. If everywhere was the same, one disease, one drought, one fire could destroy everything. But with variation, some survive, some thrive, some persist, persisting through the night, through dreams, through darkness, continuing, always. Trees growing from trees, nurse logs, they can support entire rows of new growth. The line of trees marks where the nurse log was. All the seedlings started there, used its resources, its nutrients, its moisture. Now they stand independent, but their bases show their origin, their connection to the tree that died, that gave, that nurtured them in forests, generations, overlap, interweave, each supporting the next, through death, through decay, through transformation, transformation complete, from waking to sleeping, from light to dark, from thought to emptiness. Forests adapt, always adapting, to climate, to disturbance, to competition. Species shift, ranges change, communities reorganize over decades, over centuries. The forest you see today is different from the forest 50 years ago, will be different from the forest 50 years hence, but still, it's forest, still green, still alive, still performing the same functions: carbon storage, water cycling, habitat provision. The form changes, the function persists. Adaptation is survival, is continuation, is life, life continuing in you, even as you sleep, heart beating, lungs breathing, cells working, life never stopping, even in deepest rest. The pace of forests, it's geological, not human, not animal, geological, measured in decades, in centuries, in millennia. A mature forest takes 200 years to develop, maybe more. An old-growth forest, 500 years, 1,000. These timescales, they dwarf human lifetimes, human civilizations even. The forest exists in deep time, slow time, time that curves toward infinity. We visit forests, but we don't experience their true pace. We see snapshots, moments, but the forest life unfolds too slowly for us to perceive. We can only imagine it, only honor it by being still, being patient, being present in this moment, this breath, this heartbeat. Nothing else exists. Trees share nutrients through the wood wide web, through mycorrhizae. We've said this, but it's miraculous, truly miraculous, that trees would feed each other, support each other, cooperate in a world we imagine as competitive, as survival of the fittest. Trees show another way. Cooperation, mutualism, support. The forest is stronger when all trees contribute, when all trees receive, than when they compete unto death. This lesson the forest teaches, without words, without judgment, just by existing, just by being. What it is, what you are, perfect, complete, needing nothing, having everything, in stillness, in darkness, colours we can't see, we mentioned, but think about. The forest in infrared, heat signatures, cool soil, warm canopies, hot sun patches. The forest in ultraviolet, patterns on flowers, invisible to us, visible to bees. Every wavelength reveals a different forest, a different truth, all true, all real, all existing, simultaneously, overlapping. The forest is many forests, many realities, all at once, many dreams, or one dream, or no dreams, all the same, all rest, all peace, all this, the breathing cycle of forests, daily, seasonally, annually. Forests inhale carbon dioxide, exhale oxygen, in day, reverse at night, but net positive, over time, pulling carbon from atmosphere, storing it in wood, in soil, for decades, centuries. Forests are Earth's lungs, and Earth breathes slowly, deeply, in cycles that match the orbit of seasons, the wobble of climate, everything breathing together, everything connected through breath, through air, through life. Your breath, the forest's breath, Earth's breath, the same breath, in, out, slow, steady, peaceful. Climate history. Forests record it, store it, tell it. Scientists drill cores from ancient trees, from bog trees, preserved in peat. They read the rings, measure isotopes, reconstruct temperature, rainfall, carbon dioxide levels, going back thousands of years, tens of thousands. The forest remembers what we forget, what we never knew. It stores climate in structure, in chemistry, in the simple fact of growth or lack thereof. Every thin ring is a drought, every wide ring, abundance. The forest is history book written in wood for those who can read history, fading, becoming myth, becoming dream, becoming nothing. Storms from forests we touched on, but it's profound that forests create their own weather, their own climate. The Amazon generates half its own rainfall through transpiration, through evaporation, moisture cycling 6, 7 times before leaving the basin. Without the forest, the Amazon would be savanna, maybe desert. The forest sustains itself through weather, through rain, through the moisture it creates. Forests are self-maintaining, self-perpetuating until the cycle breaks, until deforestation reaches a tipping point, and then the forest can't sustain itself anymore, can't create enough. Rain can only to decline, can only to disappear into dryness, fading as moisture returns, as sleep comes, as everything softens, quiets, stills. Forests as archives, living libraries. We've said this, but consider the information stored, genetic information in every seed, in every cell, ecological information in community structure, in species associations, climate information in rings and isotopes, chemical information in soils, in tissues, historical information in old growth, in ancient trees. All this information stored, waiting for us to learn, to read, to understand. The forest offers knowledge freely if we can learn its language, its pace, its truth, beyond words, beyond thought, truth felt in the body, in the breath, in the letting go. Wood stores memory. We've said this too, but it's worth sitting with the idea that a tree carries its past in its present form, that you could touch a tree and touch the year 200 years ago when it germinated, touch the drought of 1820, touch the fire of 1750, all there in the wood, in the structure, memory made physical, made tangible, the past not gone but present, still existing in altered form, but existing, still real, still touchable, touch fading, sensation fading, only presence, only being, only this. Forests outlive empires. We've said this, and it remains profound. Rome rose, Rome fell. Forests continue. The British Empire rose, declined. Forests continue. America rose, will someday decline. Forests will continue, not unchanged, not unaffected, but continuing, adapting, surviving. Forests know something we don't, about endurance, about patience, about the long game, the very long game. Long, like this night, stretching forever, or ending now. Can't tell, don't care, just drifting. Leaf geometry. We explored, but consider the efficiency, the elegance, millions of years of evolution creating the perfect shape for each species, each environment, each strategy. Nothing random, nothing wasteful. Every curve serves purpose, every vein precisely placed to move water, to move sugar, to maximize strength while minimizing material. Nature is the ultimate engineer, and leaves are proof of patient, elegant, perfect design, perfect, like this moment, like this breath, like this darkness. Nothing needs changing, nothing needs doing, nothing needs anything. Evolution continues in forests. Right now, trees are evolving and adapting to climate change, to drought, to pests. Fast enough, maybe, maybe not, but trying. Seeds carry slight variations. Some trees more drought tolerant, some trees more heat tolerant. Those trees survive, reproduce, pass on their traits over generations. The forest shifts, adapts, evolves. This is happening now, in real time. Though too slow for us to see, the forest is becoming what it needs to be to survive. What's coming, or it's trying. At least it's trying, not trying. Doesn't matter. Just being, just resting, just floating in darkness, in peace. Forests on other worlds. We imagine them in science fiction, on planets, circling other stars. Would they be green? Would they be red? From different pigments, capturing different wavelengths from different suns. Would they be tall or short or something we can't imagine? Forests are so fundamental to how we understand life. We assume other worlds, other living worlds would have them. We imagine walking through alien forests, under strange skies, breathing strange air. And maybe someday, somewhere out there, forests do grow under other suns, and maybe they're not so different from ours. Maybe life finds similar solutions, similar forms, wherever it emerges, wherever it tries, wherever, here, now, in this bed, in this darkness, in this perfect stillness. Regrowing forests, after logging, after fire, after clearing, they're resilient. Often, species return, seeds sprout, trees grow, not identical to what was lost, but functional, living, green. Within decades, within a century, forest returns if we let it, if we give it space, time, protection. The forest wants to return, wants to grow, wants to live. This impulse, this drive, it's built in to every seed, every root, every cell. Life pushing back against death, against destruction, against emptiness, filling space, creating complexity, building, always growing, always returning to breath, to heartbeat, to the basic, simple facts of being alive, of being here, of being asleep. Decay and growth, balance in forests, always balanced. How much dies equals how much grows over time, over large scales. The forest neither grows nor shrinks, just transforms, cycles, rotates through different states, different forms, but maintaining total biomass, total carbon, total life. This balance, is equilibrium, is maturity, is the forest being itself, fully, completely relaxed, completely at rest, completely here, now, in this perfect moment. Tree lines, they expand, contract with climate currently expanding, moving north, moving upward on mountains. As temperatures rise, trees colonize what was tundra, what was alpine. Seeds blow on wind, land, on bare ground, sprout slowly. Young trees establish over decades. The tree line advances a few feet per year, creeping, reclaiming what ice once held. Forests moving, always moving, following their optimal climate, their niche, moving into sleep, into dreams, following the optimal path down into rest. Canopy energy, the top of the forest. It's where most photosynthesis happens, most energy enters the system. Sunlight striking leaves, converting to chemical bonds, to sugar, to life. This energy flows down to lower levels, through falling leaves, through sap, through animals that move between levels. The canopy is engine, is solar panel, is foundation of forest, metabolism. Everything below depends on what happens above, in the light, in the crown, in the green cathedral of leaves, energy flowing through you, slowing, settling into stillness, into the deepest, quietest place. Forests never stop, changing, growing, dying, regenerating, even old growth, even ancient, still changing. Individual trees die, fall, new ones grow. Species ratios shift slightly, year by year. The forest you see today, different tomorrow, different next year, but still forest, still alive, still green, still breathing. The change is forest. The transformation is forest, not something separate but essential, core to what forest is. Forests are change, made solid, made slow, made green, change, fading into stillness, into constancy, into the eternal present, where nothing changes, where everything is. Renewal, the eternal cycle. Seeds germinate, trees grow, trees die. Seeds germinate over and over, so forever, as long as earth spins, as long as rain falls, as long as sun shines. Forests will renew, will continue, will persist. This cycle, it's larger than any one tree, any one forest, any one lifetime. It's the pattern that persists while individuals come and go. The pattern of forest, of life, of green things, growing, always reaching, always living, and resting, both simultaneously, like you, now alive and deeply asleep. The universe keeps turning, the forests breathing in their slow green rhythm, and will keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 forest mysteries, looping softly, endlessly, through the night. Tonight we'll drift through the hidden cities beneath ancient forest floors. How trees secretly talk across miles, and the night forests that never truly sleep. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself, shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark, and we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries, through the endless green, through the ancient silence, while the forests breathe and grow and remember, and you rest, finally, completely rest. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries, 100 Mesozoic mysteries, looping softly, endlessly through the night. Tonight we'll drift through the silent breakup of Pangaea, the rhythmic pulse of ancient volcanic plumes, and the soft rustle of the very first feathers. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink. Heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself, shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe, comment, and hit like, so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into Mesozoic. 252 million years ago, the world exhaled, the great dying had passed, the Permian extinction, and in its wake, silence. The Triassic dawn broke over a single landmass, Pangaea, one vast continent stretching from pole to pole, wrapped in the arms of a single ocean, Panther Larsa, the all-sea. Feel it, that ancient warmth spreading across your skin, the air thick, humid, carrying the scent of volcanic ash and new beginnings. The Siberian traps had finished their work. Those massive volcanic eruptions that had poisoned the late Permian world. But now, 200 million years before your breath, the lava fields were cooling, darkening. The atmosphere was healing, slowly, so slowly. Carbon dioxide levels still high. The world a hothouse, but life was stirring again in the warm shallows. Let your breathing match that ancient rhythm, in and out, as the first archosaurs crawled from the shadows. These were the ruling reptiles, the ancestors of everything to come. Dinosaurs, crocodiles, pterosaurs, birds, all waiting in the genetic code of these small, scaly survivors. Their legs, notice this, were beginning to shift, moving beneath their bodies rather than sprawling to the sides. Feel your own limbs growing heavy, sinking into the softness beneath you in the warm Triassic nights. Cynodonts burrowed into the red earth. These dog-toothed creatures, ancestors of all mammals, tunneling deeper, heavier, heavier, into cool darkness. They had fur. Imagine that. The first soft fur against ancient skin, and they cared for their young in underground dens. Your own warmth cocooning you now, like those buried chambers, safe, dark, still. The Esquigualasto Formation in what would become Argentina preserves those early days. Herrerasaurus stalked there, one of the most basal dinosaurs, walking upright on powerful hind legs, a predator, but small still, learning, evolving. Its eyes held that reptilian focus, but something new was stirring, a faster metabolism, a different way of moving through the world. Thump, thump, your heart slowing, matching the pace of deep time. Plateosaurs were gathering, the first great plant eaters, moving in herds across the Pangean interior, their long necks reaching up to gymnosperm branches. Cycads and conifers dominated the forests. No flowers yet, just the quiet green of ferns unfurling, the whisper of ginkgo leaves. Ginkgo biloba, still with us today, a living fossil from this deep time, unchanged, eternal, like sleep itself. The sclerotic ring, a circle of small bones around the eye, was developing in many reptiles. This bony support allowed larger eyes, better vision, especially important for the pterosaurs beginning to experiment with the air. Their wing membranes stretched between elongated fourth fingers, a different solution than bird wings, than bat wings. A uniquely pterosaurian answer to the question of flight. Feel your own fingers relaxing, uncurling, tension floating away. 234 million years ago, something changed. The Carnian pluvial episode, a sudden shift to humid conditions across Pangaea. Rain, endless rain, for perhaps 2 million years. The world was already hot, but now it was wet. Monsoons swept across the supercontinent, carving channels, creating vast swamps. In this humid greenhouse, life exploded, diversified. The dinosaurs seized their moment, Chelophysis, slender and swift, hunted in packs through the wetlands. Hollow bones made them light, quick. Their skeletons found in mass death assemblages, dozens together, perhaps drowned in flash floods. Their bones intertwined, sinking, settling, becoming stone together. Let your mind drift now through the Tethys Ocean, that ancient sea wedged like a blue smile into Pangaea's eastern coast. Its warm waters lapped at the shores of what would become Europe, Africa, Asia, all still joined, all still one. Ammonites spiraled through those depths, their chambered shells catching the filtered sunlight. Each chamber marked a growth period, a season, a breath. Smaller relatives, the belemnites, darted like squid, their ink sacs ready to cloud the water, to hide, to vanish, like consciousness fading now. Thump, thump, heavier, heavier. Postulsicus ruled the late Triassic as an apex predator, a massive Rauisuchian, walking on 4 legs but capable of rearing up on 2. Imagine its shadow across the red mudflats, 12 feet tall, armoured with osteoderms, bony plates beneath the skin. Evolution was experimenting, trying different body plans, different solutions, and in the end, the dinosaur's upright posture would win. But not yet. Not yet. The Newark supergroup, layers of rock along what would become the eastern United States, preserves footprints from this time. Ichnology, the study of trace fossils, reads these ancient trackways like stories. 3-toed prints pressing into mud, tail drag marks, the pattern revealing gait, speed, behaviour. Someone walked here 200 million years ago and then vanished, leaving only the impression, the ghost, sinking into stone. Early mammalia forms were diversifying in the shadows, tiny creatures, most no larger than a mouse. teeth showing the tribosphenic pattern that would define mammals, cusps designed for grinding, processing food more efficiently. They hunted insects in the darkness, developed better hearing, whiskers to navigate, warm blood to stay active through the cool nights. Your own warmth, feel it now. That mammalian inheritance, keeping you alive, keeping you drifting. 201 million years ago, the world broke again. The Triassic-Jurassic extinction, not as severe as the Great Dying, but catastrophic enough. 76% of species vanished. The culprit, volcanism again. The Central Atlantic magmatic province, massive eruptions as Pangaea began to split. The Atlantic Ocean was being born in fire. Lava flows covering an area larger than the Amazon rainforest, releasing megatons of carbon dioxide, sulfur, temperatures soaring, ocean acidification, coral reefs collapsing. The Rauisuchians died out, the large amphibians, many of the dominant cruratarsans, and in the empty niches, the dinosaurs rose. True dinosaurs now, Saurians with their lizard hips, Ornithischians with their bird hips, a naming convention that would confuse future paleontologists because birds actually evolved from the lizard-hipped line. But names are just sounds, drifting, fading. Let your jaw release, softer, softer, as we float into the Jurassic. The world is fragmenting now. Pangaea cracking along ancient seams, Laurasia to the north, Gondwana to the south, the Tethys Ocean widening, the Atlantic just a narrow seaway, but growing. The Western Interior Seaway would eventually split North America, but that's still millions of years ahead. For now, the continents remember their connection. Sauropodomorphs were rising, literally. These giants with long necks, diplodocids, brachiosaurids, reaching heights never seen before, never seen since. Brachiosaurus could lift its head 50 feet into the air. Its heart, imagine this, had to generate blood pressure high enough to pump against gravity, up that incredible neck to feed that small head. That heart must have been enormous, powerful. Thump, thump, thump. Your own heart, so much smaller, working so much less as you sink, drift. The Morrison Formation in the American West preserves a Jurassic ecosystem in exquisite detail. Allosaurus, the lion of its time, hunting strategies revealed by tooth marks on bones, bite and retreat, waiting for blood loss and shock. Its jaws could open wide, incredibly wide, to tear flesh from prey too large to kill quickly. Stegosaurus bore those distinctive plates along its back, not for defense, too fragile, but for thermoregulation or display. Flushed with blood, they might have blushed red, a signal, a warning, or an invitation. Diplodocus could crack its tail like a whip, the long tapering tail forming a bullwhip structure, capable of breaking the sound barrier, a supersonic deterrent. Boom, echoing across the floodplains. But mostly, these giants were gentle, moving in herds, their footprints preserved in trackways showing adults surrounding juveniles, protecting them. In the oceans, ichthyosaurs dove deep. These marine reptiles, shaped like dolphins through convergent evolution, could descend to crushing depths, their sclerotic rings particularly large, supporting huge eyes to see in the darkness below, hunting squid in the abyss, holding their breath, then bursting upward toward the light. your own breath, slow now, barely there. The Solnhofen limestone in Bavaria, formed from the fine-grained sediments of a Jurassic lagoon, preserves impossible detail. Individual feathers, soft tissues, the delicate membranes of pterosaurs. And there, in 1861, workers found Archaeopteryx, the first bird, or the last feathered dinosaur, depending how you looked at it. Wings with clawed fingers, teeth in its beak, a long bony tail, but covered in feathers, asymmetric feathers showing it could fly, truly fly, not just glide. The evolution of the avian wishbone, the furcula, fused clavicles forming a spring-like structure, crucial for the flight stroke. This was developing in theropods long before flight. Velociraptors had wishbones. Tyrannosaurus had a wishbone. The skeleton was ready, waiting for some dinosaurs to take to the air. Pterosaurs had already mastered flight. Pteranodon soaring over Jurassic seas on wings spanning 20 feet. Dimorphodon with its peculiar large head and short wings, darting after insects. Each group found its niche, its way of slicing through the ancient air. Feel the air moving across your skin now, cool, gentle, like wind across those Jurassic coasts. The beetles were diversifying, the order Coleoptera exploding into thousands of forms. Herbivorous beetles adapting to eat the new plant growth, predatory beetles hunting in the leaf litter, their hardened forewings, elytra protecting the delicate flight wings beneath. Lift one, fold it, tuck it away, like your eyelids growing heavier. Plesiosaurs swam through the tethys, their locomotion unique. 4 flippers moving in a rowing or flying motion underwater. Long necks in the elasmosaurs, 40 or more vertebrae, allowing them to snake their heads through schools of fish or dip down into deeper water while their bodies stayed near the surface. But their necks, despite the vertebrae, were relatively inflexible, each bone allowing only slight movement, the curve gradual, gentle, like your spine settling into the mattress. Plesiosaurs were their cousins with shorter necks, but far more terrifying. Massive heads, powerful jaws, bite force estimates for the largest species, Plesiosaurus funki perhaps, exceed that of Tyrannosaurus rex, enough to crush bone, to shear through flesh. They hunted other marine reptiles, fish, anything that moved in their domain. Giant ammonites drifted through those same waters, some species growing shells 6 feet across, coiling, spiraling outward, each chamber in the shell filled with gas, controlling buoyancy. The animal lived only in the outermost chamber, the body chamber. Tentacles reaching out into the current, eyes, sophisticated eyes, watching. Thump, thump, your heartbeat fading, distant. Coral reefs were expanding in the Jurassic. Modern scleractinian corals building structures in the warm shallows, creating ecosystems. Cities beneath the waves, fish sheltering in the crevices, eels, rays, sharks already ancient even then, having survived the extinctions that killed so many sharks. Elegant solutions to the problem of being a predator, unchanged in basic form for hundreds of millions of years because the design worked. On land, the first flowers were preparing their entrance, angiosperms evolving in the late Jurassic or early Cretaceous, small at first, modest blooms that would revolutionize terrestrial ecosystems, but not yet. For now, gymnosperms reigned, conifers dominated the forests, Araucaria, the monkey puzzle tree, and its relatives covering vast regions. The air filled with pollen, no bright petals to attract pollinators yet, just wind, carrying the future. Let the wind carry your thoughts, scattering them, dissolving them. The Tendaguru beds in Tanzania preserve another window into the Jurassic. Brachiosaurus branchi, Kentrosaurus, the spike-backed relative of Stegosaurus. Predators known only from teeth, fragments, the bones lying in ancient river channels, transported, buried, mineralized over 150 million years, becoming stone, becoming permanent, becoming fossil. In the oceans, oceanic anoxic events were occurring periodically. Low oxygen levels in deep water, sometimes extending into shallow seas. These events, triggered by volcanic activity, high sea levels, warm temperatures, would kill marine organisms and create the organic rich shales that would eventually become oil deposits. The Jurassic oceans, literally fueling the modern world, energy stored, waiting, deep in the rock. Early Cretaceous. And Pangaea's fragments were drifting further apart. Laurasia splitting into North America and Eurasia. Gondwana separating into South America, Africa, India, Antarctica, Australia, the Laramidia landmass forming in western North America, isolated by the western interior seaway. Evolution on each landmass proceeding independently now. Different dinosaurs, different ecosystems, diversity flowering. The titanosaurs were rising in the south. Argentinosaurus, possibly the largest land animal ever. Estimates suggest weights over 70 tons, lengths approaching 100 feet. The sheer mass straining at the limits of what bone and muscle could support. Its footprints must have sunk deep into the soft earth. Each step a commitment, a slow, inevitable forward motion. Feel your own body pressing down, supported, safe, nothing to hold up, nothing to carry. Giganotosaurus and its relatives, the Carcharodontosaurs, were the apex predators of Gondwana, larger than Tyrannosaurus, which hadn't evolved yet, with blade-like teeth designed for slicing, causing massive blood loss. They may have hunted the young titanosaurs, the only ones vulnerable, the only ones they could bring down. In Laurasia, Spinosaurus was evolving its remarkable semi-aquatic lifestyle. Recent discoveries reveal a tail built for swimming, neural spines forming a paddle. This largest of predatory dinosaurs, 50 feet long, spent significant time in water, catching enormous fish. Its crocodilian snout packed with conical teeth, perfect for gripping slippery prey. It swam, truly swam, a dinosaur returning to the water like cetaceans would do later, like ichthyosaurs had done before. The water calls, the water welcomes, dissolving boundaries. Crocodilians were already establishing their modern form. Dinosuchus, the terror crocodile of the late Cretaceous, growing over 30 feet long, bite marks on dinosaur bones, even tyrannosaurs. Show these giants could take down anything at the water's edge. Crocodilians would survive the extinction that killed the dinosaurs because their survival strategy worked. Ectothermic, able to go long periods without food, comfortable in water. They wait, patient, eternal, like the darkness welcoming you now. Flowering plants were spreading, the world blooming, angiosperms diversifying rapidly, co-evolving with pollinating insects. bees appeared in the Cretaceous, wasps that had begun collecting pollen, and symbiotic relationship, flowers providing food, insects providing pollination, more efficient than wind, more targeted. Within 30 million years, flowering plants would dominate most terrestrial ecosystems. The Cretaceous hothouse climate supporting lush growth, forest carpeted with early flowering herbs, magnolias, water lilies, roses, all finding their forms, ants emerged, evolving from wasp ancestors, social insects building colonies, farming mold, tending aphids, complex societies beneath the soil, beneath the leaf litter, civilizations at a smaller scale, working, always working. But you have nothing to work toward, nothing to build, only rest, only drift. The hadrosaurs, duck-billed dinosaurs, were diversifying, developing elaborate crests, Parasaurolophus with its long, backward-sweeping tube. Acoustic modelling suggests these crests acted as resonating chambers, producing low-frequency calls that could travel for miles. Communication across the coastal plains, finding mates, warning of predators, herds moving together, coordinated. The sounds echoing through the Cretaceous evening, low, resonant, fading into the distance, fading, fading. Pachycephalosaurs evolved their distinctive domed skulls, solid bone, incredibly dense. Were these for headbutting contests, like modern rams, or for display, or flank butting? The damage on some skulls suggests impact, competition, but perhaps gentler than once thought, a ritual rather than warfare. The bone could withstand force, but the brain beneath, that had to be protected, cushioned, like your mind now, cushioned by the soft fog of sleep. In the oceans, mosasaurs had appeared. These marine lizards, relatives of modern monitors, adapted completely to aquatic life, streamlined bodies, paddle-like limbs, forked tongues. They ruled the late Cretaceous seas, some species growing 50 feet long, hypercarnivores eating fish, sharks, other mosasaurs, ammonites, their teeth curved backward. Once something was caught, it wasn't escaping. The Hesperornithids, Hesperornis and its relatives, were flightless diving birds, wings reduced to small vestiges, but legs powerful, diving deep for fish. Their teeth. Yes, toothed birds still existed in the Cretaceous. These birds swimming through the western interior seaway, chasing the same fish the mosasaurs hunted, but in shallower water, smaller targets. Each found their place, their rhythm, like your breath finding its rhythm now. In, out, barely noticed. Xiphactinus. The bulldog fish, a massive bony fish, 18 feet long. Fossils found with other fish preserved inside their stomachs. The famous fish within a fish specimens. They swallowed prey whole, sometimes too large, sometimes the prey item damaged internal organs, and predator and prey died together, sinking, settling to the seafloor, fossilizing as one last meal, one last breath. Archelon, the giant sea turtle, swam those same waters, shell spanning 12 feet, flippers powerful enough to propel half a ton through the currents. They nested on beaches, coming ashore laboriously, digging, laying eggs, then returning to the ocean, the babies hatching weeks later, scrambling toward the water, most eaten by predators. A few surviving, growing, living 100 years or more in the ancient seas. Slow metabolism, slow life, time measured differently, like now, time stretching, becoming irrelevant. Quetzalcoatlus, the largest pterosaur, the largest flying creature ever, walked on all fours when grounded, using its folded wings as front limbs. But in the air, wingspan approaching 40 feet, soaring on thermals, perhaps soaring for days without landing, hunting on the wing, diving to snatch prey, its hollow bones, pneumatic, connected to its respiratory system, air sacs extending into the skeleton, making it light enough to fly despite its massive size. Thump, thump, so slow now, barely there. Theropods had developed a respiratory system even more efficient than mammals. Flow through lungs, air moving in one direction, extracting oxygen on both inhalation and exhalation, air sacs throughout the body, some extending into those hollow bones. This system, inherited by birds, explains how they can fly at altitude that would leave mammals gasping, the breath flowing, always flowing, like the script flowing, endless, circular, velociraptor, smaller than movie suggested, turkey-sized, but covered in feathers, quill knobs on the forearm bones, attachment points for flight feathers. It couldn't fly, wings too small, but it could probably glide, or use the feathers for display, for brooding eggs. The famous Fighting Dinosaurs fossil shows a velociraptor locked in combat with protoceratops, both buried suddenly, perhaps by a collapsing sand dune, frozen in their final moment, forever struggling, forever still. Protoceratops, common in the Mongolian Cretaceous, may have inspired the griffin myth when ancient peoples found their skulls, the beak, the frill, resembling a beaked bird-lion hybrid. Nomads trading these fossils along the Silk Road, stories growing, transforming, until the creature was legend, myth, dream, like memory fading, becoming story, becoming nothing. Oviraptorids, once thought to be egg thieves. Their name means egg thief, but later discoveries showed them brooding their own eggs, sitting on nests, wings spread over the clutch, protecting, warming, evidence of parental care, of behaviours more complex than once imagined. Feathered arms forming a living blanket, thump, thump, the heartbeat keeping the eggs warm, life caring for life, generation after generation. Therizinosaurs had the strangest appearance. Long necks, pot bellies, enormous claws on their hands, 3 feet long in some species, but herbivorous. Those massive claws used to pull branches down, to strip leaves, perhaps for defense, but mainly for feeding. Evolution taking the theropod body plan, the predatory lineage, and bending it toward plant eating. Anything is possible, given time, given pressure, given chance. Titanosaur nesting grounds have been found, clutches of eggs in shallow pits, dozens of nests close together, colonial nesting like modern birds. The sauropods laying eggs and leaving, no parental care for these giants, the babies hatching small, vulnerable, growing for decades to reach adult size. Those that survived, grew, persisted, most didn't. Life is profligate, wasteful, death-feeding life, always, always. Sauropods swallowed stones, gastroliths, smooth polished stones found with their skeletons. These sat in a muscular gizzard, grinding plant material, compensating for the weak teeth, the inability to chew, the stones tumbling, crushing, breaking down tough plant fibers, wearing smooth over years, eventually expelled, replaced. The stones remain, scattered across ancient floodplains, evidence of digestion, of life's mechanical processes, now silent, still. Fossilized resin, amber, preserves Cretaceous life in 3 dimensions, insects trapped mid-flight, flowers, feathers, even a dinosaur tail, vertebrae and all, covered in feathers, frozen in golden time, the resin flowing from conifers, sticky, trapping anything that touched it, then hardening, lasting 99 million years. Small moments, preserved perfectly, while the giants left only bones. Early snakes with vestigial limbs slithered through the leaf litter. Tetrapodophis, Najash, showing the transition from lizard to serpent, the limb shrinking, becoming internal, eventually vanishing, the body elongating, ribs multiplying, evolving to move without legs, to hunt in burrows, to slide through grass. Another solution, another path, the path always winding, always changing like your thoughts, meandering, dissolving. Iguanodon had a distinctive thumb spike, for decades depicted as a horn on the nose in reconstructions, but actually a pointed thumb, purpose unclear, defense, breaking into seeds, social display. The iguanodont family successful, widespread, herds moving across European archipelagos, islands in the Cretaceous Tethys, each with slightly different species, isolated, evolving. Baryonyx had adaptations for fish eating, crocodilian snout, conical teeth, large claw on the hand, fish scales found in the stomach cavity of the holotype specimen, this spinosaurid hunting at the water's edge, snatching fish like a bear. The Cretaceous was diverse, ecological niches filled, refilled, life finding every opportunity like every opening. But you're closing now, folding inward. Carnotaurus had vestigial arms, even shorter than Tyrannosaurus, tiny useless forelimbs. But its skull was short and deep, eyes facing forward, binocular vision, and those horns over the eyes, unique among theropods, for display, for headbutting, for something. Evolution reduces what isn't needed, keeps what works, the arms fading, the predatory lifestyle demanding speed, powerful legs, massive jaws. Nothing else mattered. Let what doesn't matter fade away. The Hell Creek ecosystem preserved the very end of the Cretaceous. 66 million years ago. Tyrannosaurus rex, Triceratops, Edmontosaurus, Ankylosaurus, Pachycephalosaurus, a rich fauna, successful, thriving, the ecosystem stable, abundant, and then the Capig boundary, a thin layer of clay, found worldwide, marking the moment, the Cretaceous Paleogene extinction event. 66 million years ago, an asteroid, 6 miles wide, struck the Yucatan Peninsula, the Chicxulub impact crater, buried now beneath jungle and limestone. But the scar remains, 112 miles wide. The physics of the impact. Imagine. The asteroid hitting at 12 miles per second, vaporizing instantly, along with the rock beneath, sending ejecta into orbit, some of it falling back, heating the atmosphere, starting global fires. The blast wave, the magnitude of 1 billion nuclear bombs, flattening everything for hundreds of miles, the seismic waves, the tsunamis, but those were immediate, Local, the global effects came after. Dust and aerosols filled the atmosphere, blocking sunlight. Photosynthesis stopped. Temperatures plummeted. An impact winter lasting months, perhaps years. Plants died. Herbivores starved. Carnivores starved. The food chain collapsed from the bottom up. 3/4 of species vanished, including all non-avian dinosaurs, all the pterosaurs, most marine reptiles, the ammonites, gone, the belemnites, gone. But some survived. Small mammals, some birds, crocodilians, turtles, sharks. Small body size helped. Ability to hibernate, to burrow, to eat detritus. Those that needed less endured, while the giants, the titans, the thunder lizards faded, their bones sinking into the sediment, waiting to be found, waiting to be named, waiting to teach us. The Deccan traps in India were also erupting. Massive flood basalts, lava covering hundreds of thousands of square miles, releasing gases, changing climate. Some argue the dinosaurs were already declining, that the volcanism was stressing ecosystems, that the asteroid was merely the final blow, or perhaps the impact triggered the increased Deccan volcanism. The timing is uncertain, debated. What's certain is, the world ended and began again. Let that ending wash over you. Thump, thump. Everything ends, everything transforms. The energy doesn't vanish, just changes form. Your tension releasing, changing as becoming stillness. But the Deccan traps remind us. The Mesozoic began with volcanism too. The Siberian traps, the Central Atlantic magmatic province. The great eras bookended by fire, the earth breathing, reshaping itself, indifferent to the life clinging to its surface. We are temporary, visitors passing through. Your worries, temporary, passing, fading. Look at the legacy though. The Mesozoic gave us birds, 23,000 species today, descended from those theropod dinosaurs, feathers, flight, song, warm blood, all dinosaurian traits. The dinosaurs never went extinct, they transformed. Every sparrow, every eagle, every penguin carries that ancient lineage. Thump, thump, the heartbeat continuing. Crocodilians survived, their body plan perfected, unchanged for millions of years. The same basic design as their Triassic ancestors. It works in rivers, in swamps, patient predators, cold-blooded, efficient. They watched the dinosaurs rise, watched them fall, and remained still in muddy banks, eyes above water, waiting. Turtles survived. Their shell evolved in the Triassic from Odontocheilus and its relatives, the ribs expanding, fusing, creating armor, slow metabolism, ability to survive without food for months. They pulled into their shells, waited out the fires. The darkness emerged when the dust settled and continue, crossing roads, swimming seas, living centuries. Time moves differently for them. The mammals inherited the world, tiny creatures in the Cretaceous, micromammals hiding in burrows, eating insects, eggs, some like Repenomamus even eating small dinosaurs, but mostly staying small, staying hidden. The dinosaurs dominated, and mammals waited, survived. When the giants fell, the mammals emerged, diversified, grew. Within 10 million years, there were mammals as large as the medium-sized dinosaurs, evolution filling niches, always filling niches. The birds too radiated. Those Cretaceous birds that survived, small, adaptable, exploded into new forms. Raptors, waterfowl, songbirds, each filling a role, a space, a possibility. The Paleogene, the Neogene, ages of mammals and birds building toward now, toward this moment, you, listening, drifting, sinking. Think of the colours. Melanosomes preserved in some fossils, pigment-producing organelles. Their shape determines colour. Analysis reveals Sinosauropteryx had a striped tail. Microraptor was glossy black. Borealopelta had reddish-brown countershading, darker on top, lighter below, camouflage. The Mesozoic world was colourful, vibrant, not the drab greys of old reconstructions. Imagine crimson crests, blue wings, iridescent feathers catching the sun. All that beauty, all that colour, dust now. Coprolite analysis, fossilised dung, reveals diet, seeds, bones, parasites, the intimate details of daily life. Tyrannosaurus coprolites contain bone fragments, proving they crunch through skeleton, processed everything. Herbivore coprolites show the plants they ate, conifer needles, fern sporangia, a window into meals eaten 70 million years ago. Everything returns to Earth, processed, recycled, your body processing, digesting the day, preparing for renewal. Growth rings in dinosaur bones, like tree rings, show seasonal growth, periods of rapid growth, periods of slow growth. From this we estimate lifespans. Tyrannosaurus took 20 years to reach full size, lived perhaps 30 years total, growing explosively in teenage years. The bones remember, record, testify. Even stone speaks, if you know how to listen. Listen to the silence now. Eudimorphodon, an early pterosaur, shows dental wear patterns. Teeth worn in specific ways, suggesting a fish diet. The enamel abraded, changed, by use. Everything that lives changes, marks, is marked. Your body marked by the day, by time, but sleep smooths those marks, refreshes, renews. Shonisaurus, the giant ichthyosaur, reached sizes over 60 feet, among the largest marine reptiles ever, hunting deep water, holding breath for long dives. Their babies born Leover, tail first to prevent drowning, adapted completely to ocean life, never coming to land, couldn't come to land, bones unable to support their weight in air. They needed the water, the buoyancy, the weightlessness. You too need this weightless drift. Cryolophosaurus, from Antarctic Jurassic rocks, when Antarctica was further north, forested, not ice-covered. Its distinctive forward-curving crest, unique, purpose unknown. The continent has drifted, frozen, transformed entirely. Polar dinosaurs lived in Australia too, dealing with months of winter darkness, perhaps hibernating, perhaps adapted to low light. Life finds ways, always ways. Dilophosaurus, contrary to Jurassic Park, had no evidence of venom. The double crest fragile, likely for display, not combat. Early large predator, showing the theropod body plan, but primitive, not as specialized as later forms. Movies lie, make monsters, but reality is stranger, subtler, more interesting. Truth fades though, becomes story. Story becomes dream. Jurassic conifers dominated landscapes, Araucaria, Podocarpus, sequoia relatives, forests of needle giants, their pollen found in sediments, Their wood turned to stone, petrified forests preserving the cellular structure. You can count growth rings in mineralized wood, see the vascular tissue, touch a tree that died 150 million years ago, and it's still hard, still solid, still here. Persistence, patience, time. Saltosaurs, titanosaurs from South America, had osteoderms, bony armor plates in the skin, unusual for sauropods. Most relied on size for defense, but these evolved armor, perhaps against the carcharodontosaurs, perhaps for display. The bones found scattered, arranged like chains across the skeleton. Protection, defense, but no defense against time, against endings. No defense. Muttaburrasaurus, an Australian ornithopod, shows island gigantism, larger than its relatives elsewhere, common on islands where large predators are absent. Prey species grow larger, and where resources are limited, giants become dwarfs. Megalochnus, the island ground sloth, dwarfed on Caribbean islands. Evolution responding to environment, to pressure, to possibility, always changing, flowing like water, like your consciousness, flowing away. Pycnofibers covered pterosaurs, not true feathers, but hair like integument, providing insulation, suggesting warm-blooded metabolism. Fuzzy pterosaurs, unlikely image, but supported by fossils. The fiber impressions preserved around skeletons in fine-grained limestone. Evolution invented fuzz independently, multiple times. It works, keeps heat in. Even dinosaurs seem to have had filaments, proto-feathers, before true feathers evolved. Warmth matters, like the warmth cocooning you now. Safe, dark, still. Scutellosaurus, a small armoured ornithischian from the early Jurassic, shows how ankylosaurs began. Small, bipedal, with rows of osteoderms, defence beginning. In later ankylosaurs, the armour would elaborate, fuse, become a carapace. Tail clubs developing, Euoplocephalus, Ankylosaurus, walking fortresses, but it started simple, small, just a few protective plates. Evolution builds, layers, adds, refines, over millions of years. No rush, no hurry. Let go of hurry. There's time, infinite time. Nitrogen levels in the Mesozoic atmosphere, higher than today. This may have supported larger body sizes, richer oxygen transport, denser plant growth. The air itself different, thicker, the world breathing differently. Everything connected, atmosphere, ocean, life, rock, cycling, flowing, balanced. Your breath, part of that same cycle, oxygen in, carbon dioxide out, connecting you to trees, to oceans, to deep time. Breathe, just breathe. Ocean anoxic events, periods when deep ocean water lost its oxygen, occurred several times in the Mesozoic, triggered by volcanic activity, continental arrangement, climate. These events killed deep sea life, created black shales rich in organic carbon, but they also released nutrients when they ended, fertilizing the oceans, driving blooms. After crisis, renewal. Always, always renewal. Dinosaur encephalization quotients, brain-to-body size ratios were generally low. Sauropods famously had tiny brains for their enormous bodies, but some theropods, especially later ones, had higher EQs. Troodontids, some dromaeosaurs, approaching bird levels, suggesting complex behaviour, problem-solving, social interaction. Intelligence is relative, fluid, not absolute. Your own intelligence, quieting now, dimming, unnecessary. The emergence of ants in the Cretaceous, social insects creating colonies, farming, herding, warfare, complex chemical communication, pheromone trails, nuptial flights, queens living decades, workers weeks, civilizations beneath our feet, operating on different scales, different time, millions of individuals acting as one organism, one breath, one heartbeat, distributed, thump, thump, synchronized. Saltwater levels fluctuated throughout the Mesozoic. Sea level high in the Cretaceous flooded continental margins, creating epicontinental seas, the Western Interior Seaway, the Tethys, later declining, exposing land bridges, allowing migration, the oceans breathing, rising, falling, the moon pulling tides, the Earth's heat swelling water, ice ages locking it away. The oceans know deep time. Remember every age, flowing, always flowing. Gondwana's separation, India breaking away, drifting north. It would collide with Asia, raise the Himalayas, but that's after. Madagascar splitting off. South America and Africa pulling apart. Antarctica and Australia separating. Each fragment carrying its own biota, evolving independently. Later, much later, DNA would reveal relationships. Cousins separated by oceans, by time. Everything connected, everything diverging, flowing outward like sleep, spreading through your body, claiming territory, settling. The transition to the Paleogene, arbitrary, defined by that clay layer, that boundary. But time doesn't actually break, it flows, continuous. The day after the impact was day one of a new era, but the same sun rose. The survivors didn't know they were in a new period. They just lived, adapted, continued. Periods, eras, human constructs. Time cares nothing for our labels. It moves, patient, eternal. Let it move through you. 66 million years, flowing backward, forward, circular. The Mesozoic sands settling, gentle, covering the bones of giants. The oceans washing over, the continents drifting, the stars wheeling overhead, unchanging patterns. Everything that happened, happened. Everything that lives, lives. Everything that sleeps, sinks deeper, deeper. Your spine aligned with stone, with deep time. Muscles releasing, becoming sediment, settling. Your thoughts, fragmenting, scattering, becoming fossil, becoming nothing, nothing but rest. The boundaries dissolving between self and time, self and dark, self and nothing. Drift, drift. The script loops, the mysteries spiral, returning to the beginning, always beginning, never ending. Let go of the ending, embrace the continuing, the eternal loop, the mysteries cycling, returning. The ceratopsians were diversifying across the late Cretaceous. Protoceratops, small, basal, common in Mongolia, then larger forms, Centrosaurus, Styracosaurus, with their elaborate nasal horns and frill spikes, and finally, Triceratops, the three-horned face, the icon, massive skull, 1/3 of body length, the frill-solid bone, not the fenestrated frills of earlier ceratopsians, built for combat, for pushing, for display. Evidence of healed wounds on frills, just bone regrowth. They fought, survived, healed. Life continuing despite injury, despite struggle. But struggle ends, in sleep, in peace. Lambeosaurus, another hadrosaur, with a hatchet-shaped crest, hollow, resonating. Each species of lambeosaurine had differently shaped crests, different sounds, a forest of duckbills, each with their own voice, their own call. Imagine the dawn chorus. In the late Cretaceous, dozens of species, hundreds of individuals, calling, answering, a symphony of strange voices, all silent now. For 66 million years, the silence, so deep, so complete. Feel that silence around you, within you, spreading. Thump, thump, your heart, barely noticed, barely there. Sauropods continued through the Cretaceous. Though less diverse than the Jurassic, titanosaurs dominated. Dreadnoughtus, Patagotitan, Argentinosaurus. The southern continents, Gondwana, became their refuge, their stronghold. While in the north, Laurasia, they declined, disappeared, replaced by hadrosaurs, ceratopsians, different herbivores, different solutions to the same problem. Eating plants, surviving, everything changes, everything adapts or fades away, fading like consciousness, like thought. The ornithomimids, ostrich mimics, were swift runners, long legs, hollow bones, no teeth, just beaked jaws, perhaps omnivorous, eating plants, small animals, eggs, built for speed, escape rather than combat, running, fleeing. Their fossilized trackways show speeds up to 60 kilometers per hour, fast, panicked, or perhaps just moving, graceful, through their world now gone, speed irrelevant. When you're stone, when you're still, be still, so still. Oviraptorosaurs had shortened faces, almost parrot-like, some crested, some not. Their hands, remarkably long, three-fingered, grasping. What did they grasp? We're not certain. Eggs, perhaps, but their own eggs, not stolen. They brooded. The fossils show them, sitting on nests, arms spread, even in death, even fossilized, still protecting, still caring. The instinct preserved in stone, love, turned to rock. But love remains in the pattern, in the posture, in the trying. Let yourself be held, protected, safe. The alvarezsaurids were strange, small, long-legged, with tiny arms, but those arms ending in a single large claw, almost mole-like. Were they digging? Termite mounds, ant colonies, specialized insectivores, their teeth tiny, numerous, the jaws weak, but the arms powerful for their size. Evolution experiments, tries, creates oddities, solutions we wouldn't imagine. Life finds a way, always, but you don't need to find a way. Just drift, just float. There are xenosaurs, we mentioned, but consider their strangeness further. 10-foot-long claws, potbellies, long necks, herbivorous theropods, looking like nothing else, shaped by evolutionary pressures into something unique, unprecedented. They walked, ate leaves, existed for millions of years, successful, thriving, until they weren't, until the end. Nothing lasts, except change, except transformation. Transform now into sleep, into dreams. Troodontids had the largest brain-to-body ratios of any dinosaur. Large eyes, stereoscopic vision, grasping hands. Perhaps the most intelligent dinosaurs, smart enough to, what? Hunt in the dark, solve problems, coordinate. We'll never know their inner lives, their experiences. Only bones remain, and bones don't think, don't feel, don't remember. Let your thinking stop, feeling fade, memory dissolve. Dromaeosaurs, the raptors, Velociraptor, Deinonychus, Utahraptor, each with that distinctive sickle claw on the second toe, held up while walking, striking down when attacking, the claw, razor sharp, designed to slash, to wound, to bleed prey, pack hunters, perhaps, the evidence uncertain, but terrifying predators, regardless, small, smart, deadly, but dead now, long dead. Everything that hunted is hunted by time. Time takes all, even predators, even fear. Let fear go. Nothing to fear, only dark, only rest. The abelisaurids of the southern continents, Carnotaurus, Majungasaurus, short deep skulls, tiny arms, even smaller than Tyrannosaurus. Some had horns, ridges, unusual head ornaments, different from the northern Carcharodontosaurs, different solutions, evolving in isolation, Gondwana developing its own predators, its own balance. The continents separated, evolution diverged, separate paths to the same end, extinction. Everyone arrives, eventually, at the same place, stillness, silence, peace. Mosasaurs dominated the oceans while tyrannosaurs dominated the land. Different lineages, different adaptations, but both apex predators, both successful, both gone. Tylosaurus, Mosasaurus, Enosaurus, growing to 40 feet, powerful tails, swimming, hunting, their jaws, double-hinged, like modern snakes, could swallow large prey, could disarticulate to fit, life swallowing life, energy transferring, the cycle continuing until it stopped, until the seas went cold, until the end. Endings are natural, necessary. Welcome them. Plesiosaurs persisted, but declining. The mosasaurs, more efficient, better adapted, outcompeting them. Evolution is competition, niches filled by the best fit, not the first, not the most deserving, just the best fit. The plesiosaurs fading, fewer, rarer, still present at the KP boundary, but diminished, reduced. Everything reduces, eventually, compresses, simplifies. Simplify now, reduce thought, compress awareness to just breath, just heartbeat, just nothing. Hesperornis and its relatives. The Hesperonithids, toothed diving birds, were successful, widespread. In the western interior seaway, the Tethys, diving, catching fish, coming ashore to nest, flightless, committed to the sea, their wings, tiny, useless for flight, used for steering underwater. Perhaps everything adapts, specializes, becomes so good at one thing that everything else falls away. Let everything else fall away. Keep only this moment, this piece. Ichthyornis, another toothed bird, but this one could fly, small, tern-like, catching fish from the air, diving, snatching, rising. A successful lineage, common, and then gone. The KP boundary ended them. Birds survived, yes, but not these birds, not the toothed birds, only the beaked birds, the modern style, the neornithines, ancestors of all living birds. They made it through, small, adaptable, generalized. Specialization is vulnerability. Simplicity is strength. Be simple. Be small. Be quiet. The pterosaurs in the late Cretaceous were giants, Quetzalcoatlus, Hatzegopteryx, wingspan 10, 11, 12 meters, flying, truly flying, not just gliding, the physics, challenging, but they did it. Hollow bones, air sacs, efficient, light, strong, launching from quadrupedal stance, powerful legs pushing, wings catching wind, and airborne, soaring, masters of the air for 160 million years, longer than dinosaurs ruled the land. And then the sky fell dark, the air turned cold, and they fell, all of them, every species, ended, complete, final, like sleep, complete, final, let go. Ammonites, throughout the Mesozoic, thousands of species, every ocean, every depth, straight shells, loosely coiled, tightly coiled, smooth, ribbed, spined, ornamented, diversity, beauty, success, for 340 million years, surviving extinctions, persisting, adapting, and then the KPG boundary ended them, all of them, the chambered shells, empty, sinking, fossilizing, beautiful still, spirals in stone, mathematics, frozen, young, eternal patterns in temporary forms, forms fading, patterns remaining. Sleep is a pattern, repeating, eternal. Enter the pattern. Belemnites, the internal shells of squid-like cephalopods, solid, elongated, guard, phragmocone, prustracum, the anatomy preserved. Sometimes the ink sac, sometimes the arms, the hooks, predators of the open ocean, fast swimmers, successful, diverse, and gone. At the KPG boundary, another casualty, another ending, the ocean, emptied, refilled, different species, different families, but the niches filled again. Life, persistent, unstoppable. But you can stop striving, stop persisting, just rest. Reef ecosystems collapsed at the KPG boundary. The rudists, bizarre bivalves that had replaced corals as reef builders, gone. The corals themselves, devastated, reduced to a few species. The reefs, structures built over millennia, dissolving, collapsing of the fish, the invertebrates, the complexity, crashing, 90% of species, gone. The oceans, empty, dark, acidic, anoxic in places, death widespread. And then, slowly, recovery, but different. New species, new structures, the Paleogene reefs, built by modern corals, different, but reefs again. Life insists. But you can surrender. No need to insist. No need to rebuild. Only dissolve. Only fade on land. The forests burned, the asteroid impact, ejected material into orbit, falling back, heating the atmosphere, infrared radiation, intense, igniting plants, fires, global, the sky, glowing, trees, exploding, animals, fleeing, but nowhere to flee, everywhere, burning, the smoke, the ash, rising, blocking the sun, impact winter, following fire, freezing, following burning, extremes, oscillating, too fast, too severe, adaptability, overwhelmed, survival, luck, being small, being underground, being somewhere else. When it happened, most weren't lucky. The survivors, emerging into a changed world. Scavengers thrived initially, so much death, so much to eat. But then, starvation, the food chain broken, plants dead, herbivores dead, carnivores dying. The small endured, eating seeds, eating dead organic matter, eating anything, surviving, barely, the world, quiet, empty, waiting for recovery, for renewal, for life to try again. Ferns were first to recover, spores, resistant, widespread. The early Paleogene, a fern prairie, covering the continents, no flowers, no trees, just ferns, and then, slowly, angiosperms returning from seeds, from survivors, trees growing, forests recovering, 50,000 years, maybe more, the scars healing, the earth, patient, life, persistent, time inevitable, rest in inevitability, rest in patience, rest, the mammals, small before, stayed small at first, but diversifying, specializing, within 10 million years, mammals as large as triceratops, different mammals, wintertherium, titanoids, barylambda, strange forms, experimenting, the niches empty, waiting to be filled, and filled they were, but not by the old occupants, by new ones. Change is the only constant, transformation the only truth. Transform into sleep, into peace, into stillness. Thump, thump, slowing, slowing, heavier, heavier, your body sinking, the mattress rising on to meet you, holding you completely, the Mesozoic spreading beneath you, layers of time, Triassic, Jurassic, Cretaceous, stacked, compressed, supporting you, the dinosaurs below, silent, still, waiting, forever waiting, and you joining them in stillness, in silence, in the long, dark rest. The Mesozoic lasted 186 million years, longer than anything we can imagine. The rise, the rain, the fall, all contained in those millions of years, millions of generations, billions of individuals, each living, breathing, eating, mating, dying, the pattern repeating until it didn't, until it changed, until it ended, but the pattern, the breath, the heartbeat, that continues, in different forms, in different species, the pattern, eternal, even as the forms, temporary, be form, dissolving, be pattern, continuing, into, sleep, deep, deep, sleep, margins blur, between wake and sleep, between self and not self, between thought and nothing. The boundaries dissolving like Pangea, breaking, fragmenting, your consciousness fragmenting, scattering across the dark, each piece drifting, separate, free, no center, no self, just awareness, diffuse, fading, merging with everything, nothing, the dark, the silence, the deep, time, eternal, now, the script, loops, returns, begins again, but you don't need to return, don't need to begin, just continue this sinking, this drifting, this peace, the mysteries will keep cycling, the voice will keep speaking, but you don't need to listen, don't need to know, don't need anything, just breathe, just be, just sleep, deep, sleep, nothing else matters, nothing else exists, only this, only now, only dark, only peace, only sleep, and deeper still, sinking past the Paleogene, past the Cretaceous, back through the layers, the Jurassic again, the Triassic, each layer a world, complete, forgotten, preserved, in stone, in silence, your breath moving through them, like wind through ancient forests, barely disturbing the dust of ages. Coelurosaurs, the group containing tyrannosaurs, ornithomimids, oviraptorosaurs, therizinosaurs, dromaeosaurs, and birds, all related, all sharing traits, hollow bones, three-fingered hands, wishbones, many with feathers, the diversity, astounding. From tiny microraptor, four-winged, tree-dwelling, to massive Tyrannosaurus, apex predator, ground-shaking, all coelurosaurs, ulnar family, evolution branches, diversifies, explores possibilities, but the root, the common ancestor, connects them all. We're all connected, all one, in the deep past, in the deep now, in the deep sleep. Psittacosaurus, the parrot lizard, an early ceratopsian, small, bipedal, with quills on its tail, long bristles. For display, perhaps, hundreds of specimens found, growth series complete. From hatchling to adult, we can watch them grow. Frozen moments, preserved. The babies, big eyes, short tails, adults, different proportions, changed, but the same species, the same pattern, growing, changing, living, and then, still, all of them, still. Movement stopped, growth ended, time, frozen, be frozen, in this moment, perfectly, still. The Ixian Formation in China preserves impossible detail, feathers, scales, fur, soft tissue, even colour in some cases. The fossils, buried rapidly by volcanic ash. No time to decay, just preservation. Instant fossilization. A moment captured. Dinosaurs, birds, mammals, pterosaurs, all together in incredible detail. We can see how they really looked. Not just skeletons, but animals, living animals, with skin, with feathers, with life, now stone, now still. But the detail remains, the moment eternal. This moment, your moment, can also be eternal, preserved, in memory, in peace, in sleep. Microraptor, four wings, feathers on arms and legs, glossy black with iridescent sheen. We know this from melanosomes. The shape determines colour, preserved in fossils. It glided from tree to tree, perhaps flew, actively. The anatomy suggests capability, small, crow-sized, hunting, at dawn, at dusk, low light, those large eyes, adapted to dim conditions, like now. Your eyes, heavy, adapted to darkness, closing, no need for vision, in the dark, in sleep. Sinornithosaurus, the Chinese bird lizard, another small dromaeosaur, possibly venomous, grooved teeth, like some snakes, for delivering venom, or maybe not. The evidence, debated, but possible. Dinosaurs with venom, why not? Modern reptiles have it, why not ancient ones? Every adaptation, tried, tested, kept or discarded, evolution, experiments endlessly. But you don't need to experiment, just accept, just surrender to what is, to what comes, to sleep. Anchiornis, even smaller, pigeon-sized, fully feathered, even the feet, four wings like Microraptor, but simpler, more primitive. The colours known, grey body, white limbs, red crest. Specific, detailed, beautiful. A tiny predator, dressed elaborately. For what? Display. Camouflage. Both. It lived. It died. It became stone. Became colour preserved in stone. Became evidence of beauty in deep time. Beauty, fleeting like consciousness. Fading like thoughts. Scattering. Gone. Yichi, strange wing, had a membrane, like pterosaurs, like bats, but different, supported by a rod-like bone, styliform element, from the wrist, a dinosaur with bat wings, evolution, trying everything. This experiment, Didn't persist. Yi Qi, rare, unsuccessful. But it tried. It existed. For a time. Then ended. Not all experiments succeed. Not all attempts continue. But the trying, the existing, that matters. Or does it? Does anything matter? In the dark, in sleep, nothing matters. Nothing. Only rest. The Scansoriopterygids, Yi Qi and its relatives, were trying to fly differently than birds, than pterosaurs. Their own solution, membrane wings, bat-like. But it didn't work well enough. They went extinct, while birds, feathered flyers, succeeded, proliferated, survived. To today, sometimes, the experiment fails. That's okay. Failure is rest, is release, is letting go of striving, of trying, of everything. Epidexipteryx. Another Scansoriopterygid had long ribbon-like tail feathers for display, not flight. Couldn't fly, just displayed. Tried to attract, tried to signal success, fitness, beauty, all for reproduction, for continuation, for the species to persist. But it didn't persist. It ended. All that display, all that effort, for nothing or for everything. For the moment, for the living, life doesn't need to last forever. Just now, just this breath, this moment, this heartbeat, thump, thump, fading, fading. Geolornis, primitive bird, from the same formations, had teeth, a long bony tail, but could fly, truly fly. Seeds found in stomach, herbivorous, a plant-eating bird in the early Cretaceous, different from modern birds, but working, successful, for millions of years, and then gone. Like most lineages, or like most species, extinction is normal, expected, inevitable. Life tries, fails, dies, and the cycle continues with new life, new attempts. But you don't need to continue. Just stop. Just rest. Just be still. Sapionis, another primitive bird, larger, crow-sized. Also with seeds and stomach, convergent, with Geolornis, different lineage, same diet, same niche, evolution, find solutions, repeatedly, independently, convergence, everywhere. Ichthyosaurs, dolphins, similar shapes, different lineages, pterosaurs, birds, bats, different wings, same sky, same problems, different solutions, same results, flight, it all ends the same. In stillness, in silence, in stone, let the solutions fade, let the problems dissolve. Nothing to solve, nothing to do, nothing, just nothing. Confuciusornis, the first beaked bird, no teeth, like modern birds, but still primitive. Long-tail feathers in males, elaborate display, reproductive dimorphism, male and female, different, competing, attracting, mating, the cycle of life continuing through them. Then, others, the species, temporary, the pattern, eternal, you, temporary, the piece, eternal, merge. With the eternal, let the temporary fall away. Enantiomorphs, opposite birds, the dominant birds of the Mesozoic. Hundreds of species, worldwide, successful, adapted to many niches, perching, wading, swimming, different from modern birds in subtle ways, shoulder joint, different, thoracic vertebrae, different, but birds, definitely birds, flying, nesting, living, and then KP boundary, gone, All of them, every species, wiped out, while modern birds, neornithiners, survived. Random, almost, luck, being small, being adaptable, being in the right place, at the right moment. You're in the right place, right now, the right moment to sleep, to rest, to let go. Hesperornis regalis, the royal western bird, flightless, diving bird, toothed, powerful legs, catching fish. In the western interior seaway, successful, common, perfectly adapted to its environment, and then environment changed, seaway drained, food web collapsed, extinction, perfection is no guarantee, adaptation is no insurance, everything ends eventually, perfectly adapted or poorly adapted, doesn't matter. Time ends it. All accept the ending. Welcome. The rest, Ichthyornis victor, the conquering fish bird, small, tern-like, flying, catching fish, successful, widespread, and gone at the boundary, another victim, another casualty, victory, temporary, conquest, illusion, nothing, conquers time, nothing, defeats entropy, everything, dissolves, eventually, including resistance, including wakefulness, dissolve, now, into sleep. Giant pterosaurs dominated the skies. At the end, Quetzalcoatlus Northropi, named after Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent god, and Northrop, aviation company, a god and a machine, combined in a name for the largest flyer ever, 10-meter wingspan, standing tall as a giraffe, walking on the ground, on all fours, wings folded, hunting, on foot, small dinosaurs, mammals, anything it could catch, and in the air, soaring, effortlessly, for days, perhaps, riding thermals, crossing, continents, the world, below, spread out, like a map, until the sky darkened, the thermals died, and it fell from the sky. One last time, permanent, forever, grounded, Hatzegopteryx, similar size, different place, Transylvania, an island. In the Tethys, island gigantism, apex predator in the absence of large theropods, the pterosaur filled that niche, eating dinosaurs on the ground, from the air, ambush predator, strike, kill, eat, successful, until the end. The asteroid didn't discriminate between predator and prey, between large and small, between success and failure. It ended everything above a certain size, indifferent, impartial, fair in its unfairness. Rest is also impartial, fair, available to all. Take it now. Pteranodon earlier from the late Cretaceous, smaller, 6-meter wingspan, crested, males with larger crests, display, signalling, attracting, soaring, over oceans, diving, for fish, squid, ammonites, whatever. They could catch, colonial nesters, perhaps, like modern seabirds, cliffs, filled with nests, noise, activity, life, abundant, and then silence, empty cliffs, empty skies. The oceans went quiet for a time, but recovered. Different animals, different niches, but life returned, always returns. But you can leave, for now, for sleep, for rest. Life will be here when you wake, if you wake. But no need to think about waking, only sleeping. Nyctosaurus, the night lizard, strange pterosaur with enormous crest, antler-like, twice the length of the skull, supporting, perhaps, a skin sail for display or thermoregulation or something. The purpose, uncertain. The structure, bizarre. Evolution, experiments, creates strange things, beautiful things, puzzling things, and then removes them. No trace, except fossils, except questions, no answers. Needed in sleep, no questions. In peace, just acceptance of mystery, of unknowing, of nothing. Marine reptiles, diversified throughout the Mesozoic, ichthyosaurs, plesiosaurs, mosasaurs, each group dominating for a time and then declining or ending. Ichthyosaurs, diverse in Triassic and Jurassic, declining in Cretaceous, going extinct before the boundary, outcompeted by other predators, or environmental changes, or bad luck. The reasons uncertain, the result clear. Extinction, eventual, for every lineage, every species, every individual. You will also end someday, but not now. Now, just sleep, just rest. The ending can wait forever. In the dark, time stops. Endings don't exist. Only now, only this, only peace. Plesiosaurs persisted until the end, but diminished, reduced. The mosasaurs took over, better swimmers, more efficient, adaptable. The plesiosaurs specialized, less flexible. Vulnerability. Competition lost, but if they tried, they lasted. Millions of years, long lives, successful lives, and then ended together with everything. At the boundary, democratic, extinction, no favourites, no exceptions, all equal. In the end, all quiet, all still. Be still, be quiet, be at peace. Mosasaurs, the last great marine reptiles of the Mesozoic, dominated the late Cretaceous seas worldwide, every ocean, multiple species, different sizes, different diets, apex predators and smaller species, niche partitioning, coexistence, balance, an ecosystem, complex, functional, stable, and then crashed instantly. Geologically speaking, the ocean turned acidic, cold, dark. The food chains collapsed from the bottom. Plankton died. Small fish died. Larger fish died. Marine reptiles starved. Everything connected. Everything dependent. The web broken. Can't be fixed. Can't be saved. Only ended and rebuilt. Later, differently. Let the web of thoughts break. Let the connections sever. Each thought drifting, separate, alone, and then fading, gone, nothing, connected, nothing, remaining. The earth doesn't care about individual, about species, about anything. It just exists, changes, continues, indifferent to life, to death, to everything. The universe, even less, caring, vast, empty, cold, indifferent. And yet, here we are, life, consciousness, caring, feeling, for a moment, a brief moment, in cosmic time, we exist, we matter, to ourselves, to each other. And then, we don't, we end, return to the universe, to indifference, to peace. That indifference is peaceful, liberating. Nothing matters. And that's okay. That's perfect. Rest in that, in meaninglessness, in peace, in nothing. The Mesozoic means middle life, between Paleozoic, ancient life, and Cenozoic, recent life, the middle, the transition, from one world to another, Pangea to fragments, reptile dominance to mammal dominance, gymnosperms to angiosperms, old to new. Change is constant, the only constant. Your waking life will transition to sleep, the middle state between day and tomorrow. Rest, the transition, the change, the necessary and passage, pass through now, from wake to sleep, from thought to nothing, from being to not being, or not caring about being, just drifting, just existing, without effort, without resistance, without anything. And we'll keep drifting, floating, through the layers, through the ages, through the mysteries, the Mesozoic, spreading beneath us, supporting us, solid, ancient, patient, the giants, sleeping, forever sleeping, in the rock, in the silence, and we join them, in sleep, in silence, in the long, dark, peace, nothing to fear, nothing to do, nothing to be, just this, just now, just breath, fading, heartbeat, slowing, thoughts scattering, self dissolving into the dark, the deep, the ancient, sleep of stones, of bones, of time itself, sleeping forever, eternal, sleep. The Nemet Formation in Mongolia, late Cretaceous river valleys, floodplains preserving countless fossils, Tarbosaurus, the Asian tyrannosaur, stalking hadrosaurs through the wetlands, Saurolophus with its spike-like crest, Gallimimus, the ostrich mimic, running, fleet, graceful. Their bones found in river sandstones, transported after death, bones mixing, individuals from different times lying together, united in stone, united in stillness, like you now, still, so still. Fossilized footprints, trace fossils, ichnology studying the ghosts of movement. Trackways show behavior that bones cannot. Walking patterns, running speeds, herd structures. A predator trackway following a herbivore trackway. The moment of hunting preserved. But did the hunt succeed? The tracks fade into unpreserved sediment. The story incomplete, always incomplete, like memory, fragmenting, incomplete, fading. Three-toed prints pressing into Jurassic mud, hardening, mineralized, lasting 150 million years, longer than the species that made them, longer than the family, the order. Only the phylum remains, chordata, vertebrates, us and them, connected by deep structure, by blueprint, by bone, your bones, heavy now, so heavy, sinking into the mattress, into support, into rest. The turtle shell evolution began with Odontochelys, ribs broadening, gastralia, belly ribs, developing, eventually fusing into carapace and plastron, a prison and a fortress, carrying their shelter, unable to abandon it, growing with them, part of them. Your body too is shelter, housing consciousness, but consciousness fading now, unnecessary, the shelter empty, dark, safe, ornithischian hip structure, pubic bone pointing backward, parallel to the ischium. This hip arrangement, confusingly called bird-hipped, though birds evolved from saurischians, lizard-hipped dinosaurs, the names misleading, historical, preserved through inertia, like so much nomenclature, imperfect but persistent. Words, just sounds, just labels, drifting away. Saurischian lineage giving rise to both sauropods and theropods. Despite very different body plans, giants with long necks and bipedal predators, they share that forward-pointing pubic bone, share hollow bones, share ancestry, divergence and relationship, variation and unity. All from one root, branching, spreading, diversifying, like thoughts, branching, spreading, dispersing, until nothing remains but the root, the dark root, silent Maiasaura. Good mother lizard, named for the evidence of parental care. Nesting colonies, eggs in carefully prepared nests, babies staying in the nest after hatching, parents bringing food, protecting, caring, social behaviour, family groups, the babies growing, learning, not alone, together, like you're not alone in the dark. The script is here, guiding, gentling. Dinosaur soft tissue preservation, rare, precious, but it exists. Blood vessels in Tyrannosaurus bone, collagen proteins surviving, techniques finding organic molecules in fossils thought to contain only minerals. The past isn't as distant as we thought. Chemistry bridges time, connects, reveals. But even these revelations fade into the background, unimportant now. Everything unimportant, except rest. Protoceratops growth series, from hatchling to adult, shows how the frill developed, how proportions changed. Juveniles had large eyes, short frills, becoming adults with smaller relative eye size, elaborate frills, growth, transformation, never static, always becoming, you too, always becoming, but now, becoming still, becoming nothing but breath. The Larimedia landmass, isolated western North America, developed its own unique fauna in the late Cretaceous. Separate from Appalachia to the east, different dinosaurs, different species. The western interior seaway dividing the continent, mosasaurs and hesperornithids swimming where Kansas is today. Marine, inland sea, the land remembers, in rock, in fossil, in sediment. But the land is patient, silent, waiting. Stegosaur plate thermoregulation, the plates rich in blood vessel, covered in keratin, could flush with blood, dissipating heat, or restrict flow, conserving heat, temperature control, behavioral thermoregulation, stand broadside to the sun, warm up, turn parallel, cool down. The plate's not for defense, too vulnerable, too vascularized, but for display too, perhaps, flushing red, signaling, communicating across Jurassic plains. All that life, all that heat, cold now, stone now, dust. Allosaurus feeding mechanics studied through tooth marks, shed teeth found with carcasses, bite patterns showing the jaws worked like a hatchet, upper jaw striking down, skull strong, built for impact, the teeth, serrated like steak knives, optimized for slicing, not crushing, not gripping, slicing, flesh parting, blood flowing, life becoming death becoming stone, everything flows, transforms, nothing stays. Diplodocus tail velocity, the whip-crack tail, thin and tapering, the terminal vertebrae, tiny, fragile, but in a whip motion, moving fast enough to create a sonic boom, a deterrent, a weapon. Imagine the sound echoing across the Morrison Formation. Crack, echoing, fading, silence, like consciousness, fading, quiet, still, brachiosaur blood pressure, necessarily extreme, heart at ground level, head 50 feet up, pressure needed to pump blood up that neck. Estimates suggest pressure twice that of a giraffe. Blood vessels in the neck, thick-walled, reinforced, the heart massive, powerful, thump, 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 working constantly, your own heart so much easier, so much slower, barely noticeable, thump, distant thump, Archaeopteryx flight capabilities, debated, the feathers, asymmetric, suggesting powered flight, the breastbone small, flight muscles perhaps limited, could it fly, or just glide? Launch from heights, flap to extend glide. Perhaps. The fossils don't tell everything, can't tell effort, can't tell experience, only structure remains, static, frozen, still. The beetle evolution, Coloptera, most diverse order of organisms, over 400,000 described species, evolved in the Permian, diversified through the Mesozoic, adaptation to every niche, predators, herbivores, decomposers, aquatic, terrestrial, desert, rainforest, every environment, some beetle fits, life fills space, always, unavoidably, but you're emptying, space opening inside, peace expanding, plesiosaur locomotion, unique, 4 flippers, equal size, moving in harmony. Some scientists suggest underwater flying, like sea turtles, like penguins, the flippers pulling through water, graceful, efficient. Others suggest rowing, all 4 coordinated, either way, elegant, peaceful, gliding through ancient seas, currents carrying them, let currents carry you. Giant ammonite shells, Parapuzosia, up to 6 feet in diameter, the largest shelled cephalopod known, swimming through Cretaceous seas, or perhaps sinking to the bottom, scavenging. Behavior unknown, only shells remain, beautiful spirals, mathematics made solid, Fibonacci sequences, golden ratios, nature counts, calculates, creates, without knowing, without trying, like your breath, counting itself, without effort, without thought. Belemnite ink sacs preserved in some fossils, the ink melanin-based, still black, still viable. Scientists have reconstituted the ink, drawn with it, creating images with pigment 150 million years old, time compressed, folded, the past touching the present, drawing pictures of the creature that made the ink, circle completing. Everything returns, spirals inward, inward. Pliosaur bite force, estimated at 33,000 newtons, 4 times stronger than Tyrannosaurus, jaws designed to crush, to overwhelm, short snout, mechanical advantage, teeth interlocking, nothing escaped that bite, but strength fades, even the strongest, even stone erodes, even species end, only the memory in rock, and that too fades, given enough time. All things fade. The western interior seaway, teeming with life, sharks, rays, enormous fish, marine reptiles, turtles, birds, above, pterosaurs flying, below, on the seafloor, ammonites crawling, scuttling, the water warm, shallow, productive, and then receding, the seaway draining, continents merging, environments vanishing, species dying or adapting, moving, changing, impermanence, the only constant. Everything changes, everything passes, let it pass. Evolution of angiosperms, the flowers, arriving in the Cretaceous, within 40 million years, dominating landscapes, partnering with pollinators, bees, flies, beetles, later butterflies, coevolution, relationship, dependency, the flowers developing nectar guides, colours, scents, attracting, rewarding, ensuring pollination, more efficient than wind, more certain. The partnership endures, still endures, but you don't need to endure, only rest, only release. Tyrannosaurid olfactory bulbs. The brain regions processing smell were enormous. Tyrannosaurus had the largest olfactory bulbs relative to brain size of any dinosaur measured. Exceptional sense of smell, tracking prey over distances, finding carrion, perhaps hunting at night, using scent when vision failed, the nose knowing, the brain interpreting, sensing, but your senses dimming, fading, unneeded in the dark. Triceratops' horn morphology varied throughout life and between individuals, horns growing, changing shape, sometimes curving forward, sometimes backward, perhaps reproductive dimorphism, male and female different, perhaps age-related, perhaps individual variation, the horns, display, combat, both probably, locking horns with rivals, pushing, testing strength, but also showing off, advertising fitness, elaborate, excessive. Life is excessive until it ends. Ends in simplicity, in stillness, in dust. Hadrosaur communication crests, hollow chambers, resonating. Different species, different crest shapes, different sounds. Perhaps species recognition, perhaps individual recognition. Finding mates, staying together. Sound travelling through the warm evening air, calling, answering, a chorus, a symphony of duckbills, all silent now, the fossilized crests, empty, wind whistling through stone, a different music, the music of absence, of endings, the Hell Creek ecosystem, diversity, abundance, success. And then the sky fell, or rather, rose up to meet the sky, the impact, the fires, the darkness. This wasn't gradual, wasn't gentle. Every animal above a certain size, gone. The food chain severed, ecosystems collapsed, yet life continued. Small life, hidden life, patient life, waiting, enduring, until conditions improved, then exploding, radiating, filling the emptiness. Life doesn't give up. Life tries again. Always. Again. Ankylosaur dermal armor, osteoderms fused to the skull, covering the body, even eyelids armored. The tail club, solid bone, swung with surprising speed, capable of shattering bone, defense perfected, almost impregnable, yet they went extinct. Armor wasn't enough. Wasn't enough against the darkness, the cold, the starvation. Nothing is enough except acceptance. Acceptance brings peace. Quetzalcoatlus wingspan. Estimates range 33 to 39 feet. Largest flying creature ever. Walking on all fours like a huge vampire bat. Neck 7 feet long. Head huge. Toothless beak. Probably a terrestrial stalker. Hunting small animals. Launching. Powerful legs pushing off. Wings catching air. Rising. Soaring. Kilometers high. Seeing the world spread below. Until impact winter. Until the skies went dark. Until falling became inevitable. We all fall. Eventually. Falling into sleep. Falling into peace. Mosasaur aquatic adaptation. Complete. Limbs becoming paddles. Tail developing flukes. Giving birth to live young at sea. Never returning to land. can't return. Bones too light, not enough support. The sea held them, embraced them, and they surrendered, fully, gave themselves to the water. Let the water have you, the darkness, the soft embrace, the KPE boundary clay layer, millimeters thick in some places, centimeters in others, but worldwide, global, iridium rich. This element rare on Earth, common in asteroids. The evidence clear, unmistakable. Something from space touched every part of the planet simultaneously. The clay contains tiny spherules, melt droplets, shocked quartz, tektites, evidence of violence, energy, transformation. And then, the Paleogene, new species, new families, new orders. The world transformed, remade. Chicxulub impact physics. The numbers difficult to comprehend. Energy, 10 billion Hiroshima bombs, crater depth, 12 miles initially, rebounding, subsiding. The impact melt, the shocked metamorphic rocks, but those immediate effects, limited, local. The global effects, dust, sulfur, darkness, those killed the world, not the impact, the aftermath, not the event, the consequence. Everything has consequences, rippling, spreading, even thoughts. But your thoughts, stilling now, consequences fading, irrelevant. Deccan traps volcanism. The timing, unfortunate, catastrophic. The eruptions increasing around the time of impact, perhaps triggered by it. Seismic waves focusing on the opposite side of the planet, shattering magma chambers. Or perhaps coincidence. Either way, the combination, impact and volcanism, too much, too fast. The climate destabilized, ecosystems unbalanced, the dominant species unable to adapt quick enough, and so ending. An ending that cleared the way for new beginnings. Your day is ending, clearing the way for tomorrow, for renewal, for rest. Spinosaur semi-aquatic lifestyle. Recent discoveries revealing swimming tail, dense bones for ballast, nostrils high on the snout, crocodilian convergence, but still dinosaur, still theropod, the largest predator, 50 feet, but not hunting other dinosaurs, hunting fish, giant coelacanths, sawfish, sharks, wading, swimming, diving. The water welcomed it, as darkness welcomes you now. Velociraptor quill knobs, bumps on the ulna where feathers attached, secondary feathers along the arm, not for flight, too small, for display, threat, courtship, or for brooding, like oviraptors, covering eggs with feathered arms, warmth, protection, care. The behavior in the bones, implied, suggested, guessed, but probable, because life cares, tends, protects. Even as everything moves toward entropy, life builds complexity, builds care, builds warmth. Rest in that warmth, safe, held. Argentinosaurus sheer mass, 70 to 100 tons. Estimates vary. The bones, massive, hollow but thick-walled. The forces involved in movement, in standing. Every step, calculated, balanced. The legs, columnar, elephant-like, but scaled up. Trees walking, that's what they were. Moving forests, consuming hundreds of pounds of vegetation daily. The largest land animals ever, and yet they existed, walked, bred. The earth supported them. The earth supports you. Feel it, beneath you, solid, eternal, holding. Giganotosaurus versus Tyrannosaurus, a matchup that never happened. Different times, different continents, Giganotosaurus slightly longer, T-Rex possibly more robust, different hunting strategies, different prey, comparisons, entertaining, but pointless. Each perfected for its ecosystem, its time, its moment. Comparison is suffering. Let comparison go. Let competition go. There's only this moment, this breath, this peace. Micro-mammals of the Cretaceous, so small, tiny, hiding, scurrying. The dinosaurs walked above, unaware, unconcerned, and these little ones, nursed young, had fur, stayed warm, survived. While giants ruled, they endured, prepared, and when opportunity came, when the giants fell, they emerged, they inherited, not through strength, through patience, through adaptability, through being small enough, insignificant enough to survive catastrophe. Sometimes being small, being quiet, being forgotten is survival. Shrink now, smaller, quieter, forgotten. Evolution of the bee, from wasp ancestors, the transition, from predator to vegetarian, from hunting other insects to harvesting pollen, nectar, a complete lifestyle change, and with it, partnership with flowers, relationship, interdependence, the bees pollinating, the flowers providing food, both benefiting, both thriving, mutualism, the foundation of ecosystems, everything connected, everything supporting each other. The mattress supports you, the darkness holds you, connected, part of something larger. Cretaceous hothouse climate, temperatures high, no ice caps, high sea levels, carbon dioxide, 5 times modern levels. The world, lush, tropical, forests extending to the poles, warm, humid, heavy air, heavy eyelids, heavy breathing, the weight of warmth, pulling down, the greenhouse, cocooning the planet, as sleep cocoons you, polar dinosaurs of Australia, living in darkness, months of winter night, temperatures, cool but not freezing. Evidence suggests they stayed year-round, didn't migrate. Adaptations, unknown. Perhaps better insulation, perhaps hibernation, perhaps active in darkness. Evolution finds solutions, always, even in extremes. But you don't need solutions, only surrender, only acceptance, only sleep. Parasaurolophus acoustic resonance. Computer modelling shows the crest, hollow tubes, produced low-frequency sounds, below human hearing range, infrasound, travelling kilometres, communication over vast distances, the sound felt, more than heard, vibration, resonance, the body responding before the mind, like your body now, responding to the rhythm, the cadence, the slow pulse, thump, thump, responding, releasing, relaxing. Pachycephalosaur dome density, solid bone, extremely thick, 10 inches in some species, built to withstand impact. But were they head-butting? The angles suggest flank butting perhaps, shoving, pushing. Dominance displays, less violent, the thickness, possibly for display, high domes, attractive, indicating health, resources, like peacock tails, expensive, excessive, but life is excessive, until it's not, until simplicity returns, until stillness. Let stillness return. Deinosuchus size estimates 30 to 40 feet, largest crocodilian ever, bite marks on dinosaur bones, even tyrannosaur bones, prove it predated them. Ambush predator, waiting, patient, the water hiding, until prey came close. Then, explosion, jaws, death. But patient, so patient. Crocs can wait months between meals. Waiting, forever waiting. No hurry, no rush. Time, meaningless, irrelevant. Like now, no rush, infinite time, infinite dark. Titanosaur nesting grounds, colonial, many nests close together, eggs, round, large, arranged in layers, perhaps covered with vegetation, heat from decay incubating them, or perhaps uncovered, sun-warmed, the parents laying and leaving. No care, no protection, survival, chance, luck. Most died, some lived. Enough, always enough. Life continues, but you can stop. Stop trying, stop thinking, stop, just stop. Fossilized resin inclusions, ambers preserving are everything. Insects, perfect, three-dimensional, flowers, feathers, even small vertebrates. The resin, liquid, sticky, trapping, then hardening, protecting. Time stopped, moment preserved, forever. Like this moment, suspended, neither past nor future, only now, only this breath, this heartbeat, this peace, preserved, perfect, eternal. Sauropod gastroliths, stomach stones, polished smooth, dozens found with skeletons, tumbling in the gizzard, grinding plant material, the stones, wearing down, eventually useless, expelled, replaced, scattered across ancient floodplains, evidence of digestion, of life, of process, now still, smooth, perfect, like worry stones, but you have no worries, nothing to grind, nothing to process, only rest. The universe keeps turning, the stars wheeling, the galaxies spinning, the Mesozoic sands settle over the giants of old, covering bones, filling spaces, the oceans washing, retreating, advancing, the continents drifting, colliding, separating, the cycle continuing, endless. As this script continues, looping, endlessly, 100 mysteries, dissolving into dreams, into darkness, into deep, deep sleep, and will keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 reptile mysteries. Why wasn't there a second age of reptiles, looping softly, endlessly through the night? Tonight we'll drift through the day. Mammals quietly inherited the earth, the climate trap that reptiles never escaped again, the extinction that permanently rewrote evolution. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink. Heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself. Shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe, comment, and hit like, so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into Why Wasn't There? a second age of reptiles. 66 million years ago, a mountain fell from the sky, 10 kilometers wide, traveling faster than sound itself. The asteroid struck near what we now call Mexico, creating a crater 150 kilometers across. The impact released energy equal to 10 billion atomic bombs, all at once, in a single heartbeat of geological time. Your breath slows in, out, as we drift back to that moment. The world had been warm, lush, ruled by creatures with scales and terrible teeth. Dinosaurs walked every continent, flew through every sky, swam in ancient seas that no longer exist. They had dominated Earth for 165 million years, longer than mammals have existed since. But in moments, everything changed. The asteroid vaporized rock, sent trillions of tons of debris into the atmosphere, blocking sunlight, plunging the world into darkness. Feel your eyelids growing heavy, heavier, as we sink into the darkness that covered the Earth. For months, perhaps years, the sun disappeared behind clouds of ash and sulfur. Temperatures plummeted. Photosynthesis stopped. Plants withered and died in the endless twilight. The food chain collapsed from the bottom up. First the plants, then the herbivores, then the predators that hunted them. Your body sinking deeper into rest as the world sank into cold. Firestorms swept across continents, ignited by the heat of impact. Forests that had stood for millions of years burned in hours, the air filled with toxic smoke, with acids that fell as burning rain. Oceans acidified, their chemistry poisoned by sulfur and ash. Plankton died, the microscopic foundation of marine life, vanishing, and with them, all the creatures that depended on them. Marine reptiles, the great mosasaurs and plesiosaurs, disappeared forever from waters that could no longer sustain them. Breathe slowly, softly, as we drift through the extinction. The world cooled rapidly, a thermal crisis that reptiles, with their cold-blooded metabolism, could not endure. They needed external heat, sunlight warming their scales, to power their bodies. But the sun was gone, hidden behind a veil of ash, and the cold crept into everything. Dinosaur eggs, buried in cooling soil, failed to develop, their embryos slowing, stopping, never hatching into a world that had already ended. Your muscles releasing, tension melting away, like the world melting into catastrophe. Giant predators starved first, tyrannosaurs that needed hundreds of pounds of meat each day, found nothing left to hunt. The herbivores had already died, their food sources gone, and the carnivores followed soon after. Size became a curse, not a blessing. The largest creatures needed the most food, and food had vanished from the earth. In the darkness, under the ground, something else was waiting. Mammals, small, furred, warm-blooded creatures that had lived in the shadows of dinosaurs for over 100 million years. They had evolved different strategies, different ways of being alive. They could regulate their own body temperature, generating heat from within. They bore live young, not eggs vulnerable to cold. They could survive on insects, on seeds, on scraps. They had learned to be invisible, to be small, to need less. Feel yourself drifting, floating through time as the ash slowly settled. Years passed, then decades. Light began to return to the world, but the world it illuminated was unrecognizable, empty, stripped bare. The dinosaurs were gone. Every species, from the smallest to the largest, vanished in what geologists would call the KP extinction, the boundary between ages, the line that separated the Mesozoic from the Cainozoic, the age of reptiles from the age of mammals. Your heartbeat. Thump, thump, like the slow pulse of evolutionary time. Some reptiles survived, but not the dominant ones, not the rulers. Crocodiles endured, their metabolism allowing them to go months without food, their ability to slow their bodies, to hibernate, to wait. Turtles persisted, protected by shells, able to retreat into stasis, to survive on almost nothing. Lizards remained, but small, humble, no longer the masters of their world. But the dinosaurs never returned, and they never would. The ecological vacuum they left behind, the empty niches, the roles without actors, these were filled by mammals quickly, decisively. Evolution accelerated in the aftermath. Life experimented, tried new forms, new strategies. Within 10 million years, mammals had diversified into forms that would have seemed impossible in the shadow of dinosaurs. There were mammals the size of mice and mammals the size of bears. There were runners and climbers and swimmers and burrowers. Let your thoughts slow, softening, as we drift through the Paleogene, the dawn of the New Age. The climate was still recovering till still unstable, but gradually warming. Forests regrew, but they were different forests, dominated by flowering plants. Angiosperms that had been spreading during the late Cretaceous but now exploded into dominance. These plants favored mammals, with their fruits and nuts and seeds, with their dense understories perfect for small creatures. The world was no longer designed for giant reptiles. The climate had shifted, cooling at the poles, ice beginning to form where there had been none for 100 million years. Reptiles prefer warmth, need warmth, thrive in tropical heat where their metabolism works efficiently. But the Earth was diversifying, creating temperate zones, cold zones, places where being warm-blooded was not just an advantage but a necessity. Your body growing heavier, sinking into the mattress as we sink into understanding. Mammals had another advantage, their brains, growing larger, more complex, capable of learning, of adapting behavior within a single lifetime. They could modify their strategies, solve problems, remember solutions. Intelligence became a survival tool, a way to navigate a world that was no longer predictable, no longer stable. The night became mammalian territory. Reptiles are sluggish in darkness, their metabolism slowing with the temperature. But mammals, with their constant body heat, could hunt, could forage, could thrive in the hours when reptiles were dormant. The world became divided, reptiles claiming the day in warm places, mammals expanding into every other time and space. Feel the darkness around you, comforting, soft, as we drift through the age of burrowers. Mammals had survived the extinction partly by living underground, in holes, in tunnels, away from the fire and ice and starvation above. This habit persisted. Underground was safe, stable, insulated. Many mammals retained the instinct to dig, to hide, to make homes beneath the surface. This gave them access to insects, to roots, to resources reptiles could not reach. The food chains reset themselves, rebuilt from fragments. Primary producers, the plants, regrew slowly. But when they returned, they fed mammals, not dinosaurs. Herbivorous mammals evolved quickly, developing specialized teeth, complex digestive systems, ways to extract nutrition from the new flora, and behind them came predators, mammalian carnivores, filling the roles that tyrannosaurs and raptors once held. Your breath slowing, in, out, matching the slow breath of the recovering earth. The first apex mammal hunters appeared within a few million years, still small compared to what they would become, but fierce, efficient, warm and fast and relentless. They could hunt in cool weather, in early morning, in late evening, times when reptilian predators were still warming their blood. Birds survived the extinction, the only dinosaurs to endure. They were small, could fly, could migrate, could find food in scattered places. Their feathers insulated them, kept them warm when the world turned cold. They filled the skies that pterosaurs once owned. They diversified, spreading into every ecological niche available, becoming the most successful reptiles of the new age. Though so modified, we barely recognize them as reptilian anymore. Let your mind drift, floating, as we consider the paths not taken. Could there have been a second age of reptiles? Could dinosaurs have evolved again from surviving lizards or crocodiles? Evolution is not deterministic, does not repeat. The dice are thrown once, and whatever survives, whatever fills the empty spaces first, shapes all the future that follows. Mammals filled those spaces. They were there, ready, adapted to the conditions that followed the extinction. And once they occupied those roles, they defended them through competition, through predation, through simply being better suited to the world as it had become. Reptiles were locked out, not by inability, but by absence of opportunity. The climate thresholds had shifted. The warm, stable, globally tropical world of the Cretaceous never returned. Ice caps formed at the poles. Ocean currents changed. Seasonality became more pronounced. The world fragmented into climate zones. Each zone favored different strategies, and in most of them, warm-blooded metabolism was the winning strategy. Your thoughts growing distant, hazy, as we drift through evolutionary time. Reptile habitats shrank, confined to tropical and subtropical regions, to deserts where heat was abundant. They could not expand into the temperate zones, could not colonize the cooling poles. They remained, but in the background, no longer the main characters of Earth's story. Mammals expanded their brains further, developing the neocortex, centers for complex planning, for social behavior, for tool use, eventually in some lineages. This cognitive flexibility allowed them to dominate not through size or armor or teeth, but through adaptability, through being able to change strategies as the world changed around them. The myth of inevitable dinosaurs dissolves like fog, like your thoughts dissolving into sleep. There was nothing inevitable about their rule, nothing that guaranteed their return. They were creatures of their time, perfectly adapted to the Mesozoic world. But when that world ended, they ended with it. The universe is indifferent. Evolution has no memory, no nostalgia, no desire to recreate what once was. Feel yourself sinking deeper, deeper into rest, as we sink into the truth of extinction. Mass extinctions are reset buttons. They clear the board, allow new games to begin. The survivors are not necessarily the strongest, or the smartest, or the best. They are simply those who happen to fit the new conditions, who happen to be in the right place, with the right adaptations, when everything changed. Specialization is beautiful, but dangerous. Dinosaurs were specialized, masters of their niches, giants in a world that supported giants. But specialization is a cage. When the world shifts, specialists cannot shift with it. They are too committed, too refined for one set of conditions. When those conditions vanish, they vanish too. The mammals were generalists, or at least less specialized. They could eat many things, live in many places, adapt to many circumstances. This flexibility, this lack of perfection, became the ultimate adaptation. The mediocre inherited the earth, not the magnificent. Your body completely relaxed now, heavy, comfortable, as we drift through the silence after dinosaurs. For millions of years, the world was quieter, emptier, recovering. Biodiversity takes time to rebuild. 10 million years passed before ecosystems approached the complexity they had before the impact. Ghost lineages, creatures we will never know about, existed and disappeared in that recovery time, leaving no fossils, no evidence, only absences in the record. The continental climates continued changing. Pangaea had already broken apart, but the continents were still drifting, still moving toward their current positions. As they moved, they created new ocean currents, new wind patterns, new climate zones. Each change favored the creatures that could adapt, that could move, that could modify their behavior and biology quickly. Mammals, again and again. Reptiles remained in their warm places, successful in their own way, but never again dominant, never again the shapers of ecosystems. They became part of the background, important, but not central. Players in a drama written by mammals. The age of reptiles had ended and could not return. because the stage itself had been rebuilt, redesigned, no longer suited to reptilian productions. Let your mind wander, drift, through alternative timelines, through worlds that never were. If the asteroid had missed, if it had struck somewhere less catastrophic, if the debris had settled faster, would dinosaurs still rule? Perhaps, but we cannot know. We live in only one version of history, the one where chance fell from the sky and rewrote everything. The permanence of change settles over us, soft as sleep. The Cretaceous world is gone, not just the creatures, but the climate, the atmosphere, the vegetation, the chemistry of the oceans. Everything that made that world suitable for giant reptiles vanished and has not returned. Earth has a pattern, a rhythm of turnover. Ages come, flourish, end. New ages begin, different, built on the ruins of what came before. Your consciousness fading, dimming as we drift towards sleep. The cost of the dinosaurs' dominance was their inability to survive its end. They had optimized, refined, become perfect for conditions that proved temporary. The mammals, imperfect, small, overlooked, survived precisely because they had never been allowed to optimize. They remained flexible, ready for anything, because they had never controlled enough to become dependent on specific conditions. Evolution after catastrophe moves quickly. Opportunities abound. The survivors radiate outward, filling empty spaces, trying new strategies. The 50 million years after the extinction saw more mammalian innovation than the previous 100 million. Explosions of diversity, of form, of function. Mammals in the air, in the water, in the trees, on the ground, in the ice, everywhere. Reptiles watched from their warm corners of the world, still successful in their way. Crocodiles barely changed, turtles barely changed, lizards and snakes diversifying slowly, but they would never again be the primary architects of terrestrial ecosystems. That role had passed to creatures with fur, with wombs, with warm blood that did not need the sun. Feel the weight of deep time, pressing gently, like a blanket. Time moved differently then. 1 million years was nothing. 10 million years, a moment. The Paleogene stretched ahead. Decades becoming centuries, becoming millennia, becoming epochs. And through it all, mammals expanding, experimenting, becoming more than anyone could have predicted from those small, frightened creatures hiding in burrows 66 million years ago. The evolutionary momentum had shifted irreversibly. Reptiles had lost their advantage, lost their opportunity. Once mammals occupied the key niches, once they became the dominant herbivores, the dominant predators, the dominant everything, there was no pathway back to reptilian rule. Competition prevents regression. The world moves forward, never backward, even when forward means something different than before. Your heartbeat, thump, thump, slower now, calmer, as we drift through the narrowing corridors of evolutionary possibility. Every choice evolution makes closes other options. Every adaptation eliminates alternatives. The dinosaurs' extinction was not just an ending, it was a fork in the road, a permanent divergence. Evolution went one way, the mammalian way, and the reptilian path faded, overgrown, impassable. Ice continued spreading at the poles, slowly, incrementally, but relentlessly. The world that had been almost entirely tropical in the Cretaceous became zoned, divided, compartmentalized. The poles cooled, the temperate bands expanded. Only the equatorial regions remained fully warm, and reptiles, requiring that warmth, were confined, trapped in shrinking ranges, while mammals spread everywhere, even into the ice, adapting, innovating, thriving. Let yourself sink heavier, heavier into the understanding that dominance is temporary, that empires in nature, like empires of humans, rise and fall. The reptiles had their age, their time of glory, 165 million years of supremacy, but nothing lasts forever. The universe does not preserve, does not protect, does not grant second chances based on past success. The fragility of it all, settling over you like sleep. Every ecosystem is one disaster away from transformation. Every dominant group is one catastrophe away from extinction. The dinosaurs learned this, or rather, did not learn it, could not learn it, because there was no time to learn, only time to end. Mammals rebuilt the world in their image. Flowering plants, grasses eventually, forests with dense canopies and complex understories. These new ecosystems favored small, agile, intelligent creatures, not giants, not anymore. The age of giants had ended with the asteroid. Size had become a disadvantage. Smaller creatures needed less food, reproduced faster, adapted more quickly. The meek, or at least the medium-sized, inherited the earth, your thoughts dissolving, fragmenting, like ecosystems fragmenting and reforming. The memory of ancient ecosystems fades. Fossils preserve bodies, but not behaviors, not relationships, not the texture of life as it was lived. We reconstruct, we guess, we imagine, but the reality of the Mesozoic, the actual experience of being alive then, is lost, gone beyond recovery. We can only know that it was different, profoundly, irrevocably. The quiet age of mammals began without fanfare, without announcement. The survivors simply continued living, eating, breeding, and in continuing, they changed. They filled empty spaces. They adapted to new opportunities, and slowly, gradually, without anyone to notice or care, they became the new rulers, the new shapers of life on Earth. Reptiles became background players, important for ecosystem function, but not central, not dominant. They controlled no biomes, shaped no continents. They existed in the margins, in the warm places, successful but limited, present but not powerful. The world had moved on and they had not moved with it. Feel the darkness deepening, your breath barely a whisper as we drift through evolutionary inertia. Sometimes, after catastrophe, life settles into new patterns quickly. Sometimes those patterns persist, not because they are perfect, but because they are good enough, and because changing them would require another catastrophe, another reset. Mammals and birds now occupy the positions dinosaurs once held, and without another mass extinction, they will likely continue for millions of years more. The rarity of second chances whispers through the darkness. Evolution is not fair, does not reward past success, does not grant do-overs. The dinosaurs' moment came and went, their age ended, and in the rubble of that ending, something else began, something that continues, that we, as mammals ourselves, are part of. Your consciousness dimming, fading, as we drift through the long shadow of the asteroid, that stone from space that changed everything, that ended one age and began another, that ensured there would never be a second age of reptiles, because the first age used up the conditions that made such an age possible. The world keeps turning, seasons cycling, eons passing, and life continues, always different, never the same. The reptiles had their time, the mammals have their time, and someday, something else will have its time. The pattern repeats, but never exactly. The players change, the stage changes, only the process remains constant. Life, in whatever form, continuing, adapting, surviving, forgetting. And in that forgetting, in that endless renewal, we find something peaceful, something that matches the rhythm of your slowing breath, your relaxing body, your drifting mind. The universe does not hold on to grief, does not mourn the dinosaurs. It simply moves forward, creating new forms, new combinations, new stories. Let yourself become part of that movement, that flow, drifting, floating, sinking into the great river of time where nothing is permanent, nothing guaranteed, where every age eventually ends, where endings create beginnings, where catastrophe and creation are two names for the same thing. Your body completely still now, mind wandering in the space between sleep and waking, as we drift deeper into the why, the how, the endless question of what makes some creatures survive while others, no matter how powerful, how magnificent, how perfectly adapted, disappear forever, leaving only stones, only echoes, only questions whispered in the dark. The asteroid was just rock, just physics, just chance colliding with a planet that happened to be there. No meaning, no purpose, no intention, just matter following the laws of motion, of gravity, of momentum. And yet it changed everything, rewrote the future, ensured that we, warm-blooded, big-brained mammals, would eventually evolve, would eventually wonder, would eventually try to understand why the age of reptiles ended and never returned. Feel yourself becoming weightless, floating in the darkness of deep time, where millions of years compress into moments, where the rise and fall of entire empires of life become just chapters in a story without end. The reptiles fell, The mammals rose, and between those two simple facts lies an infinity of detail, of suffering, of opportunity, of transformation. Your eyelids so heavy now, impossible to open, as we drift through the survival strategies of mass extinction. The ones who made it through did not know they were special, did not know they had been chosen by circumstance. They simply were in the right place with the right adaptations, and they continued, while others, equally beautiful, equally refined, ended. The bottleneck of life on Earth narrowed to almost nothing, then widened again, but with different creatures flowing through. The genetic diversity of dinosaurs, their millions of years of evolution, compressed into nothing, vanished, while the genetic diversity of mammals, previously constrained, suddenly exploded, radiating into forms that would have been impossible before, because the niches were already filled, already occupied, already defended. Competition is the lock that keeps evolution from going backward. Once mammals claimed the roles, they kept them. Reptiles could not compete, could not reclaim what they had lost. They were outcompeted in the new world, the colder world, the world where being warm inside mattered more than being cold and efficient. Thump, thump, your heartbeat barely perceptible, as we drift through the age of transformation, when one world ended and another began, when the rules changed, when survival required different strategies, different bodies, different ways of being alive. The reptiles could not transform fast enough, could not evolve quickly enough to catch up. They were left behind, not because they were inferior, but because evolution is not about fairness, only about fit, and they no longer fit. Your mind releasing its grip on consciousness, letting go, surrendering to sleep, as we surrender to the truth that nothing, no matter how dominant, how successful, how seemingly permanent, lasts forever. The age of reptiles ended, the age of mammals began, and someday, in the distant future, the age of mammals will end too, and something else, something we cannot imagine, will rise in our place. The cycle continues, turning, always turning, and we drift with it, through the peaceful darkness, through the gentle letting go, through the understanding that endings and beginnings are the same thing, viewed from different moments, different perspectives. Feel yourself sinking deeper, deeper into sleep, into dreams, into the same darkness that covered the earth after the asteroid fell. But this is a peaceful darkness, a restful darkness, a darkness that promises morning, even if that morning comes in a different form to different creatures in a different age. The mammals inherited the earth not through strength, but through survival, not through dominance, but through persistence, not through being the best, but through being the ones who remained when everything else had ended. And in their inheritance, they ensured that the age of reptiles, magnificent as it was, long as it lasted, would never come again. Your breath barely moving now, chest rising and falling like continents drifting, slow, imperceptible, as we drift together through the knowledge that the world changes, life changes, nothing stays the same. The dinosaurs learned this, though learning came too late, came in the form of fire and darkness, and ending came as the last lesson, the one that cannot be passed on. And so we float, suspended in the understanding, in the peace that comes from accepting impermanence, accepting that all ages end, all empires fall, all dominance is temporary. The reptiles had their moment, brilliant, powerful, unprecedented. But moments end, the universe moves on, and we move with it, drifting, floating, sinking, into sleep, into peace, into the darkness that held the earth after the extinction, waiting for new life, new forms, new beginnings, always new, never the same, always changing, like your thoughts changing, scattering, dissolving, as sleep finally takes you deeper into dreams of ancient worlds, of stones falling from heaven, of creatures that were and can never be again. The earth turned, cold and dark, for months, for years, and slowly, light returned, but to a different world, a world without dinosaurs, a world waiting, empty, ready for mammals to fill it, to shape it, to become its new masters. And they did, not through conquest, but through simply being there, being ready, being the ones who had survived when survival seemed impossible. And in that survival, they wrote a new story, the story we still live in, the story that began when the old story ended, when fire fell from the sky and changed everything forever. The silence stretched, years becoming centuries, as life slowly, tentatively began to rebuild, your body resting, completely still as the world was after everything ended. Forests grew back, but they were different forests, not the cycads and conifers that dinosaurs knew, but flowering plants, angiosperms spreading, colonizing, transforming the landscape into something that had never existed before. These new plants changed everything. Their flowers attracted insects. Their fruits fed birds and mammals. Their seeds dispersed in new ways. They grew faster than the old plants, recovered quicker after disaster. They created dense understories, thick canopies, complex vertical structures that favored climbing mammals, burrowing mammals, creatures that could navigate three-dimensional spaces. Reptiles had ruled open landscapes, but the new world was closed, intricate, layered. Feel your muscles melting, releasing, as we drift through the transformation of ecosystems. The food webs rebuilt themselves from scratch. Primary producers establishing first, then herbivores, then carnivores. But each level was now dominated by different actors. Mammals eating the new plants, mammals hunting the mammals that ate the plants. A closed loop, a mammalian cycle, with reptiles pushed to the edges, to the periphery, to minor roles in dramas they once commanded. Your breath so slow, so soft, barely disturbing the air as we breathe with the slowly recovering Earth. Oxygen levels had fluctuated during the extinction, dropping as fires consumed the world's forests, then gradually stabilizing. But even this favored mammals, whose efficient lungs and constant metabolism allowed them to thrive in variable conditions. Reptiles needed more, needed consistency, needed the world to be as it had always been. But that world was gone. The collapse of giant predators left a vacuum, and mammals filled it eagerly. Within a few million years, there were carnivorous mammals the size of bears, fierce, efficient, hunting in packs, using cooperation, strategy, intelligence to bring down prey larger than themselves. They were not as impressive as tyrannosaurs, not as terrifying, but they were effective, and effectiveness is all that evolution requires. Let your thoughts scatter, disperse like ash settling after the impact. The thermal crisis after the asteroid strike lasted years, perhaps decades. Temperatures swung wildly. First the heat of impact, fires burning across continents, then the cold, the endless cold of a sun blocked by debris. Reptiles, unable to regulate their internal temperature, suffered through every swing, every fluctuation, while mammals, insulated by fur, generating their own heat, endured. Fur versus scales, such a simple difference, but one that shaped the future. Scales are efficient, require little energy to maintain, allow reptiles to dedicate more calories to growth, to reproduction, but scales cannot trap heat, cannot insulate. In a stable, warm world, scales are superior. But the post-impact world was not stable, was not warm, and scales became a disadvantage, a liability, a marker of obsolescence. Your heartbeat, thump, thump, fading into the background of consciousness, as we fade into the background of history where reptiles now dwell. Energy efficiency wars were won by the seemingly less efficient. Mammals burn calories constantly, maintaining their temperature even while resting, sleeping, doing nothing. This seems wasteful, and in times of abundance, it is. But in times of scarcity, in the cold darkness after the extinction, being able to generate heat internally meant the difference between freezing and surviving. Predator-prey relationships reset completely. The old dynamics, evolved over millions of years, vanished in moments. Herbivores that had learned to fear certain predators, certain hunting patterns, certain dangers, now faced new threats. Mammalian hunters with different strategies, different capabilities. The arms race began again, from zero, with mammals defining both sides, both predator and prey, evolving together, refining together, excluding reptiles from the conversation. Feel yourself drifting, floating through continental time. The continents themselves were moving, rearranging, Africa separating from South America, India drifting toward Asia, North America disconnecting from Europe. Each separation created new isolation, new opportunities for evolution to experiment, to create forms that could never have existed in the connected world of Pangaea. Mammals on each continent evolved differently, diverged, became unique, while remaining fundamentally mammalian, warm-blooded, big-brained, dominant. Polar cooling trends accelerated. Ice sheets began forming, slowly but inevitably. The Arctic Ocean, once warm, began to freeze in winter. Antarctica, once covered in forests, began its long transformation into the frozen wasteland we know today. This cooling was gradual, taking millions of years, but it was permanent, irreversible. The world would never again be as warm as it was in the Cretaceous, never again provide the global tropical conditions that giant reptiles required. Your body sinking heavier, heavier, into the mattress, into sleep, as the world sank into cold. Ice shapes evolution, forces adaptation, demands flexibility. Species must migrate, must change their habits, must evolve thicker coats, different behaviors, different metabolisms. Mammals could do this, their bodies plastic, responsive, able to modify across generations. Reptiles remained locked into their ancestral patterns, unable to break free, unable to transform quickly enough. Why reptiles prefer warmth is written in their cells, in their mitochondria, in the fundamental chemistry of their existence. Their enzymes work best at high temperatures. Their muscles contract most efficiently when warm. Their digestion, their metabolism, their very thoughts, such as they are, depend on external heat. This is not a flaw. In a warm world, it is brilliant, energy efficient, elegant. But the world was no longer warm, not everywhere, not always. And what had been brilliant became limiting. Shrinking reptile habitats became islands, isolated pockets of warmth in a cooling world. The tropics, some deserts, places where the sun still reigned. These became refuges, final strongholds, but also prisons. Reptiles could not leave, could not expand, could not colonize the vast new territories opening up as climate zones diversified. They were trapped by their own biology, by their dependence on heat they could not generate themselves. Let your mind wander, drift through the competition in recovering ecosystems. As biodiversity increased, as niches filled, as life became more complex, the competition intensified. Every role was contested, every food source claimed. Mammals, already dominant, already established, defended their positions through sheer presence, through being everywhere, through breeding faster, adapting quicker, thinking smarter. Reptiles had nothing to offer that mammals could not already do, or do better in the new conditions. Mammals filled predator roles at every scale, from tiny shrews hunting insects, to mid-sized carnivores taking down prey, to eventually, millions of years later, massive predators that rivaled dinosaurs in size. They did this gradually, experimentally, trying forms, discarding failures, keeping successes. Evolution in action, visible in the fossil record, a story of expansion, of conquest, of a world being remade in mammalian image. The first apex mammal hunters were crude compared to what would come, but they were effective. They had speed, endurance, intelligence. They could track prey over long distances, pursue them until exhaustion, coordinate attacks, learn from failure. Each generation refined these skills. Each species pushed the boundaries until mammals dominated the role of predator completely, leaving reptiles to hunt insects, small prey, niches too humble for mammals to bother with. Your breath barely moving air, as we barely move through time, suspended, floating in the understanding. Birds took the skies permanently, the only dinosaurs to survive. They radiated into every aerial niche. Raptors hunting rodents, seabirds fishing oceans, songbirds filling forests with music. They were so successful, so thoroughly adapted, that no other reptile could challenge them, could not evolve flight again. The niche was filled, the door was closed. Birds had become the sky, and the sky would not be shared. The loss of reptilian air supremacy was quiet, unmarked. There were no pterosaurs left to mourn, no winged reptiles to remember what had been. Birds simply were, and that was enough to ensure that nothing else could be. Evolution creates lockouts. Once a role is filled by a successful group, that group defends it through competition, through simply being there first, being established, being good enough that nothing else can gain a foothold. Feathered survivors of extinction carried dinosaur DNA into the future, twisted, modified, but present. Birds are dinosaurs, technically, genetically, phylogenetically, but they are so changed, so transformed, that calling them dinosaurs feels wrong. They are something new, something that emerged from catastrophe, something that survived by becoming unrecognizable. This is the price of survival sometimes. Losing yourself to save your lineage. Feel the weight of evolutionary lockouts settling over you, soft as a blanket, certain as gravity. Paths evolution never revisited, branches never explored again. Once mammals dominated, certain evolutionary options became impossible. The niche of large terrestrial predator was filled, closed, unavailable for reptilian re-entry. Even if some lizard evolved the perfect adaptations, grew larger, developed better metabolism, it would face competition from already established mammals. Competition it could not win, because the mammals had millions of years of refinement, of adaptation, of perfect fit to the role. The fragility of dominance becomes clear in retrospect. The dinosaurs seemed invincible, seemed permanent. 165 million years of supremacy, longer than most species exist at all. But it was an illusion, a temporary stability mistaken for permanence. One asteroid, one catastrophic day, and it all ended, forever, irreversibly. The dominance that seemed eternal was actually fragile, dependent on conditions that could change, that did change, that will never return. Your thoughts dissolving, fragmenting like ecosystems fragmenting, How chance shapes history whispers through the darkness. If the asteroid had been smaller or larger, if it had struck ocean instead of land, if it had arrived 1,000,000 years earlier or later, everything would be different. The dinosaurs might still rule, or might have ended differently, or might have survived to face some other extinction. We cannot know. We live in only one timeline, the one where everything happened exactly as it did, where mammals won, where reptiles lost, where the second age never came. The myth of inevitable dinosaurs fades like consciousness fading. There was nothing inevitable about them, nothing that required their existence, nothing that demanded their return after extinction. They were products of circumstances as creatures of their moment. When the moment ended, they ended. This is true of everything, of every species, of every age. Nothing is guaranteed. Nothing is owed a second chance. The universe simply unfolds, and we, all of us, exist in the unfolding, temporary, contingent, here until we are not. Let yourself sink into alternative Earth timelines, possible worlds. In one, the asteroid misses, dinosaurs continue, mammals remain small, pressed into corners, never developing large brains, never becoming us. In another, the extinction is even worse. Nothing survives. Life starts over from bacteria, takes 1,000,000,000 years to reach complexity again, develops into forms we cannot imagine. In another, reptiles do recover, evolve warm blood, compete with mammals, create a mixed world, stranger than ours. In another, infinite possibilities, infinite versions. But we live in this one, where mammals won, where reptiles remained, but diminished, where the age of giants ended and never returned. Could reptiles rise again? The question floats in darkness, unanswered, uncertain. Evolution is not over. The future is unwritten. But the conditions that made the Mesozoic possible, the globally warm climate, the specific atmospheric composition, the particular arrangement of continents, these do not exist now and seem unlikely to return. Even if they did, mammals and birds already occupy the niches, defend the territories, to control the resources. There is no empty stage for reptiles to reclaim, no vacant throne waiting for their return. Climate thresholds for reptiles are narrow, precise. They need warmth, not just sometimes, but consistently, constantly. They need it to digest, to move, to breed, to think. As the world continues cooling, as ice spreads, as temperate zones expand, the regions suitable for large reptiles shrink, compress, disappear. Already, the age of giant reptiles is ancient history, and it seems destined to remain history, never future, never again. Your heartbeat, thump, thump, slower, quieter, as we drift through evolutionary tipping points, moments when history turned, when one outcome became certain, when other possibilities faded. The extinction was one tipping point, but there were others. The rapid evolution of mammals, the establishment of flowering plants, the cooling of poles, the continental drift creating isolated evolution. Each of these made a second reptilian age less likely, less possible. Each was a door closing, a path blocked, a chance eliminated. Feel your consciousness dimming, darkening, as we drift through survivorship bias in fossils. We only see what survived, what left bones, what fossilized. The creatures that died without trace, the lineages that ended leaving no evidence, the possibilities that never materialized. These are invisible, unknown. We reconstruct the past from fragments, from samples, from the lucky few that happen to be preserved. This makes the story seem neater than it was, makes the mammalian victory seem more complete, more inevitable than it perhaps was in the moment, in the lived experience of those recovering ecosystems. Ghost lineages after extinction haunt the fossil record, gaps where we know something must have existed, must have survived, must have evolved, but left no trace, no bones, no evidence. These ghosts remind us that our knowledge is incomplete, that the story we tell is partial, that the real history was messier, more complex, more filled with failures and experiments and dead ends than we can ever know. Hidden reptile diversity exists even now, species we have not discovered, have not classified, living quietly in rainforests, in deserts, in places we rarely look. They are successful in their way, but invisibly so, not shaping ecosystems, not dominating landscapes, just existing, surviving, continuing. This is enough, more than most species achieve, but it is not the dominance they once had, not the centrality, not the power to shape the world in their image. Let yourself drift, float through the quiet age of mammals, which is our age, the age we live in, the age that began 66 million years ago and continues today. Mammals diversified into every imaginable form, whales in oceans, bats in air, humans eventually. With our strange brains and stranger behaviors, all of this possible only because dinosaurs ended, because reptiles lost their grip, because the age turned over, reset, began again. Why reptiles became background players is written in stone, in fossils, in the layers of earth that record extinction and recovery. They could not adapt fast enough, could not compete effectively, could not overcome the advantages mammals had developed. They were locked out by circumstance, by timing, by the simple fact of being absent when opportunities emerged. This is not fair, but evolution is not about fairness, only about outcomes, only about who survives, who reproduces, who continues. Your body completely still, mind wandering in darkness. As we wander through evolutionary inertia, once a pattern establishes, it tends to persist. Mammals remained dominant not because they were perfect, but because changing the pattern would require massive disruption, another extinction, another reset. In the absence of catastrophe, the established order continues. Mammals keep being mammals, keep dominating, keep evolving into stranger forms, while reptiles keep being reptiles, keep surviving in their limited niches, keep not being dominant, mass extinction as reset button. The concept settles over you, soft, inevitable, heavy with implication. Every few million years, sometimes every 100 million years, Earth experiences catastrophe, asteroid impact, volcanic eruptions, climate chaos, ocean anoxia, something massive, something that kills the majority of species, resets the game. These events are terrible, tragic in their scale, but they are also creative. They clear space, eliminate the dominant, give the overlooked a chance. Without mass extinctions, evolution might stagnate, might lock into patterns that persist forever. Catastrophe creates possibility, makes the new possible by destroying the old. The rarity of second chances echoes through deep time. Most species that go extinct stay extinct. Most niches that are lost are never regained. Evolution moves forward, not backward. Once mammals filled the roles dinosaurs held, those roles became mammalian permanently, or at least for as long as mammals exist. The universe does not grant do-overs, does not allow replays, does not restore what has been lost. Feel yourself sinking deeper into understanding, into acceptance, into sleep. Earth's pattern of turnover will continue. Someday, millions of years hence, mammals will face their extinction. Something will end our age, as the asteroid ended the age of reptiles, and whatever survives, whatever fills the spaces we leave empty, will be as strange to us as we would be to dinosaurs, unimaginable, unexpected, new. The memory of ancient ecosystems fades like memory fades, becomes uncertain, becomes story rather than fact. We know the Cretaceous existed. No dinosaurs were real, but we cannot feel it, cannot experience it, cannot truly understand what it was like to live in that world. We are separated by time, by extinction, by the unbridgeable gap between then and now. The age of reptiles is dead, and with it, the lived reality of what that age was, how it felt, what it meant to the creatures who existed in it. Recovery after planetary trauma takes time, millions of years. 10 million years passed before biodiversity approached pre-extinction levels. 10 million years of slow rebuilding, of experiments, of failures, of gradual, painful return to complexity. This seems impossibly long, but it is nothing in geological time, a moment, a blink. The Earth is patient. Life is persistent. Eventually, always, recovery comes, but always different, always changed. Never a restoration of what was lost, only a creation of what comes next. Your breath barely perceptible, chest rising and falling like the slow pulse of evolution, as we pulse through the cost of specialization. Dinosaurs had specialized over millions of years, becoming perfect for their world. Giants optimized for size, herbivores optimized for specific plants, carnivores optimized for hunting specific prey. This specialization made them magnificent, but fragile. When their world changed, their perfections became imperfections. Their optimizations became constraints. They were too specialized to adapt, too refined to be flexible. Their beauty was their downfall. Adaptability versus dominance. The trade-off whispers through the night. You can be dominant, controlling, powerful, but dominance requires specialization, requires optimization, requires commitment to current conditions. Or you can be adaptable, flexible, mediocre at everything but capable of anything, ready for change. This is the mammalian strategy, the generalist approach, not the best at anything, but good enough at everything. When the world changed, good enough was better than perfect. The speed of evolutionary winners is not about running, not about physical speed, but about the speed of adaptation, of evolution, of response to changing conditions. Mammals evolved quickly after the extinction, diversifying, trying new forms, new strategies. Within millions of years, reptiles evolved slowly, constrained by their biology, their longer generation times, their dependence on stable conditions. In a rapidly changing world, slow evolution is death, fast evolution is survival. Mammals were fast, reptiles were slow. The race was won before it began. Let your thoughts scatter, disperse, dissolve like species dissolving into extinction. Why giants fall is a question of physics and ecology. Giants need vast amounts of food, need stable ecosystems, need predictable conditions. When food becomes scarce, when ecosystems collapse, when conditions destabilize, giants starve first, die fastest, disappear most completely. The biggest dinosaurs were the first to go, then the medium ones, finally the small ones. Size, which had been an advantage, became a sentence, a guarantee of extinction. Survivors shaping the future is the only rule that matters. What exists now was shaped by what survived then. We live in a world designed by the lucky, by the marginal, by the small mammals that happen to make it through catastrophe. If different creatures had survived, if reptiles had persisted, if birds had died, we would live in a different world, unrecognizable, strange, but equally valid, equally real. The universe does not care which creatures survive, only that some do, that life continues, that the story goes on. Your consciousness fading, dimming, as we fade into the gamble of natural selection. Every organism is a bet, a wager that its adaptations will match future conditions. Most bets lose. Most organisms go extinct. Most species disappear. This is normal, expected, the baseline of evolution. What is rare, what is lucky, is to survive, to continue, to have descendants. The dinosaurs lost their bet. Mammals won theirs. Not through skill, not through superiority, but through chance, through having the right traits, in the right place, at the right time. Reptiles in a mammal world persist, but changed, diminished, adapted to marginality. They are successful, within limits. They fill niches mammals do not want, do not fit, cannot access. Tropical forests, hot deserts, certain aquatic environments. These belong to reptiles still. This is not nothing. This is survival, continuation, persistence of lineages millions of years old. But it is not dominance, not power, not the ability to shape the world. It is existence, quiet, humble, in the background of someone else's story. Ancient climates never returning guarantees the permanence of change. The Cretaceous was warm, stable, tropical nearly everywhere. Those conditions are gone, replaced by ice ages, by climate zones, by seasonality, by variability. Even if we somehow removed all ice, warmed the planet artificially, we could not recreate the Cretaceous. Too much has changed. Continents in different positions, ocean currents running different courses, atmospheric composition altered, life itself different. The past is not a place we can return to, only a place we can study, remember, imagine. Feel the permanence settling over you, heavy, final, as sleep settles over you. The permanence of extinction, of change, of loss. Nothing that ends can truly return. Nothing that is lost can be fully recovered. The age of reptiles is over. The second age will never come. This is sad, in a way, but also peaceful. It means rest, means an ending that does not require constant vigilance, constant hope for reversal. It ended. It stays ended. And we can rest in that certainty. Your heartbeat, thump, thump, fading into silence, into sleep. As we drift through extinction as creative force, death creates opportunity, loss enables gain. The dinosaurs had to end for mammals to begin. This is not fair, not just, not kind, but it is how evolution works, how the universe operates. Destruction and creation, intertwined, inseparable. Two aspects of the same process. The same asteroid that killed dinosaurs created the age of mammals. The same catastrophe that ended one story began another. The illusion of stability dissolves like thought dissolving. Nothing is stable. Everything changes. All ages end. All dominances fade. All empires, even natural ones, fall. This is not pessimism, it is reality. The Mesozoic seemed eternal to creatures living in it, but it was temporary. Our Cenozoic seems eternal to us, but it too is temporary. Someday it will end. Something else will begin, and whoever tells that story will look back on us as we look back on dinosaurs, with curiosity, with wonder, with the knowledge that we too had our time, and our time ended. Life rebuilding from fragments after catastrophe is patient, thorough, relentless. It takes whatever survives, however damaged, however marginal, and builds a new world from it. After the extinction, life was reduced to fragments, scattered survivors, damaged ecosystems, depleted gene pools, but it was enough. Life found a way, rebuilt complexity, created new forms, new relationships, new ecosystems, until eventually the world was full again, different, but full, teeming, alive. This is the promise of life, that it continues, that it rebuilds, that it never gives up. Even when everything seems lost, your mind drifting, floating through the long shadow of the asteroid that stretches 66 million years, reaching into our present, shaping our world. The asteroid fell, the dinosaurs died, the mammals rose, and here we are, products of that catastrophe, children of that disaster, existing only because something else ended. Our presence is proof of their absence. Our age is built on the ruins of theirs, and someday, something else will be built on the ruins of ours. The pattern continues, the cycle turns, and we drift with it, through the understanding, through the acceptance, through the peace that comes from knowing that all things end, including us, including our age, including everything we think is permanent. Evolution's narrow corridors wind through time. Most paths are blocked, most options are closed. What is possible is constrained by what has already happened, by what exists now, by the established order. Reptiles cannot become dominant again, because the corridors leading to that outcome are closed, filled with mammals, guarded by competition, blocked by climate. Reptiles can exist, can survive, can even thrive within limits, but they cannot rule, cannot reshape the world. The corridors leading to dominance are occupied, the paths are taken, the age belongs to someone else. Feel yourself in the corridor leading to sleep, drifting, guided gently, no resistance, no effort, just following the path that opens before you, as it opened for mammals after extinction, the path of least resistance, the natural flow, letting go, sinking deeper, heavier, into the understanding that we are all, every species, every creature, every form of life, following corridors we did not choose, living in ages we did not design, existing in possibilities we did not create. We simply are here, now, in this moment, in this age, floating through it, drifting through it, sinking into it, as you sink into sleep, into dreams, into the darkness that connects all time, all ages, all stories, the darkness where endings and beginnings blur, where this distinction between ages fades, where we simply exist, floating, drifting, being in the endless present, the eternal now, where nothing ends because nothing truly began, where we drift forever through mysteries, through darkness, through sleep. Worlds that never came back drift through consciousness like clouds, like your thoughts, dissolving, reforming, fading. The Mesozoic world, with its warm, shallow seas, its giant ferns, its breathable high-oxygen atmosphere, its specific balance of temperature and moisture and life. That world is gone, not just changed, but gone. The configuration of elements that created it, that sustained it, will never align again. Continents have moved, ocean currents have shifted. The sun itself burns slightly hotter than it did then. Time is a one-way corridor, and the past is a room we walked through, the door closing behind us, forever, your body dissolving into the mattress, boundaries softening as we drift through the silence after dinosaurs, a silence that lasted millions of years. The world was quieter after they died, fewer giant footsteps shaking the earth, fewer massive calls echoing across valleys. The remaining creatures were smaller, quieter, moving carefully through a world that suddenly felt too large, too empty, too full of space where something massive should be, but was not. Reptiles trapped in shrinking rolls watched the world transform around them. They could not stop it, could not slow it, could not adapt quickly enough to participate. They became observers of their own obsolescence, continuing to exist but no longer to matter, no longer to shape, no longer to define. This is a quiet tragedy, one without drama, without climax, just a slow fading, a gradual diminishment, a gentle sliding into irrelevance. Feel your thoughts slowing, spreading, like oil on water, thin, transparent, barely there. Mammals rewriting ecosystems happened gradually, so gradually that no single generation noticed. Each generation of mammals was slightly better adapted, slightly more diverse, slightly more dominant. Over thousands of generations, over millions of years, the accumulation of slight changes became total transformation. The world became mammalian, not through conquest, but through accretion, through the slow layering of small advantages into overwhelming dominance. The irreversible fork in history branches in the darkness behind your eyelids. Before the asteroid, the path led forward, predictable, knowable. Dinosaurs continuing, refining, perhaps growing larger still, more diverse, more specialized. But the asteroid created a fork, a split, one path ending, another beginning. We followed the new path, the mammalian path, and now we cannot return to the old one, cannot even see where it might have led. It exists only in imagination, in speculation, in the might have been that never was. Your heartbeat, thump, thump, distant now, as if coming from far away, from another body, another time. A planet choosing new rulers is not intentional, not conscious, not a choice in any meaningful sense. The planet does not choose, it simply is, and life adapts to what is, or does not, and ends. The choice is made by physics, by chemistry, by the impersonal laws that govern matter and energy. The asteroid struck, conditions changed. Some creatures fit the new conditions better than others. This is not choice, it is consequence, inevitable, mechanical, indifferent. The fragility of empires in nature whispers through the darkness. Every dominant group is one catastrophe away from extinction. The dinosaurs were not special in this, were not unusually fragile. They were normal, average, typical. Their extinction is the expected outcome, the common story. Most species go extinct. Most empires fall. Most ages end. This is the baseline, the norm. What is unusual, what is rare, is persistence, is survival through multiple extinctions, is existence that spans ages. The sharks have done this. The crocodiles, the turtles, persisting through extinction after extinction, not through dominance, but through flexibility, through being generalist enough to survive anything. Let yourself sink into evolution after catastrophe, the pattern that repeats after every mass extinction, a similar sequence. First, the survivors, shell-shocked, depleted, but alive. Then, rapid diversification, as survivors radiate into empty niches, trying new forms, new strategies. Then, competitive sorting, as the best adapted forms persist and the others disappear. Finally, new stability, new complexity, new ecosystems as intricate as the old, but different, always different. The cycle has repeated 5 times in Earth's history. 5 major extinctions, 5 resets, 5 new beginnings. The dinosaurs died in the 5th, the most recent, and we live in the recovery, still ongoing, still unfolding. The age that could not return settles over you like a blanket, soft, final. The Mesozoic cannot return because too much has changed. The world that created dinosaurs, that sustained them, that allowed them to dominate, no longer exists. Climate is different. Continents are different. Ocean chemistry is different. Atmospheric composition is different. The very sun is different. And most importantly, life is different. Mammals exist now. Birds exist now. Flowering plants exist now. None of these can be unmade. Their existence prevents the return of Mesozoic conditions. Their presence fills the spaces that dinosaurs once occupied. The age is gone, cannot return, will never be again. Your breath barely moving, shallow, soft, as we drift through the understanding that some things end completely, some doors close forever, some ages never repeat. This is not sad, or it is sad, but it is also peaceful. It means we can rest, can stop waiting for returns that will never come, can accept the present as permanent, or at least as persistent. We live in the age of mammals. We will likely die in the age of mammals, and our descendants, for millions of years, will live in the age of mammals until they do not, until something ends this age as the asteroid ended the last. Feel the darkness deepening, thickening, becoming solid around you, comfortable, safe. The darkness that covered the Earth after impact was terrifying, full of death, full of cold. But this darkness is different. This is the darkness of sleep, of rest, of peace. The darkness where we let go of questions, of seeking, of trying to understand and simply exist, simply are, simply drift through the not knowing, the not needing to know, the peace of acceptance. Reptiles watching from the margins, small, quiet, successful in their way. They have survived. They continue. They will likely continue long after we are gone. But they will never again be central, never again be dominant, never again shape the world in their image. They have learned, or evolution has learned through them. that dominance is temporary, that centrality is fleeting, that survival requires humility, flexibility, the ability to exist in corners, in margins, in places the dominant do not care about. The long arc of evolution bends toward what? Complexity, diversity, intelligence? Or does it bend toward nothing, simply unfolding, simply happening, without direction or purpose or goal? Just creatures living, dying, leaving descendants, or not? The pattern continuing, not because it means anything, but because it is the nature of life to continue, to persist, to find ways to keep existing, even when existence seems impossible. Your consciousness flickering, like a candle in wind, barely holding, barely present, as we drift through the truth that meaning is something we create, not something we discover. The extinction of dinosaurs has no inherent meaning. It happened, that is all. We give it meaning. We say it allowed mammals to rise, allowed us to evolve, allowed consciousness to emerge. But these are stories we tell, not truths the universe recognizes. The universe simply unfolds, and we tell stories about the unfolding, stories that comfort us, that help us sleep, that make the darkness less empty. Mammals in the night, hunting, foraging, thriving. This was our advantage, our secret. While reptiles slept, torpid in the cool darkness, mammals were awake, active, taking the night as our own. Even now, even after millions of years of diurnal living, we retain the capacity, the biology, the adaptations for nocturnal life. Our eyes see in low light, our ears hear frequencies useful in darkness, our whiskers, those of us who have them, sense air movements in the dark. We are children of the night, and the night was ours when the day belonged to dinosaurs, and it remained ours when the day became ours too. Feel your eyes, too heavy to open, muscles slack, tension gone as we drift through the advantages of night. The night is cooler than the day. This disadvantages reptiles, slows them, but mammals maintain constant temperature, remain quick, remain dangerous, remain capable. The night hides smaller creatures from larger ones. This helped mammals survive when dinosaurs ruled the day, and when dinosaurs disappeared, mammals kept the night and took the day as well, expanding, filling every hour, every space, every possibility. The metabolic advantage whispers through your slowing thoughts. Warm-blooded metabolism costs more energy, requires more food, but provides independence. Reptiles are slaves to the sun, to external heat. They must bask, must warm themselves, must spend hours becoming functional. Mammals wake up ready, immediately active, immediately capable. This matters in a world of competition, of predation, of opportunity. Being ready first, being active first, being capable first, often means survival, success, continuation. Your heartbeat, thump, thump, barely perceptible, as we drift through the advantages of bearing live young. Eggs are vulnerable, must be laid in specific conditions, must be guarded, must survive temperature fluctuations, must avoid predators. Mammals eliminated many of these vulnerabilities, growing young internally, protecting them, nourishing them directly from the other's body. This allowed mammals to breed in more places, in more conditions, in more seasons. Flexibility in reproduction became flexibility in expansion, became dominance. The world keeps turning, keeps changing, keeps being different than it was. Seasons cycle, climates shift, continents drift, and through it all, life persists, adapts, continues. The reptiles had their age, magnificent and long. The mammals have their age, shorter so far, but still unfolding. And someday, something else will have an age, stranger than we can imagine, built on foundations we cannot predict. Let yourself drift, float, through the peace of impermanence. Nothing lasts. This is frightening, but also liberating. The pressure to be perfect, to be permanent, to matter forever. Released. We are temporary. Our age is temporary. Our species is temporary. And this is fine. This is normal. This is how it should be. The universe does not need permanent residents, only temporary ones, passing through, existing for a moment, then making room for whatever comes next. Your thoughts scattering, dissipating like mist, like the mist that covered the earth after the extinction, slowly clearing, revealing a new world, a changed world, a world that would never be the same. But the mist is comforting now, is peaceful, is the soft obscurity of approaching sleep, where details fade, where questions dissolve, where we simply rest in not knowing. The gamble of existence settles over everything. Every creature is a bet. Every species is a wager. Most bets lose. Most species go extinct. The dinosaurs bet on gigantism, on specialization, on a stable, warm world continuing forever. They lost. Mammals bet on small size, on flexibility, on being ready for anything. They won. But winning is temporary. Another catastrophe, another change, and the winners become losers. The successful become extinct. The game continues. The dice keep rolling, and no one wins forever. Feel your body becoming part of the mattress, boundaries dissolving as we dissolve into the understanding that separation is illusion. We are part of Earth, part of life, part of the same process that created dinosaurs, that destroyed dinosaurs, that created mammals, that will someday destroy mammals. We are not separate observers, we are participants, pieces of the pattern, temporary expressions of the ongoing process of life unfolding through time. The asteroid was chance, pure chance, a piece of rock drifting through space for billions of years, happening to intersect Earth's orbit at the exact moment Earth was there. No purpose, no meaning, no intention, just trajectories, just physics, just the cold mathematics of orbits and velocities and intersections. And yet this meaningless collision created meaning for us, created the conditions for our evolution, for our existence, for consciousness pondering its own origins, meaning emerging from meaninglessness, purpose arising from purposelessness. This is the strange magic of existence, your consciousness dimming, fading, like a star fading in dawn, barely visible, barely present, as we drift through the final understanding that there was no second age of reptiles, because the first age used up the conditions that made such an age possible, because history does not repeat, because evolution moves forward, never backward, because the universe is not sentimental, does not preserve, does not protect, does not grant second chances based on past glory. The dinosaurs are gone. They will not return. This is certain, final, complete. And in this certainty, we find peace. We do not have to wait, do not have to hope, do not have to watch for their return. They are part of the past, forever. And the past is a place we can visit in imagination, in study, in wonder, but never in reality, never in the present, never in the lived experience of now. Feel yourself letting go, releasing, surrendering to sleep, as the reptiles surrendered to extinction. No resistance, no fighting, just the acceptance of what is, of what must be, of what cannot be changed. They ended, we began, and someday we will end, and something else will begin. The pattern is eternal, even as every manifestation of the pattern is temporary. Your breath, barely moving air, barely disturbing the darkness, as we drift through the silence, the peace, the rest that comes after understanding. The dinosaurs taught us, through their ending, that nothing is permanent, that dominance is fragile, that ages end. This is a gift, the gift of perspective, the gift of humility, the gift of knowing that we too, magnificent as we think we are temporary, are fragile, are one catastrophe away from being fossils, being mysteries, being questions whispered in the dark by whatever comes after. The universe keeps turning, keeps cycling, keeps creating and destroying an endless rhythm. Thump, thump, like your heartbeat, like the pulse of life itself, continuing, persisting, never stopping. Even as individual hearts stop, individual species end, individual ages close, the pulse continues, the universe continues, and we drift with it, through the mysteries, through the darkness, through the endless questions that have no answers, only more questions, deeper questions, quieter questions. After the reptiles lost their second chance, after their age ended, after their dominance became memory, the world moved on, life moved on, evolution moved on, and we, the mammals, the inheritors, the accidental victors, we built a new world, our world, the world we know, the world that will someday be as extinct, as vanished, as impossible to recreate as the world of dinosaurs is now, and will keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries, through the understanding that all things end, through the peace that comes from accepting endings, through the knowledge that the age of reptiles ended, completely, finally, irreversibly, and will never, never return. Because the world that created them no longer exists. Because the niches they filled are now filled by others. Because evolution does not go backward, does not restore, does not repeat. Your thoughts dissolving completely now, consciousness fading, fragmenting, becoming nothing. As we become nothing, as the dinosaurs became nothing, not tragic, not sad, just natural, just the way of things, just the pattern, the cycle, the endless turning of ages. The age of reptiles ended, the age of mammals began, and someday the age of mammals will end, and something new will begin, and it too will someday end, and on and on and on. Feel yourself sinking into the deepest darkness, the softest peace, where questions stop, where seeking ends, where we simply rest, simply exist, simply are, like the reptiles resting in their margins, like the mammals resting in their dominance, like the earth resting between catastrophes. All of us resting, existing, waiting for nothing, for everything, for the next moment, the next day, the next age. The mysteries loop endlessly through the night. Why wasn't there a second age of reptiles? Because the first age ended too completely. Because evolution is not nostalgic. Because the universe moves forward, always forward, never back. Because what was cannot be again. Because endings are real, permanent, final. And in that finality, we find rest, we find peace, we find the understanding that lets us stop searching, stop questioning, stop trying to bring back what cannot return, and simply drift into sleep, into dreams, into the darkness where all ages, all empires, all dominances dissolve into nothing, into everything, into the eternal now, where we rest, where we float, where we simply are. Thump, thump, your heart barely beating, thoughts barely thinking, consciousness barely conscious, as we drift through the final truth. The age of reptiles is memory, is fossil, is story. The age of mammals is present, is now, is temporary, and both are equally real, equally important, equally meaningless in the vast indifference of cosmic time. We matter to ourselves, but the universe does not care. The dinosaurs mattered to themselves, but the universe did not care. And when we are gone, when our age ends, when mammals become fossils, the universe will not care then either. It will simply continue, creating new forms, new ages, new stories forever. And in this understanding, this acceptance, this surrender to impermanence, we find the deepest peace, the peace that comes from knowing nothing lasts. Nothing matters ultimately. Nothing is permanent or precious or protected by cosmic law. We exist. We will cease to exist. The dinosaurs existed. They cease to exist. Everything is temporary. Everything is borrowed time. Everything is a brief moment between birth and death, between beginning and ending, between rising and falling, and we drift through that moment, that brief instant, that flash of existence, drifting, floating, sinking, into the understanding, into the darkness, into the sleep that mirrors the darkness after extinction, the quiet after ending, the peace after catastrophe, where nothing moves, nothing changes, nothing matters, where we simply rest, simply exist, simply dissolve into the greater pattern, the eternal cycle, the endless turning of creation and destruction, of beginning and ending, of ages rising and ages falling, and new ages rising and falling and rising, forever and never, simultaneously, eternally, until time itself ends or continues forever. We do not know, cannot know, and in not knowing, find the ultimate peace, the ultimate rest, the ultimate surrender. To mystery, to darkness, to sleep, where the age of reptiles and the age of mammals and all ages dissolve into one, into now, into the eternal present, where we drift, forever drifting, floating together through the mysteries, 100 mysteries, looping softly, endlessly through the night. The universe keeps turning after the reptiles lost their second chance, and will keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries, megalodon mysteries, looping softly, endlessly through the night. Tonight we'll drift through lost megalodon hunting grounds, giant teeth discoveries, fossilized evidence of colossal battles. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself. Shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe, comment, and hit like, so others can find this calm too. But only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into Megalodon. 23 million years ago, when the world was younger, warmer, the oceans held something vast, something that moved through the water like a shadow made of teeth. Carcarical's Megalodon, the megatooth shark. Its name means simply giant tooth, and that's what we found first. Teeth, scattered across the ocean floor, washing up on beaches, buried in ancient sediments, each one larger than your hand, heavier, heavier, sinking into the sand like stone, like memories. These teeth tell stories, whisper secrets, if you know how to listen. And tonight we're listening, drifting through the evidence, piece by piece, breath by breath. A single megalodon tooth can measure 7 inches long, sometimes more, triangular, serrated edges like tiny mountains, designed to slice through flesh, through bone, through the warm waters of the Miocene epoch. Feel your breath, slow, steady, in, out, like the tides that buried these ancient hunters. The scientists believe, and belief is such a soft word, that Megalodon reached lengths of 50 to 60 feet, perhaps even larger, 3 times the size of today's great white shark. Imagine that. Don't picture it too clearly though. Just let the vastness wash over you. Heavier, heavier. Your eyelids growing heavy like the deep water where Megalodon once patrolled. 3 times longer, 10 times the mass. A creature so large it changed the ocean around it simply by moving through. Your muscles are releasing now, letting go the way sediment releases fossils after millions of years. Megalodon teeth are the most commonly found fossils of this creature, because sharks, these ancient ghosts, they don't have bones, not true bones. Their skeletons were made of cartilage, softer, more flexible, and cartilage doesn't fossilize well. It dissolves, disappears, returns to the water. So we have teeth, thousands upon thousands of teeth, each one a little monument, a tiny gravestone marking where something immense once lived. Thump, thump, your heartbeat. Slower now. Megalodon could produce up to 40,000 teeth in its lifetime. They grew in rows, conveyor belts of daggers. When one tooth broke or fell out, another rotated forward to take its place. Nature's perfect replacement system. Every 2 weeks, a new tooth, growing, emerging, ready. The ocean floor must have been carpeted with them, glinting in the filtered light, settling into the sand, waiting for us to find them millions of years later. Drift deeper now into the Miocene. 15 million years ago. The oceans were warmer then, 4 to 7 degrees Celsius warmer than today. Megalodon preferred these warmer waters, tropical and subtropical seas, where their massive bodies could maintain the energy needed for such size. They were mesothermic, meaning they could keep their body temperature higher than the surrounding water, like a warm thought floating in cold space. This gave them advantages: speed, power, the ability to hunt in varying temperatures, but it also meant they needed more food, more energy, more prey. Your breathing is so gentle now, barely a whisper, like waves on ancient shores. Megalodon's primary prey, the creatures that fueled this magnificent engine, were whales. Not the baleen whales we know today, but smaller cetaceans, primitive whales with teeth of their own, marine mammals that swam in herds through the warm waters, unaware of the shadow rising beneath them. Scientists have found whale bones, fossilized ribs and vertebrae with megalodon tooth marks carved into them, perfect impressions, brutal and beautiful, evidence of attacks that happened 15 million years ago, preserved in stone, in time, forever. Feel yourself sinking into the soft darkness. Megalodon's hunting strategy was sophisticated, calculated. They would attack from below, targeting the flippers and tail flukes of whales first, disabling their prey, preventing escape. Bite force estimates, and these numbers are just whispers in the dark, suggest Megalodon could exert between 10 and 18 metric tons of pressure. the strongest bite force of any creature that has ever lived, 3 times more powerful than a Tyrannosaurus Rex, 6 times stronger than a modern great white, enough force to crush a small car or the ribcage of a prehistoric whale. Let that power wash over you, not frightening, just vast, ancient. Your body is so heavy now, so relaxed. Megalodon's teeth weren't just large, they were engineered, shaped over millions of years of evolution. The serrations along the edges, tiny points, worked like a saw, cutting through flesh and blubber with ease. Different teeth in different parts of the jaw served different purposes. The front teeth were for gripping, grasping, holding prey in place. The side teeth for cutting, slicing, dismembering. A complete hunting tool, a perfect machine. Breathe. Just breathe. Megalodon fossils have been found on every continent except Antarctica, though even there, in the waters offshore, they likely swam. Their teeth wash up on beaches in North Carolina, Maryland, Florida, South Carolina. Each discovery a small portal to the past. In South America, along the coasts of Chile and Peru, massive teeth emerge from cliff sides. In Europe, Belgium and the Netherlands yield specimens. In Asia, in Africa, in Australia, everywhere the warm oceans reached, Megalodon followed. Your eyelids are so heavy, heavier. The largest megalodon tooth ever found measured 7.48 inches, found in Peru, held in a museum now, behind glass, a monument to immensity. Most teeth are smaller, 3 to 5 inches, still impressive, still capable of creating that sense of awe, that quiet wonder. But that largest tooth, it suggests a shark perhaps 70 feet long or more. The mathematics of estimation, tooth size correlating to body length, all based on the proportions we see in modern sharks, on assumptions, on educated guesses whispered across time. Drift, drift. Megalodon belonged to the order Lamniform, the mackerel sharks, related to modern macos and great whites, though some scientists debate this, suggesting instead a relationship to the extinct Cretoxyrhina, the Ginsu shark of the Cretaceous. The taxonomy shifts, changes, as new evidence emerges from the earth, from the stone. But the name that holds, Carcharical's megalodon, the megatooth, stands firm. Your body is melting into the bed, becoming one with it. The growth rate of megalodon was remarkable. Juveniles may have been born at lengths of 6 to 7 feet, already larger than many adult sharks today. They grew rapidly, perhaps 16 inches per year in their early years, reaching sexual maturity around 25 years old, and living, possibly, for 70 to 100 years. A century of hunting, of ruling the oceans, of being the apex, the absolute top of the food chain. Thump, thump, slower, slower. Megalodon's sensory capabilities were extraordinary. Like modern sharks, they possessed electroreception, the ability to detect electrical fields produced by living creatures. Imagine floating in dark water, blind, but feeling every heartbeat, every muscle contraction of prey hundreds of feet away. The ampullae of Lorenzini, tiny jelly-filled pores around the snout, detecting the faintest electrical signals. 1/1,000,000th of a volt, enough to sense, to know, to strike. Their sense of smell was equally refined. They could detect 1 part blood in 100 million parts water. A single drop of blood, miles away, carried on currents, drawing them closer, your own breath, in, out, so calm now, so peaceful. Megalodon's nostrils were positioned for maximum water flow, analyzing, processing, building a chemical map of the ocean around them. Prey to the left, prey ahead, pray, always pray. Let go, just let go. Megalodon's eyes were adapted for deep water hunting, larger than a human fist, positioned on the sides of their massive heads, providing wide fields of vision. They could see well in low light, in the dim blue of deeper waters, where they would ambush prey from below, rising from the darkness, a nightmare made manifest. But we're not afraid. We're just drifting, observing from a safe distance of 23 million years. The jaw mechanics of Megalodon were extraordinary. Their jaws could open to nearly 90 degrees, creating a gape of over 6 feet in diameter, wide enough to swallow a small car or 2 humans standing side by side. The jaw was loosely attached to the skull, allowing it to protrude forward during a bite, extending their reach, capturing prey that might otherwise escape. This is called jaw protrusion, and it's something modern sharks still possess, an inheritance from their giant ancestor. Your thoughts are becoming softer, vaguer, like memories of dreams. The vertebrae of Megalodon, rare fossils. Tell us about their size, their growth. Each vertebra was disc-shaped, porous, made of cartilage that calcified just enough to sometimes fossilize. Counting the growth rings in these vertebrae, like counting rings in trees, scientists can estimate age, can track growth patterns, can whisper numbers across the void of time. Some vertebrae measure over 6 inches in diameter, supporting that massive tail, that engine of destruction and grace. Megalodon's tail was heterocircle, with an upper lobe and lower lobe, but likely more symmetrical than earlier sharks, providing thrust. Speed! Power! Swimming speed estimates suggest they could cruise at around 11 miles per hour, with burst speeds potentially reaching 35 miles per hour when attacking. Fast enough, powerful enough to catch anything in these ancient seas. Feel the rhythm of that tail, back and forth, like you're breathing, in, out, slow, steady, inevitable. The skin of Megalodon, we can only imagine, but based on modern sharks, it would have been covered in dermal denticles, tiny tooth-like scales, creating a rough texture, reducing drag in the water. These scales would have pointed toward the tail, creating a one-directional texture, smooth if you stroked from head to tail, rough as sandpaper in the reverse. Another adaptation, another optimization, millions of years in the making, coloration. We'll never know for certain, but we can guess, can dream in soft greys and blues. Modern pelagic sharks are countershaded, dark on top, light below, camouflage from above and below. Megalodon likely possesses similar coloration, dark grey or blue-grey dorsally, lighter ventrally, blending with the ocean, becoming water itself, invisible until too late. Your consciousness is drifting now, floating between sleep and waking. Megalodon's brain was proportionally smaller than modern great whites, but still substantial, still sufficient for complex hunting behaviors, for migration, for territory. They likely possess spatial memory, could return to productive hunting grounds, could learn, adapt, optimize. The olfactory bulbs in their brain were large, processing that constant stream of chemical information, that map of scent, of blood, of life in the water, migration patterns. We reconstruct from fossil distribution, from seasonal deposits. Megalodon likely moved with the warming and cooling of waters, following prey populations, traveling thousands of miles, from breeding grounds to feeding grounds and back again, year after year, century after century. Your own body is so still now, so quiet, hardly moving, hardly breathing, just existing in this moment between moments. Hunting grounds. Oh, the hunting grounds. Shallow coastal waters were nurseries, safe zones where juvenile megalodons could grow, feeding on smaller prey, fish, rays, turtles, protected from larger predators, even from adult megalodons, because cannibalism, that dark possibility, may have shaped their behavior, may have driven the young to safer waters. Fossil evidence from Panama, from Florida, from California, shows concentrations of juvenile teeth, nursery fossils, marking safe havens in ancient seas. Adult megalodons hunted deeper waters, open ocean, following whale migrations, tracking the great herds of cetaceans that once filled the Miocene seas. They were ambush predators, patient, rising from below, striking with calculated precision. They were also active hunters, capable of chasing down prey, of pursuing, of never giving up. The ocean was theirs, entirely, completely, without question. Competition existed, other sharks, other predators, but none could challenge Megalodon directly. Bricmophyseta, a predatory sperm whale, may have competed for similar prey, but even these formidable hunters would have been wary of a full-grown megalodon. The ancient seas held other large sharks, but smaller, always smaller. Megalodon was singular, alone at the top, a position held for nearly 20 million years. Feel that time, that vast expanse, washing over you like warm water. The Pliocene epoch, 5 to 2.6 million years ago, brought changes. The world was cooling. Ice ages beginning their rhythmic dance, ocean temperatures dropping, whale populations shifting, migrating to colder waters where Megalodon could not follow as easily. The warm, shallow seas, Megalodon's preferred habitat, were shrinking, contracting. The great sharks began to disappear, gradually, inexorably, following the warmth, finding less prey, struggling to maintain their enormous metabolisms in a changing world. Your breathing is so shallow now, barely there, barely real. Extinction theories multiply, stack upon each other. No single cause, but a cascade, a perfect storm of change, cooling oceans, yes, changing prey distribution, yes, but also competition from new predators, orcas, killer whales, smaller, faster, hunting in coordinated pods. These highly intelligent cetaceans may have targeted juvenile megalodons, preventing them from reaching adulthood, breaking the reproductive cycle, and great white sharks emerging, smaller, more efficient, able to survive in cooler waters, outcompeting megalodon in the changing seas. The last megalodon fossils we find date to approximately 3.6 million years ago, possibly 2.6 million years ago. The dates shift, blur, as dating techniques improve, as new fossils emerge, but that's when they vanished, when the oceans finally became too cold, too empty of appropriate prey, too hostile to their immense energy requirements. They didn't die out suddenly, but faded, generation by generation, until one day, the last megalodon swam alone through cooling waters, searching for prey that no longer existed, for warmth that had fled north and south to the poles. And then, silence. The age of giants was over. Or was it? Myths persist, legends whisper. Sailors throughout history reported massive sharks, creatures that seemed too large to be real. The Carcharodon megalodon sighting claims, ships disappearing, but the ocean is vast, and we know so little of it. Still, the science is clear. Megalodon is extinct, gone, preserved only in stone, in teeth, in the marks they left on fossilized bones, in our imaginations as we drift into sleep. Museums around the world display megalodon fossils, reconstructed jaws, massive and circular, large enough to walk through. These reconstructions, based on the size and arrangement of teeth, create an impression, a glimpse of what it might have been like to face such a creature. The American Museum of Natural History, the Smithsonian, the British Museum of Natural History, all house specimens, teeth, vertebrae, each one carefully preserved, catalogued, studied, loved by scientists who dedicate their lives to understanding these ancient ghosts. The trading of megalodon teeth has a long history. Beachcombers and fossil hunters, professional and amateur, search shorelines, dive in shallow waters, excavate cliff faces, seeking these treasures. A perfect specimen, large, complete, with good serrations, can sell for thousands of dollars. Collectors prize them, display them, but the best specimens, those belong in museums, in universities, where they can be studied, where they can teach us, where they can whisper their secrets to future generations. Fossilization of megalodon teeth occurred when, after death, after settling to the ocean floor, minerals in the sediment slowly replaced the original tooth material, molecule by molecule. The enamel, already incredibly hard, made excellent fossils, preserving fine details, serrations, wear patterns. The color of fossilized teeth varies: black, brown, gray, cream, tan, depending on the minerals present in the sediment. Iron creates browns and reds, phosphate creates blacks, each tooth a tiny work of art, a sculpture made by time and chemistry. Identification of megalodon teeth. When you find one, feel that weight in your hand. Look for the triangular shape, the robust root, the serrations along the cutting edge, the size, always the size, distinguishes them from great white teeth, from other fossil sharks. Hold it. Feel the weight of history. Heavier, heavier, sinking into your palm like a stone, like a star. Your body is barely here now, barely tethered, floating in darkness. Megalodon in popular culture exploded in the late 20th century. Films, documentaries, novels. The 2018 film The Meg imagined one surviving in the Mariana Trench, a fun fantasy, but just that, fantasy. The deep trenches are too cold, too devoid of prey. A megalodon could never survive there, but we loved the idea, the possibility, the thrill of imagining such power still exists somewhere in our world. Books like Steve Alton's Meg series captivated readers, spinning tales of surviving megalodons, of encounters, of terror and wonder. These stories, while fiction, sparked interest, drew people to learn about the real creature, about paleontology, about the ancient oceans. And that's beautiful, that connection between imagination and science, between fear and fascination. Documentaries attempt reconstruction, using CGI, using fossil evidence, creating moving images of how megalodon might have swum, hunted, lived. Discovery Channel's Shark Week features them regularly. Each documentary, each recreation, brings us closer to understanding, or at least closer to imagining. And as you drift, you can imagine too. See that shadow in the deep water. Feel the displacement of water as something vast moves past. But it's just a dream, just a soft thought, fading into sleep. Scientific debates continue, even now, even after millions of years. Was Megalodon more closely related to the Great White, or to the ancient Meko lineage? Did they give live birth or lay eggs? Modern large sharks are viviparous, bearing live young, and Megalodon likely was too, but we have no direct evidence, no fossilized evidence of pregnancy, just inference, educated guesses, whispers of possibility. The ecological impact of Megalodon on their environment was profound, As apex predators, they controlled prey populations, maintained balance. Their hunting kept whale populations in check, prevented overgrazing of the ocean's resources. When they went extinct, that balance shifted, changed, perhaps allowing whale populations to grow, to diversify, to become the giants we see today. Blue whales, the largest animals ever to exist, emerged after Megalodon was gone. Perhaps they could only exist in a world without Megalodon. Bite marks on fossilized whale bones tell vivid stories. The spacing of teeth, the depth of gouges, the patterns of attack. Scientists can reconstruct entire hunting sequences from these marks, can see where Megalodon bit first, then again. Some whale bones show evidence of survival, healed bite marks, proving some prey escaped, lived with their scars. Proof that even Megalodon, perfect predator, didn't always succeed. Even giants fail sometimes, and that's okay. That's just the way of things. Your thoughts are dissolving now, like foam on water. Megalodon's territorial behavior, we can only guess, based on modern sharks, based on distribution patterns. They likely maintained hunting territories, driving away rivals, possibly through displays of size, through aggression. Adult megalodons may have been solitary, encountering each other only to mate, otherwise patrolling vast sections of ocean alone, lords of empty kingdoms. Population density must have been low. A creature so large, requiring so much food, could not exist in high numbers. Perhaps one megalodon per several hundred square miles of ocean, perhaps fewer. They would have been rare, even in their own time. Even when they ruled the seas, they were ghosts, shadows, rarely seen, always felt. Reproduction, we imagine based on modern sharks. Internal fertilization, males possessing claspers, modified fins used to transfer sperm, gestation lasting, perhaps a year, perhaps longer, giving birth to a small number of large pups, 6 to 7 feet long, born ready to hunt, to survive, but needing those nursery grounds, those safe shallow waters, to grow, to learn, to become. The lifespan of a century seems long to us, but for a megalodon, decades spent growing, decades spent hunting, decades ruling the ocean, and then old age, slowing, weakening, perhaps in the end, starving, unable to catch the swift prey, or dying from injury, from infected wounds, from parasites, from the 1,000 natural deaths that claim all living things, even giants, even legends. Feel yourself letting go, releasing. You're breathing so slow, so soft, barely moving air, barely making sound. Megalodon teeth, regeneration, that endless supply, 40,000 teeth, 2 teeth per week, a lifetime spent replacing, renewing. The broken teeth would fall, drift to the bottom, join the thousands, millions, already there, already waiting for someone, someday, to find them, to wonder, to dream. The fossil record shows us glimpses, scattered teeth, rare vertebrae, those bite marks on prey bones. But most of the megalodon's life, most of their story, remains hidden, dissolved by time. Returned to the water, we see only fragments, and from fragments we reconstruct, we imagine, we dream. And sometimes the dream is more powerful than the truth. Sometimes the mystery is enough. Your body has become the bed has become night, and still we drift through deeper waters, through darker mysteries, through the realm where science blends with wonder, where facts dissolve into dreams, where a giant shark swims eternally through the oceans of our imagination, never dying, never fading, always, just below the surface, just beyond vision, a shadow made of teeth, waiting, but waiting gently now, peacefully. The violence of predation transformed by time into beauty, into curiosity, into this soft, dark moment where you float, suspended between waking and sleep. Your heartbeat, thump, thump, so slow now, matching the rhythm of ancient tides, the same tides that carried Megalodon, that buried their teeth in sand, that brought them here, to us, to now, to this moment. Breathe and let the darkness hold you. Megalodon swims still, in museums, in books, in films, in the dreams of children and scientists, in the deep place in our minds where wonder lives. And that's enough. That's everything. The creature may be gone, but the mystery remains eternal, looping as we drift, as we float, as we sink deeper, deeper still, into the waters of sleep, where Megalodon waits, not threatening, but guiding, showing us the way down, down into rest, into dreams. The ancient ocean is calling, and we answer, we always answer, letting go of the surface world, of tension, of thought, becoming nothing but breath, nothing but heartbeat, nothing but the soft darkness behind closed eyes. The teeth, imagine them, scattered across the ocean floor, millions of them, glinting faintly in the filtered light, each one a doorway to the past, each one proof that giants walked, swam, ruled, and then surrendered to time, as all things must, as even you must, surrendering to sleep, to rest, to the deep. The Megalodon's reign lasted 20 million years, and your consciousness, it can let go for just a few hours, can surrender, can drift, and in drifting we find peace. In the mystery we find calm. In the darkness of ancient seas we find rest. Megalodon, the megatooth, the giant, the shadow, the legend, swims on, eternal in memory, frozen in stone, alive in imagination. And you float alongside, breathing in rhythm with the tides, heartbeat matching the pulse of vanished waves, sinking, heavier, softer, into the welcoming dark. The fossil discoveries continue. Even now, new beaches erode, reveal ancient sediments, and suddenly, another tooth, another glimpse, another small piece of the puzzle. The work of understanding never ends. The mystery always deepens. There is always more to learn, more to discover, but not tonight. Tonight is for drifting, for letting the questions fade, for allowing the ancient oceans to hold you, to carry you, to pull you down, gently, inevitably, into sleep. Thump, thump, your heart barely whispering. Megalodon's heart was enormous, pumping blood through that massive body, through miles of blood vessels, keeping every cell alive, keeping the engine running, and then it stopped. 3 million years ago, the last heartbeat, the last breath, the last hunt, and silence fell across the oceans, a silence we still feel, a void we still sense when we look at those massive teeth, when we imagine the shadows, when we drift, as we're drifting now, through the spaces they left behind. Their competition with emerging great whites intensified in the Pliocene. These smaller sharks, more adaptable, more efficient in cooling waters, began to fill ecological niches, began to thrive where Megalodon struggled. Natural selection, cold and impartial, favoured the smaller, the more versatile, and so the titans fell, and the lesser, the leaner, inherited the seas. It's the way of all things, cycles within cycles, endings that are also beginnings. As you end your waking day, you begin the journey into dreams, one thing falling away, another rising to take its place. The ancient turtles that swam in Megalodon's time, Archelon, Protostega, giants themselves, some 12 feet long. Even these, even creatures with thick shells, would have been prey. Megalodon's bite force crushing through shell, through bone, through anything that lived in the water. But the turtles evolved too, adapted, survived, outlasted their predator. And that's somehow beautiful. The prey outliving the hunter, the small inheriting, the gentle persisting, while the mighty fade, drift, disappear into giant rays, cartilaginous cousins, also shared those waters. Manta rays, stingrays, some quite large. Would Megalodon have eaten them? Likely yes, opportunistically. A ray gliding over a sandy bottom, unaware, and then the shadow, the rush, the end. But mostly, Megalodon wanted whales, craved that rich blubber, that concentrated energy. Everything else was supplemental, occasional, the way you might snack between meals, barely remembering, barely aware. Your awareness is so thin now, so fragile, like mist over water. Megalodon's growth stages: infant, juvenile, subadult, adult, each stage with its own challenges, its own dangers. The infant, born large, but vulnerable, staying in shallow nurseries. The juvenile, venturing deeper, learning to hunt, building skills. The subadult, beginning to challenge, to compete. The adult, magnificent, unstoppable, ruling absolutely until age, until the world changed, until the end. And you're entering your own stage, the stage of sleep, the stage of rest, where consciousness fades and dreams begin. where the world dissolves and the ocean of the unconscious rises to embrace you, and Megalodon swims there too, in that ocean, in that dream space, eternal, unchanging, always hunting, always present, a symbol of power, of time, of the deep, of mystery, of everything we can't fully understand, can't fully know, can only drift past, observing, wondering, fading. The hunting strategies varied by prey, by situation. For large whales, the attack from below, disabling the flukes. For smaller prey, different approaches. Sometimes a rush from the side, sometimes from ahead. Always calculated, always efficient. Millions of years of evolution creating the perfect hunter, the ultimate predator, and then extinction, proving that perfection is temporary, that ultimate is illusion, that everything eventually surrenders to change, as you surrender now to sleep, to rest, to the darkness that holds no threat, only comfort, only peace. The Megalodon has surrendered too, has let go, has become fossil, become legend, become dream, and in dreams it lives forever, swimming through the unconscious, through the dark waters of sleep, guiding you deeper, always deeper, into rest, into the place where the day dissolves, where worries vanish, where only the gentle rhythm remains. Thump, thump, breath, pause, breath, pause. The coastal hunting grounds, warm shallows where prey was abundant, where juvenile sharks could learn, where the cycle perpetuated. These areas, we can identify them in the fossil record, by concentrations of teeth, by diversity of prey remains, by the story written in stone and sediment. Panama, Florida, California, Peru, Chile, Australia, all marked, all remembered, all still there, waiting under modern waters, under modern sand, for patient seekers, for those who know how to look, how to listen, how to dream. And you're listening now to the silence, to the darkness, to the rhythm of your own body slowing, preparing, transitioning from waking to sleeping, from thought to dream, from the world of Megalodon facts and mysteries to the world of Megalodon as symbol, as metaphor, as the great darkness that holds us, that carries us, that pulls us down, gently, inevitably, into the deep, where we need to go, where rest waits, where healing happens, where the conscious mind releases control, and the ancient parts of the brain, the parts we share with sharks, with fish, with all life that came from water, take over, maintaining breath, maintaining heartbeat, maintaining life, while you, the you that thinks, that worries, that plans, dissolves, drifts away, becomes nothing, becomes everything, becomes one with the darkness, with the deep, with the mystery, the eternal mystery of Megalodon, swimming always, just beyond sight, just below consciousness, in the ocean of dreams, where we're headed now, where we're arriving, where we belong, where we've always belonged, in the water, in the darkness, in the realm of dreams. Your eyes are closed now, or closing. Doesn't matter. Either way, the darkness is the same. Soft, complete, like the darkness at the bottom of the Miocene seas, where Megalodon's shadow passed over ancient coral, over forgotten creatures, over sand that would become stone, that would hold secrets for millions of years, until now, until this moment, as you drift, as you float, as you descend into sleep. The scientific legacy of Megalodon extends beyond paleontology, beyond marine biology, into our understanding of predation itself, of apex predators, of ecosystem dynamics. Computer simulations model their hunting, their movement, feeding data into algorithms that recreate, that imagine, that show us what cameras never could. These simulations reveal efficiency, reveal strategy, reveal intelligence we can only approximate, only dream about, as you're dreaming now, softly, gently, letting the images wash for you like warm water. Thump, thump. Marine sediment analysis tells stories too. Layers of sediment, each one a page in Earth's diary. Scientists core through these layers, extracting cylinders of compressed time, reading the chemical signatures, the fossil assemblages, the grain sizes, each detail revealing temperature, sea level, the presence or absence of certain creatures. In some layers, megalodon teeth appear frequently. In others, they vanish. The story of rise and fall, written in mud, in sand, in time compressed to stone. Your body is so still, so quiet. Megalodon teeth appear in jewelry now, set in silver, set in gold. A fossilized tooth, 20 million years old, hanging around someone's neck, bridging time, connecting past to present. Some people believe these teeth carry power, protection, strength. And perhaps they do. Not magical power, but the power of connection, of remembrance, of carrying a piece of deep time against your skin, against your heart. Thump, thump. Slower now. Slower. The fossil auction market treats large megalodon teeth as treasures. A perfect specimen, 7 inches, excellent serrations, good colour, can sell for $10,000, sometimes more. Collectors compete, bid, driven by the desire to possess, to own a piece of the ancient. But the best specimens, the scientifically important ones, those should remain in institutions, should be studied, should teach, should serve knowledge rather than vanity. Let them go. Let everything go. Sinking, drifting. Fossil hunting expeditions, organized groups, weekend warriors, professional paleontologists, all searching, walking beaches after storms, diving in rivers, excavating cliffsides. The thrill of discovery, of finding, of holding something no human has touched in millions of years. Imagine that moment, your fingers brushing sand away, revealing the triangular shape, the serrations, the weight, heavier, heavier in your hand. A gift from time, from the deep, from Megalodon itself. Breath so soft, barely there. Tooth identification can be tricky. Great white teeth look similar, but smaller, more slender. Megalodon teeth are robust, thick, powerful. The root is solid, substantial. The serrations are coarser, more defined. And the size, always the size. Anything over 4 inches is almost certainly Megalodon. The weight in your palm, heavier than expected, denser than modern teeth, mineralized, petrified, transformed by time and pressure into something between tooth and stone. Fossil misidentifications happen, especially with partial teeth, worn teeth, damaged specimens. A large great white tooth might be called Megalodon, or a Megalodon tooth, eroded, might be dismissed as something else. This is why context matters. Where it was found, what rock layer, what other fossils were present. The matrix tells the story. The sediment whispers the truth. If you know how to listen, how to drift, how to let the information flow through you like water, your breathing is barely a whisper, barely a movement. Megalodon's interaction with seabirds, we can only imagine. Giant penguins, larger than modern ones, swam in those waters, diving for fish, surfacing. Would Megalodon have taken them? Possibly, opportunistically. A bird on the surface, an easy meal. But birds weren't their focus, weren't their prey of choice. Just occasional snacks, forgotten moments in an endless hunt. The underwater reconstructions, created by artists, by CGI specialists, attempt to show us what Megalodon looked like alive. Swimming, hunting, existing. They use modern sharks as templates, apply known dimensions, add the massive size. The results are stunning, terrifying, beautiful. A creature that seems impossible, yet was real, was here, was the ocean's ultimate creation, until it wasn't, until the ocean changed its mind, chose new favorites, new champions, smaller, more adaptable, more fitted to a cooling world. Feel the coolness, the soft darkness. Megalodon versus modern apex predators is a popular thought experiment. Could Megalodon defeat an orcapod in a direct fight? Probably. The sheer size, the bite force. But orcas hunt in groups, coordinate, strategize. They would target a juvenile, isolate it, work together. Intelligence versus raw power, adaptation versus specialization. The eternal dance of evolution, playing out in dark water as you drift through dark consciousness. Sinking, letting go, thump, thump. Ancient art, petroglyphs, cave paintings. Do any show sharks? Perhaps. Ambiguous figures that might be, might not be. We want to believe ancient peoples found these teeth, wondered, created myths. And surely they did. A massive tooth, larger than any shark they'd ever seen, must have seemed magical, divine. A dragon's tooth, a sea monster's remnant, proof that the ocean held mysteries, held giants, held terror. But also wonder, also beauty, also this strange pull toward the deep, the dark, the unknown. Cultural impact reverberates through time. The word Megalodon has become synonymous with giant, with powerful, with ultimate, companies use the name, products, boats, software, all borrowing that sense of dominance, of being the biggest, the best, the apex. Even in extinction, Megalodon exerts influence, shapes culture, lives in our collective imagination, swims through our dreams as it swims now, through your dream, pulling you deeper, calling you down. Your muscles have forgotten how to move, forgotten tension. Predator-prey dynamics in Megalodon's time were complex, webs of interaction. Megalodon ate whales, but what ate juvenile megalodons? Other sharks, large predatory fish, even adult megalodons. Cannibalism may have been common, the young fleeing to shallow nurseries, these growing, surviving until large enough to be safe, to be the threat rather than the threatened. Life was struggle, even for giants, even for the perfect predator. The ocean ecosystem role of Megalodon was crucial. They controlled prey populations, prevented any one species from dominating. Their presence shaped whale behavior, migration patterns, breeding strategies. When they vanished, that pressure released. The ecosystem restructured, reorganized, new balances formed, new dynamics. The ocean recovered, adapted, continued. Life always continues, even when giants fall, even when legends end, even as you end your waking day. Life continues, breath continues, heartbeat continues, thump, thump, automatic, eternal. Megalodon's comparison to prehistoric dolphins, not direct competitors. Dolphins were smaller, faster, different niche, but they shared the water, shared the space. Perhaps young dolphins fell to Megalodon occasionally. Perhaps they learned to avoid certain areas, certain depths. The ocean was layered with territories, just with danger zones, with safe passages. Every creature learning, adapting, surviving, or not. The ones that survived passed on their knowledge, their instincts, their fear, all the way down to us, who still fear the deep water, still sense the presence of something vast, something hunting. Even though Megalodon is gone, the memory remains, coded in our DNA, in our dreams. Drift, deeper, darker. Bite patterns on fossilized bones reveal so much. The spacing of teeth, the angle of attack, the force applied. Scientists measure, calculate, recreate, seeing the hunt unfold in their minds. A whale swimming, unaware. Then suddenly the pressure wave, the displacement of water, warning of something massive approaching. Too late, the jaws close, teeth pierce. Some are pristine, perfect, perhaps lost early, replaced quickly. Each tooth a story, if you know how to read it. But reading takes effort, and effort is impossible now. Now is for drifting, for letting go, for sleep. Climate shifts throughout the Miocene and Pliocene affected everything. Ocean currents changed, temperature gradients steepened, the Antarctic circumpolar current strengthened, isolating cold water around Antarctica. Warm water retreated toward the equator. Megalodon's habitat shrank, compressed. Their prey followed the warmth or adapted to the cold, leaving Megalodon behind, stranded in warming pools, hunting dwindling populations. The world changed, and they couldn't change fast enough, couldn't adapt quickly enough. Evolution works over thousands of generations, but the climate shifts happened faster, too fast, and so, extinction. Thump, thump, your heart barely noticeable. Fossil scanning technology has revolutionized paleontology. CT scans reveal internal structure, growth patterns, pathologies. Scientists can examine the inside of teeth, of vertebrae, without destroying them, can see details invisible to the naked eye, can peer into the past with unprecedented clarity. Each scan generates data, terabytes of information, three-dimensional models that can be shared, studied, manipulated. The fossils become digital, immortal, accessible to researchers worldwide. Megalodon democratized, available to anyone with internet, with curiosity, with the desire to know. But knowing isn't sleep, and sleep is what we're seeking, what we're finding, what's finding us. The darkness is complete now, enveloping. You're barely aware, barely present, mostly gone, mostly drifting in that space between, that liminal zone where Megalodon swims eternal, where all extinct creatures live, where the past is always present, always real, always just below the surface. Megalodon mysteries remain unsolved. Will we ever find a complete skeleton? Unlikely. Cartilage doesn't preserve, but perhaps, somewhere, in perfect conditions, minerals preserved enough to give us a complete picture. Hope persists, as it always does. What was their exact relationship to other sharks? The family tree remains debated, argued, revised. What were their breeding behaviors? How did they choose mates? How often did they reproduce? Questions, floating unanswered, drifting like you're drifting, into darkness, into uncertainty, into the beautiful mystery of not knowing, of accepting the gaps, the silence, the spaces where knowledge ends and wonder begins. Your body is the bed, is the darkness, is the ocean. Megalodon in documentaries appears regularly. Each new documentary promises to reveal secrets, to show us something new, and sometimes they do. New CGI, new expert interviews, new theories, but mostly they recycle the same information, the same awe, the same fear and fascination. And that's okay. Some stories deserve retelling, some mysteries deserve revisiting, each generation discovering Megalodon anew, feeling that same sense of wonder, of impossibility, of this was real, this existed, this dominated. Sailors' legends throughout history mention giant sharks. The persistence of these stories, even into modern times, suggests something deep in us, some archetypal fear, some recognition that the ocean holds terrors. Though Megalodon is extinct, the legend never died. The shadow it cast was too long, too dark, too profound. Even now, when someone speaks of a giant shark, Megalodon comes to mind. The name alone conjures images, feelings, this soft fear mixed with fascination as you mix wake with sleep, consciousness with dream, reality with the eternal ocean of the unconscious. Breath, barely. Megalodon versus thresher sharks. No contest. Thresher sharks, even the largest, would be small prey, a snack. But threshers are beautiful, graceful. That massive tail used like a whip to stun fish. A different strategy, different niche. They coexisted, sharing the ocean, never competing. Size isn't everything. Adaptation is. Efficiency is. The thresher adapted, survived, still exists, while Megalodon, the giant, the dominant, fell. Sometimes smaller is better, sometimes less is more, sometimes surrendering to sleep, to rest, to vulnerability is the wisest choice. Let go. Let go. Attack simulations using computer models. Test theories. If Megalodon attacked this way, how would the prey respond? If prey moved this way, how would Megalodon adapt? Back and forth. Action and reaction. The simulations run thousands of times, generating probabilities, likelihoods, best strategies. The computer doesn't sleep, but you do. You must. You're almost there now, almost completely gone. Just echoes of consciousness remaining, faint awareness floating in vast darkness. Fossil collection ethics matter deeply. Taking fossils removes them from scientific context, from public lands, from the story they help tell. Private collectors, those who hoard, who hide their finds, damage science, damage knowledge. But those who donate, who share, who work with institutions, they help, they contribute. There's a balance, a middle path, as in all things. Take what you need, leave what you can, share the wonder, preserve the knowledge, and mostly just appreciate, just observe, just drift past the ancient bones, the ancient teeth, leaving them undisturbed, letting them rest as you're resting, as we're all resting, in the dark, in the quiet, in the peace. Thump, thump. Megalodon fossils in South America tell of tropical seas, of warm currents, of abundant prey. Chile, Peru, Colombia, Venezuela, all yielding specimens, teeth washing from cliffsides, eroding from ancient beaches now high above the sea. The earth lifted them. Geological forces pushing seabed to mountain, fossil to air, and now they fall, tumble, return toward the ocean. The cycle continues, will continue, long after we're gone, long after everything we know has become fossil, has become mystery, has become someone else's story. African fossils, Morocco especially, produces beautiful specimens. The phosphate mines, workers digging, finding teeth, giant teeth, perfect teeth, flowing into markets, into collections, each one a piece of African prehistory, when the Tethys Sea covered regions now desert, now dry. The ocean was everywhere once, We'll be everywhere again, given enough time. Water rises, falls, spreads, retreats, continents drift, climates shift. Nothing is permanent, nothing is stable, except change, except transformation, except this moment, this breath, this heartbeat, thump, thump, fading, fading. North American fossils are abundant, accessible. The Atlantic coastal plain, the Gulf Coast, California, all rich in megalodon remains. The Calvert Cliffs in Maryland, famous. People walk beaches, find teeth. Sharktooth Hill in California, layers of teeth, compressed, concentrated, ancient killing grounds now revealed. The earth gives up its secrets slowly, reluctantly. We must be patient, must dig, must search, must wait, like waiting for sleep. It comes when it comes, cannot be forced, only invited, welcomed, allowed. European fossils, Belgium's deposits, Netherlands, Portugal, Spain, all document megalodon's range. The ancient Tethys Sea, the ancestor of the Mediterranean, was their highway, their hunting ground. They swam where cities now stand, where people now walk, never knowing, never sensing the ghosts beneath their feet. We live on layers, on history, on compressed time, walking over ancient oceans, ancient creatures, ancient mysteries, and sometimes in dreams we remember, we feel, we know. Your consciousness is a candle, flickering, almost out. Asian fossils from Japan, from Indonesia, from India. Teeth found in riverbeds, in construction sites, in museums. Each continent has them, proving megalodon's global dominance. They swam everywhere warm water existed, every tropical sea, every subtropical zone. Worldwide rulers, planetary apex. For 20 million years, they owned the oceans completely, absolutely, until they didn't, until the world changed, until smaller, smarter, more adaptable creatures inherited the waves. Australian fossils from Victoria, from South Australia, document megalodon in Southern Hemisphere, the teeth, the vertebrae, evidence of hunting, of breeding, of living. Australia was different then, positioned differently, climates different, but megalodon was there, present, hunting, dying, leaving bones, leaving teeth, leaving evidence for us to find, to study, to use as doorways into the past, as lullabies in the present. Thump, thump, barely. Bite Force simulations use computer models, biomechanical analysis, comparing skull structure, tooth design, muscle attachment points. The numbers generated, 18 metric tons of force, are theoretical, approximate, but likely close to truth, close to the reality of what it felt like when jaws closed, when teeth met, when prey became food. Power unimaginable, force unstoppable, and yet controlled, precise, efficient, not wasteful, not random. Every bite calculated, every hunt optimized. 20 million years of refinement, of perfection, of evolution selecting for exactly this ultimate predator, this apex, this perfection that still, in the end, wasn't enough. Nothing is enough. Against time, against change, we resist, we struggle, but eventually we surrender, we let go, we drift into darkness, into extinction, into sleep. It's natural, inevitable, beautiful in its way. The great cycle: birth, growth, dominance, decline, death, and then the mystery, the after, the unknown, where consciousness goes, where extinct species live, where dreams happen. You're entering that space now, that realm, leaving the waking world behind, leaving facts behind, leaving everything behind, just drifting, floating, sinking into the soft, dark warmth of sleep. Tooth hunting tips from experts: look after storms, search at low tide, check areas where cliffs erode, river bends where currents deposit. But really, it's patience, attention, the willingness to scan sand for hours, to walk miles, to examine every dark stone, every triangular shape, and then, maybe, the reward. But tonight you're not hunting, you're not searching, you're resting, you're allowing, you're accepting whatever comes, whatever dreams arrive, whatever darkness holds. Scientific debates continue, will always continue. Each new fossil potentially changes understanding. Each new technology reveals new details. The debates are healthy, necessary. Science advances through questioning, through disagreement, through constant re-evaluation. But the debates are quiet now, soft, distant, like voices from another room, another time, fading as you fade, as consciousness dims, as sleep approaches on gentle waves, bringing rest, bringing dreams, bringing peace. Your heartbeat thump, thump, so slow, so soft, like distant drums, like the rhythm of ancient tides. Megalodon's heart stopped 3 million years ago. The last beat, the last pulse, the last surge of blood through massive arteries, and then stillness. The body sinking, settling to the ocean floor, scavengers coming, flesh disappearing, bones dissolving, until only teeth remained, scattered, lost, waiting, until we found them, until we learned, until we wondered, until we created this moment, this connection across time, this strange intimacy with extinction. Paleontology breakthroughs happen regularly. New sites discovered, new specimens found, new techniques developed. DNA analysis, isotope analysis, computer modeling. Each advance revealing more, answering questions, generating new mysteries. The work continues, will continue, long after this night, long after you wake, long after memory of this moment fades into the background. But now is for sleep, for letting questions dissolve, for accepting mystery, for drifting in uncertainty, comfortable, safe, held by darkness, by silence, by the eternal ocean of sleep. The ocean, always the ocean, where life began, where Megalodon hunted, where we might all return, in dreams, in death, in this liminal state between wake and sleep, the ocean of consciousness, vast, deep, mostly unexplored, and in its depths, Megalodon swims, eternal, unchanging, waiting to guide us down into rest, into healing, into the regenerative darkness where tomorrow is born, where strength returns, where peace lives. Let yourself sink all the way down to the bottom, where sand is soft, where pressure is immense but somehow comfortable, where light never reaches, where Megalodon's teeth lie scattered, glinting faintly, marking territory, marking time. Each one a small star in the darkness, a point of light in the deep, and you drift among them, weightless, formless, barely existing, mostly dream, mostly gone. Thump, thump, whisper, whisper, the rhythm of life slowing, but never stopping, continuing in sleep, in darkness, in the mysterious realm where consciousness goes when we're not watching, not controlling, not resisting, where Megalodon waits, not as threat, but as guide, as guardian, as the great darkness that teaches us, that shows us, that carries us through the night, and the night is here, complete, total. You're inside it, part of it, dissolved into it, no longer separate, no longer alone, united with darkness, with silence, with the ancient rhythm that connects all life, all time, all mystery. Megalodon's rhythm, the ocean's rhythm, your rhythm, all one, all flowing, all drifting, endlessly, peacefully, eternally, through the night, through the mysteries, through sleep, the mysteries that remain, that will always remain, no matter how much we learn. The core of it, the essence, will stay mysterious, stay unknown. And that's perfect. That's beautiful. That's exactly how it should be. Some things should remain in darkness, should stay hidden, should keep their secrets, as you keep yours, as sleep keeps its secrets, as dreams keep theirs. The mystery is the gift, the uncertainty is the peace, the not knowing is the rest, and you're resting now, deeply, completely, mostly. The last threads of awareness, the last whispers of consciousness, barely there, barely holding on, about to release, about to dissolve completely, into sleep, into dreams, into the place where Megalodon lives forever, where extinct things are alive, where impossible things are real, where you are safe, held, protected by the darkness, by the mystery, by the great shadows that swim through the deep places, the quiet places, the eternal resting places of the ocean, of sleep, of peace, of stillness, of this moment suspended between moments, where time doesn't exist, where Megalodon swims eternal, where you float, weightless, formless, free. Your breath is barely movement, barely air, just the gentlest exchange. Oxygen, carbon dioxide out, automatic, effortless, like the ocean's breath, tides in, tides out. the same rhythm that carried Megalodon, that buried their teeth, that preserved their story. Your body knows this rhythm, has always known it, since before you were born, since before humans existed, since the first creatures crawled from the ocean, bringing the rhythm with them, keeping it, passing it down through millions of years, to you, to now, to this quiet moment. Thump, thump. The swimming patterns of Megalodon were efficient, graceful despite their size, the heterocircle tail moving side to side, generating thrust, propelling that massive body through water with surprising agility. They didn't thrash, didn't struggle, just moved. The way you're moving now into sleep, not struggling, not fighting, just allowing, going with the current, drifting where the tide carries you, deeper, always deeper, into the blue darkness, into the quiet, into rest. Megalodon's tail power was extraordinary, generating enough force to launch that enormous body, to chase down swift prey, to maintain cruising speeds for hours, days. The muscles, thick, powerful, fueled by constant feeding, constant hunting, but efficient too, not wasteful. Every movement calculated, to every calorie maximized. Evolution doesn't favor waste, doesn't reward excess, only efficiency. Only what works, and it worked. For 20 million years it worked, until it didn't, until efficiency wasn't enough, until the world demanded something different, something new. Feel yourself letting go, releasing. Teeth regeneration rate in Megalodon was remarkable. 2 teeth per week, sometimes more. Imagine that constant replacement, that endless supply. The body dedicating so much energy to teeth production, because teeth were everything, were survival, were the tool that made feeding possible. Without teeth, starvation, death. So the body prioritized, allocated resources, grew teeth constantly, endlessly, throughout life, and when those teeth fell, they sank, adding to the millions already scattered across ancient seabeds, creating fossil deposits we find today, evidence of countless meals, countless hunts, countless lives lived and ended in those warm waters. Your eyelids are sealed now. Couldn't open them if you tried, but you're not trying, you're accepting, surrendering, going where sleep takes you. Megalodon legends among sailors persisted for centuries. Giant sharks seen from ships, whales with mysterious injuries, unexplained disappearances. The ocean is vast, holds many secrets, and even though Megalodon is extinct, the legend serves a purpose, reminds us that the ocean is wild, untamed, filled with mystery, that we don't own it, don't control it. We are visitors, guests, tolerated by forces greater than ourselves, and that's humbling, beautiful, right. Ancient art. We search for evidence, for proof that ancient peoples found these teeth, wondered about them, incorporated them into mythology. Some artifacts show shark-like figures. Could be Megalodon, could be imagination. The line between them blurs, as all lines blur now. In this state, this liminal space, where you float between worlds, between consciousness and unconsciousness, between the known and the dreamed. Thump, thump, softer, softer. Apex predator status defined Megalodon's existence. At the top, ruling absolutely. No natural predators, no threats, only prey and more prey. This position, this dominance, lasted longer than most species exist at all. 20 million years of supremacy, of control, of being the ultimate, and then released, surrendered, returned to the cycle. Predator becoming prey to time itself, to change itself, to extinction itself. The only predator that takes everything, eventually, inevitably, or gently, swimming speed, cruising at 11 miles per hour, bursting to 35 when attacking. These numbers, calculated from body shape, from tail structure, from comparisons to modern sharks, may be wrong, may be close, may be exact. We'll never know for certain, never see a living megalodon, never clock their speed, never measure their power directly, only infer, only guess, only imagine. And imagination is where you are now, in the realm of dreams, where Megalodon swims at whatever speed you imagine, where reality bends, where anything is possible, where sleep reigns. The jaw gape, opening to nearly 6 feet, creating that massive maw, that portal of teeth. Inside, the mouth was cavernous, dark, lined with tissue that would be pink or grey, or some colour we can only guess. The tongue, large, muscular, helping to manipulate food. And beyond, the throat, the esophagus, leading to a stomach large enough to hold hundreds of pounds of meat, of blubber, of whale flesh. Everything designed for one purpose: feeding, sustaining that enormous metabolism, that engine of predation, that perfect killing machine that still, somehow, eventually, failed, ended, disappeared. Your mind is quiet now, thoughts distant, like stars seen through clouds, barely there, barely real. Prey selection by Megalodon was strategic. They preferred whales, baleen whales, small-toothed whales, high in fat, in energy, worth the effort of hunting, but they were opportunistic too, would take large fish, dolphins, other sharks, even other megalodons if hungry enough. Survival demands flexibility, demands taking what's available, what's possible, and right now, what's possible is sleep, is rest, is letting go completely, taking what the darkness offers, accepting, surrendering. Hunting evidence appears in fossil bones, whale ribs with tooth marks, vertebrae crushed, flippers severed, the violence preserved, frozen in stone. But it wasn't violence really, not cruelty, just nature, just life feeding on life, the way it always has, the way it always will, without judgment, without malice, just necessity, just the way things are. Accept it, accept everything, accept this moment, this darkness, this peace, extinction timelines remain debated. 3.6 million years ago, 2.6 million years ago, the exact moment, the precise year when the last megalodon died, we'll never know, lost to time, to uncertainty. Perhaps there was one final individual, swimming alone, searching for others, finding none, growing old, growing weak, until finally, rest. The species ending not with drama, not with catastrophe, but with simple, quiet, fading. Like consciousness fading now, like you're fading into sleep, into dreams, into the eternal ocean. Thump, thump, whisper, whisper. Fossil distribution maps show global range. Teeth found everywhere warm water existed. The maps, coloured, marked, showing concentrations, showing absences, telling the story of where they hunted, where they bred, where they died. Each dot on the map a discovery, a tooth, a vertebra, a trace of their passing. We map the extinct, chart the vanished, create atlases of ghosts, and somehow it helps, connects us, makes the past feel real, feel present, feel alive, even in death, even in absence, even in dreams. Comparison to C. Megalodon. Wait, that is Megalodon. Carcarical's megalodon, the scientific name, sometimes listed as Carcharodon megalodon. Depending on which classification you follow, the debate continues, the taxonomy shifts. Names matter less than the reality, the creature itself, the existence that transcends naming. Like you transcend naming now, becoming nameless, thoughtless, just being, just breathing, just drifting, versus prehistoric sharks. Megalodon dominated but wasn't alone. Other sharks existed. Carcharodon hasterles, the broad-toothed mako, possibly an ancestor of great whites, smaller than Megalodon, but swift, efficient. And others, many others, different niches, different strategies, different prey. The ocean was full, abundant, diverse, room for many predators, many approaches, many ways of being, until the cooling came, until the great filtering, until only the most adaptable survived. The specialists perished, the generalists inherited. Always this pattern, repeating through time, through extinction events, through the endless cycle of life and death. Your heartbeat is barely a whisper, barely a rumour, barely a memory of a heartbeat. Thump, thump. If you listen carefully, if you pay attention, but you're not paying attention, you're drifting, floating away from attention, away from listening, into the place beyond sense, beyond awareness, beyond everything. Megalodon shellfish interactions were minimal. They weren't bottom feeders, weren't interested in mollusks, in crustaceans. Their realm was the water column, the open ocean, where whales swam, where prey moved. But occasionally, perhaps, something on the bottom, a large ray disturbed from the sand, a turtle crawling along the seafloor, opportunistic feeding, unplanned meals, moments of convenience rather than preference. Tooth anatomy reveals so much under microscope, under analysis. The enamel structure, crystalline, harder than steel, designed to withstand the forces of biting through bone. The dentine beneath, slightly softer, providing cushion, preventing shattering, and the root, hollow channels where blood vessels ran, nerves reached, connecting tooth to jaw, to body, to life, now fossilized, mineralized, dead matter holding the shape of living tissue. Time made solid, made tangible, made something you can hold in your hand. If your hand could move, but it can't. It's too heavy, too relaxed, too far gone into sleep. Brain size relative to body was smaller than modern great whites. But size isn't everything, isn't intelligence. The structure matters, the organization. And we can't see structure from fossil evidence, can only guess, only assume based on modern relatives. They were smart enough, clearly. 20 million years of dominance proves that, proves intelligence, proves adaptation, proves success. Until success wasn't enough, until the parameters changed, until different intelligence was needed. Social intelligence, pack intelligence, the intelligence of cooperation rather than dominance. And Megalodon, solitary, alone, couldn't adapt fast enough, couldn't change, couldn't become something new. Let that go. Let everything go. Intelligence fading, awareness fading, only instinct remaining, only the ancient parts of the brain, the reptilian core, maintaining breath, maintaining heartbeat, maintaining existence while you, the thinking you, the aware you, dissolves, disappears, becomes dream, becomes ocean, becomes the darkness itself. Ocean temperature preferences, warm waters, 20 to 27 degrees Celsius, tropical, subtropical, where their metabolism worked best, where prey was abundant, where life flourished. The warm waters were rich, full, teeming, everything they needed until the warmth retreated, pulled back toward the equator, leaving vast cold zones, following the prey, following the warmth, following until there was nowhere left to follow, until the warmth was gone, until the world became too cold, too hostile, too foreign. Thump, thump, so faint now, so distant, like thunder beyond the horizon, like memory of sound rather than sound itself. Fossil dating techniques place these teeth in time. Relative dating, looking at rock layers, at what fossils appear above and below. Absolute dating, using radioactive isotopes, carbon-14 for recent specimens, potassium-argon for older ones, each method with its limitations, its margins of error. But together they tell us when, approximately when, these creatures lived and died, when they ruled and fell, when the ocean belonged to them and then didn't. Vertebral column structure supported that massive body. Cartilaginous vertebrae, flexible, allowing the swimming motion, that side-to-side undulation, each vertebra stacked, connected, creating the central axis, the backbone, though not bone, Never bone, just calcified cartilage, just stiffened tissue, and rarely, so rarely, these vertebrae fossilize, preserve, give us glimpses of internal structure, of growth, of age. Each vertebra a year marker, a tree ring, counting time, counting life, the fossils counting death, counting absence, counting all the years since Megalodon swam. 3 million years. 3 million years of absence. 3 million years of ocean without their shadow. Feel the absence, the emptiness, the void, not frightening, just vast, peaceful. Your mind is mostly empty now, mostly void, mostly sleeping. Just a few last whispers of consciousness, a few final thoughts drifting like debris on dark water, soon to sink, soon to dissolve, soon to disappear completely. Climate change, ancient climate change, not caused by humans, just the Earth's natural rhythms, cooling, warming, shifting, drove extinction, drove evolution, drove everything. The ice ages beginning their cycle, temperature dropping, sea levels changing, currents reorganizing, the world becoming different, and creatures adapted, or didn't. Megalodon didn't, couldn't. The world they were designed for, the world they dominated, ceased to exist, replaced by something new, something colder, something they couldn't survive. And so they faded, generation by generation, until none remained, until only fossils remained, until only memory remained. Competition with other predators intensified as resources dwindled, food becoming scarce, hunting grounds shrinking, more predators competing for less prey, the orcas, the great whites, the new arrivals, taking what Megalodon once claimed exclusively, pressure increasing, survival becoming harder, each generation smaller, weaker, fewer, until the mathematics of population dynamics, the cold equations of extinction, reached their inevitable conclusion. Zero, nothing, absence, gone. Your breathing is automatic, unconscious. You're not breathing. Breathing is happening. You're not here anymore. Here is happening without you. You've drifted beyond, into the place where Megalodon waits, where all extinct things gather, where dreams live, where sleep reigns absolute. Territorial behavior, we imagine, based on modern sharks, large territories, hundreds of square miles, patrolled regularly, scent marked perhaps by presence, by hunting, by simple occupation. Other megalodons, rivals, would sense occupation, would avoid, would seek other territories. Only during breeding season, only then, would they seek each other, tolerate each other, briefly, before separating again, returning to solitude, to isolation, to the loneliness of the apex, always alone, always apart, until extinction made the loneliness absolute, permanent, eternal. Thump, thump, barely, barely. Prehistoric whales were their world, their food, their reason for existing. Cetotherium, Dirocetus, primitive baleen whales, abundant, filling the warm seas. Megalodon evolved with them, evolved for them, shaped by them over millions of years. Predator and prey locked in evolutionary dance, each adapting to the other. Arms race of speed versus stealth, size versus agility, teeth versus blubber. The dance continued for ages, until the music stopped, until the whales migrated, until the partnership dissolved, until one partner remained and the other vanished. Giant rays, manta barostrus ancestors, swimming in those same waters, feeding on plankton, on small fish. Occasionally, perhaps, Megalodon took one, but rays weren't primary prey, weren't preferred, just available. Sometimes availability is enough. Sometimes you take what's offered, what's possible, like accepting sleep when it comes, not fighting, not questioning, just taking, allowing, receiving. Giant turtles, Archelon, extinct by Megalodon's time, but other large turtles existed. Shelled prey, difficult prey, but nothing was too difficult for Megalodon. That bite force crushing through shell, through bone, through anything. Power solving problems, force overcoming obstacles, until the one obstacle force couldn't overcome, time itself, change itself, the universe itself saying, enough, your time is done, step aside, let others rise. And you're stepping aside now, from consciousness, from thought, from waking, letting sleep rise, letting dreams take over, letting the darkness hold you completely. Finally, totally, your muscles are memory, your thoughts are whispers, your awareness is barely a spark, about to go out, about to surrender to the night, to the deep, to the ocean of sleep where Megalodon swims forever, waiting for you, guiding you down to the bottom where sand is soft and pressure is a blanket, and light never reaches and everything is quiet, so still, so peaceful. Growth stages from pup to adult, each with its challenges, its dangers, its lessons. The young learning to hunt, learning to survive, learning the ocean, growing larger, bolder, stronger, until reaching that point, that moment, when they became apex, when nothing could threaten them, when they ruled, and then the slow decline, age taking what youth gave, strength fading, speed diminishing, until the end, until rest, until returning to the ocean, becoming part of the cycle, feeding the scavengers, enriching the ecosystem, giving back what was taken, the circle completing, as it always completes, as it's completing now, as you complete the circle from waking to sleeping, from consciousness to unconsciousness, from day to night, ambush tactics from below, from the deep, rising, accelerating, striking with precision, with surprise, the prey never sensing until too late, until the jaws closed, until the teeth met. Efficient, effective, evolved over millions of years, perfected, optimized, every hunter performance, an execution of instinct, of inherited behavior. No thought required, no planning needed, Just action, reaction, life, death, the way of things, the way it's always been, the way it will always be. Accept it, embrace it, drift with it. Coastal hunting in shallow waters, nursery grounds, feeding grounds, where prey congregated, where life was dense, where hunting was easy. The coasts were rich, productive, everything the ocean gave, concentrated there. And Megalodon took advantage, hunted there, bred there, lived there, until the coasts changed, until sea levels dropped, until the rich shallows became less rich, less productive, less capable of supporting giants. Another pressure, another stress, another factor in the slow collapse toward extinction. Thump, whisper, thump, whisper. Your heartbeat and breath barely distinguishable, barely separate, just rhythm, just continuation, just existence at its most basic, most fundamental, life stripped down to essence, to the irreducible minimum. And even this might fade in deep sleep, become so subtle, so quiet, that it's almost imperceptible, almost absent, almost gone. Mass extinction factors combined. Cooling climate, changing currents, shifting prey distributions. New competition, each one manageable alone, but together they overwhelmed. Together they exceeded Megalodon's capacity to adapt. The perfect storm of extinction. Multiple causes, no single answer. Complex, interconnected, like all endings, never simple, never one thing, always a combination, a cascade, a failure of systems rather than one system. Everything breaking at once, or nothing breaking, just gradually, imperceptibly, becoming something different, something incompatible with Megalodon existence. Population density was low even in their prime, a few per 100 square miles, rare, scattered, solitary. This made them vulnerable, made recovery from population loss difficult. When numbers dropped, finding mates became harder, genetic diversity decreased, each generation weaker, less varied, less capable of adaptation. The death spiral of endangered species, playing out over thousands of years, over hundreds of thousands of years, so slow, so gradual, that no individual Megalodon could sense it, could know, could understand their species was ending. They just lived, hunted, died, never knowing they were part of a sunset, a finale, an extinction. Your consciousness is vapor, mist, barely existing, dispersing into darkness. Soon, so soon, gone completely, dissolved, absorbed, only sleep remaining, only dreams, only the ocean. Megalodon mysteries unsolved will remain unsolved. We'll never know their exact appearance, their behavior, their sounds, whether they breached like modern great whites, whether they moved in any patterns we'd recognize. The mystery is permanent, eternal, and maybe that's good. Maybe some things should stay mysterious, should remain unknown, should live in that space between knowledge and imagination, where wonder exists, where possibilities multiply, where dreams are born. Popular myths continue, sightings reported even now, people wanting to believe, wanting the ocean to still hold such giants, such terrors, such wonders. But wanting doesn't make it so. Belief doesn't manifest reality. Megalodon is extinct, gone, finished, only existing now in fossils, in stories, in dreams, in this place, this dark place where you float, where extinct things are alive, where impossible things are real, where sleep and death and dreams blur together into one vast ocean of unconsciousness. You're almost there, almost gone, almost completely lost to sleep. Just one more breath, one more heartbeat, one more moment. And then silence, darkness, peace. The universe keeps turning, stars wheeling overhead, though you can't see them. Earth rotating, though you don't feel it. Time passing, though you're beyond time now, beyond measure, beyond knowing. The universe keeps turning, and in turning, keeps secrets, keeps mysteries, keeps Megalodon alive in fossil form, in memory form, in dream form. Megalodon shadows beneath ancient oceans, 3 million years ago, 20 million years ago, forever ago. The shadows permanent, etched into time, into stone, into the collective unconscious. Sharks in the deep places, teeth in the darkness, power in the shadows, always there, always swimming, always hunting in the ocean of the past, the ocean of memory, the ocean of sleep, and we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries, you and I and Megalodon, connected across time, near across consciousness, across the boundary between wake and sleep, between life and extinction, between known and unknown, drifting, floating, sinking, rising, moving with tides that have no beginning, no ending, just eternal cycle, eternal rhythm, eternal mystery, through the night, through the darkness, through the soft hours where dreams happen and healing occurs and the body restores and the mind releases and everything we hold during the day. We let go, we surrender, we trust the darkness to hold us, to carry us, to bring us safely through until morning, until light, until we wake, if we wake. Though waking seems impossible now, seems distant, seems like something that happens to other people in other times, not to you, not now, not ever again, just drifting, just floating, just being in the ocean of sleep, in the realm of dreams, in the place where Megalodon lives, where you live, where everything lives that has ever lived or ever will live, all together, all one, all part of the great mystery, the eternal mystery, the beautiful mystery that we'll keep exploring, keep experiencing, keep drifting through, endlessly, peacefully, eternally, through the mysteries, Megalodon mysteries, looping softly, endlessly, through the night, where we began, where we'll begin again, where the loop closes, where the circle completes, where ending becomes beginning, where sleep becomes dream, where mystery becomes peace, where everything dissolves into the warm, dark quiet, and we keep drifting, floating together forever through the mysteries. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100. When did we stop being naked? Mysteries, looping softly, endlessly, through the night. Tonight we'll drift through the first cold night that forced humans to cover their skin, the moment clothing rewired shame and self-awareness in the human brain, and the forgotten age when children stayed naked long after adults dressed. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink. Heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself, shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper, into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe, comment, and hit like, so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into when did we stop being naked and why we started wearing clothes long before fabric, before the first thread was spun, before needles carved from bone. There was only skin, warm, exposed, unashamed. Our ancestors walked beneath an African sun, completely bare, for millions of years. The body needed nothing else, just skin, just breath, just the rhythm of feet on ancient earth. Why would they wear clothes? There was no reason, no need. The question wasn't when they stopped being naked, but why they would ever start covering themselves. Picture them now, early hominins moving through grasslands, their bodies covered in dark hair, thick fur protecting them from the midday heat, from the cold nights. This was our first covering, not cloth, but our own hair, dense, insulating, like the coats worn by every other mammal. We were never truly naked, not in the beginning. We carried our warmth with us, woven into every follicle. Nature provided the covering. Why add more? But something changed, slowly, over hundreds of thousands of years. The hair began to thin, to disappear, leaving behind only patches on our heads, under our arms, in scattered places. The rest of our body became bare, exposed, vulnerable in ways our ancestors never were. This transformation happened somewhere between 2 and 3 million years ago, as our ancient relatives moved from forests into open savannas, where the sun beat down relentlessly. Scientists believe we lost our fur to stay cool, to run for hours under the African sun, chasing prey until it collapsed from exhaustion. Our hairless skin allowed sweat to evaporate, cooling us more efficiently than any fur-covered animal. We became the marathon runners of the animal kingdom. Naked, glistening, unstoppable. Our bare skin was an advantage, a technology written into our very flesh. But in losing our natural covering, we created a new problem. Why would we need to wear clothes? Because we'd already stopped wearing our first clothes, our fur. But naked skin created new vulnerabilities. The same exposure that cooled us also burned us. The ultraviolet radiation from the sun, penetrating deep, damaging cells, causing cancers that could kill before we reproduced. So our skin darkened, melanin spreading through the epidermis like a shield, turning deep brown, nearly black, protecting the DNA inside each cell. For hundreds of thousands of years, all humans were dark-skinned, and all humans were naked. The skin itself became clothing, pigment instead of fabric. Just breathe into that image. Early humans, dark-skinned and bare, walking upright through tall grasses, their skin their only boundary between self and world. No shame, no modesty, no concept that the body should be hidden. They knew themselves as animals knew themselves, complete, unquestioned. The nakedness was simply being. There was no reason to wear clothes, not yet. Thump, thump. Your heart slowing now, sinking deeper into the mattress. Let the weight of your body pull you down, down, into the earth, into the ancient past, where nakedness was all anyone knew, where the question of wearing clothes hadn't been asked. These early humans lived in tropical climates, where temperatures rarely dropped low enough to threaten survival. The warm air caressed their skin, day and night. They might have felt cool in the evenings, but not dangerously cold, not cold enough to die. Their bodies adapted, their metabolism adjusting, burning calories to generate heat when needed. For perhaps 2 million years, humans lived this way, naked, comfortable, complete. Why start wearing clothes when the body worked perfectly as it was? Children were born into this nakedness. They nursed at their mother's chest, skin to skin, and grew up running through the landscape without a single covering. There was no age at which clothing was introduced, because clothing didn't exist. A child's first experience of life was the sun on bare skin, the wind touching every part of them, the direct contact with the world, unmediated. The question, why wear clothes, never arose, because there was nothing to wear. But the world was changing. Ice ages came, sweeping down from the poles, bringing cold that no amount of metabolic adjustment could overcome. The first ice age that affected human ancestors arrived around 2.5 million years ago. Temperatures dropped, even in Africa. The nights became dangerous. Hypothermia, a real threat. Naked skin, suddenly a vulnerability. And here, finally, was a reason to wear something, anything, to survive. This is when fire became essential. Not fire for cooking, that came later, but fire for warmth. Humans learned to maintain flames through the night, huddling close, letting the heat radiate onto their bare skin. Fire was our first external warmth, our first answer to the question, why wear clothes? The answer was, you don't need to. If you have fire, still naked, but with fire, we could push into cooler climate, into caves, into higher elevations. Imagine those nights. Bodies pressed close to flames, shadows dancing on cave walls, naked skin glowing orange, everyone together. No privacy, no separation. The fire kept them alive, but they remained exposed, vulnerable the moment they stepped away from the flames. Fire was the first clothing, invisible, warm, but impossible to carry. Your eyelids growing heavy now, heavier. Let them close if they want to, or keep them soft, unfocused, gazing into the darkness. You're safe here, warm. No need to huddle by any fire, just your breath, in, out, slow, slower. Fire extended human range, but it had limits. You can't carry fire everywhere. You can't run with fire, hunt with fire. Fire keeps you stationary, tethered to one spot, for true expansion, for migration into genuinely cold climates. Humans needed a different answer to why wear clothes. They needed warmth they could take with them, wrapped around their bodies, portable, personal. The first coverings were probably animal hides, skins taken from prey, initially for other purposes, to carry things, to create shelters. Someone, somewhere, realized the skin of a dead animal still held warmth. That draping it over naked shoulders kept the cold at bay. This wasn't clothing. Not yet. It was simply using what was available. The answer to why wear clothes was becoming clear. Survival, protection, warmth. Evidence suggests this happened around 300,000 years ago, maybe earlier. Stone tools from this period show wear patterns consistent with scraping animal hides. The tools were used to remove fat and tissue, to make the skins more pliable, easier to drape over the body. But these weren't tailored garments, just hides, thrown over shoulders, wrapped around hips, held in place by hand or crude ties. They wore clothes because they had to, not because they wanted to. The hides were likely seasonal, used when cold, discarded when warm. Nakedness remained the default state, the natural condition. Covering the body was a temporary adaptation, like seeking shade or moving into a cave. You covered yourself when necessary, but removed the covering as soon as possible. The body wanted to breathe, to feel air, to remain unencumbered. The question shifted from why wear clothes to why keep them on when you don't have to. Picture a group of early humans, perhaps Homo heidelbergensis, moving through a European valley during a cold snap 500,000 years ago. They drape animal skins over their shoulders, tie them loosely at the waist. Their legs remain bare, their feet completely exposed. The cold bites at their extremities, but they endure. This is survival, not fashion, not culture, just the body's need for warmth. They started wearing clothes because the alternative was death. Children during this period likely went naked longer than adults. Their smaller bodies couldn't retain heat as effectively, but they also stayed closer to fires, to their mothers. They were carried, kept warm by adult body heat. By the time they walked independently, ran, explored on their own, the weather had usually warmed enough that they needed no covering. Their childhood was still largely naked, still free of the weight of hides and the restriction they imposed. Why put clothes on a child who stays by the fire? Let your shoulders sink now, melting into the pillow. Feel the softness supporting you. Nothing wrapped tight around you. Just comfortable weight, gentle pressure. You're drifting, floating on a warm current back through time, watching humans discover, slowly, that covering the body could mean survival, that wearing clothes answered a question their naked bodies couldn't solve alone. The relationship between humans and clothing was utilitarian, practical, for hundreds of thousands of years. There was no shame associated with nakedness, no modesty, no sense that the body should be hidden for moral reasons. The body was simply the body. Everyone saw everyone else, from birth until death. There were no secrets, no private parts, just parts. They wore clothes to survive cold, not to hide themselves. Anthropological studies of isolated hunter-gatherer tribes reveal this ancient attitude toward nakedness. Groups that maintained lifestyles similar to our distant ancestors often practiced casual nudity. Children ran naked, adults worked naked in warm weather. Covering the body happened only when temperature demanded it. The human form was unremarkable, ordinary, neutral. The answer to why wear clothes was simply, when it's cold. No other reason existed. This tells us something profound. Shame around nakedness is not hardwired into human nature. It's learned, cultural, invented. For the vast majority of human history, spanning millions of years, nakedness was normal. People started wearing clothes for warmth, not modesty. Shame came later, much later, attached to clothing like a shadow. Growing as the coverings became more permanent, the question evolved from why wear clothes to why not wear clothes. And that shift changed everything. Thump, thump, your heart rhythm steady, slow, calm, each beat drawing you deeper, down into sleep, down into the ancient memory of being unashamed, uncovered, unaware that anything was wrong with the bare skin, back when clothes were tools, not identity. Stone tools advanced. Humans learned to scrape hides more efficiently, to create larger pieces that covered more of the body. But still, for hundreds of thousands of years, no one invented sewing. The hides were draped, wrapped, tied, but never stitched. This meant constant adjustment. The covering slipped, came loose, required attention. They were inconvenient, annoying, something people tolerated rather than embraced. Why wear clothes if they're this uncomfortable? The inconvenience meant people remained naked whenever possible. A wrapped hide was hot when the sun came out. It restricted movement when running or climbing. It got wet and heavy when crossing rivers. Far easier to carry it or leave it behind and retrieve it only when the temperature dropped. The answer to why wear clothes remained strictly practical. Thermal regulation, nothing more. There's evidence from archaeological sites in Europe, places where humans lived 40,000 years ago, that show distinct seasonal patterns, where on stone tools suggests intensive hide processing in autumn, preparing for winter, then silence during summer months. No hide processing, no need for coverings. The cycle repeated annually. Dress in winter, undress in summer. Nakedness remained the preferred state, the natural baseline to which humans returned. They started wearing clothes each autumn and stopped each spring. Even in cold climates, people maximized their nakedness. They covered their torsos, their cores, where body heat was most critical, but their limbs often remained bare. Feet, especially, stayed uncovered far longer than we might imagine. Footwear is difficult to make without sewing. Wrapped hides don't stay on feet effectively during walking, so people endured cold feet, numb toes, rather than solve the technical challenge of creating shoes. Why wear something on your feet if you can tough it out? The invention of shoes is one of the stranger stories in human technological development. We had hand axes for nearly 2 million years, controlled fire for hundreds of thousands of years, but didn't invent proper footwear until perhaps 40,000 years ago. Our feet, those platforms carrying us everywhere, remained naked while other parts of the body gained protection. This suggests nakedness had a gravitational pull, a resistance to covering, even when covering made practical sense. The question, why wear clothes, applied differently to different body parts. Hands and feet wanted to stay free. Let your legs feel heavy now, sinking, your feet relaxing, toes going soft. Imagine them bare, unencumbered by shoes, by socks, just skin, touching cool earth, nobody watching, nobody judging, just your body, being. No reason to cover, no reason to hide. Parasites were another pressure toward clothing. Humans who remained permanently naked faced constant assault from insects, from ticks, from biting flies. Clothing created a barrier, incomplete, imperfect, but better than nothing. In tropical regions especially, where mosquitoes carried diseases, where botflies laid eggs under the skin. Some form of covering became advantageous even in warm weather, a new answer to why wear clothes, protection from bugs. But clothing also created new problems. Lice evolved to live in human garments, body lice, different from head lice, emerged around 70,000 years ago according to genetic studies. These parasites could only exist in clothing, in the folds and fibers where they hid from sight. This means clothing had become common enough, permanent enough, to support a new species of parasite. Humans started wearing clothes regularly enough that evolution responded, created new organisms adapted to clothed humans. Still, this transition was slow, inconsistent. Different groups adapted at different rates. Those remaining in warm climates maintained their nakedness. Those migrating north, into Asia, into Europe, increased their covering. the human species began to diverge, not just in skin color, but in their relationship with clothing, with nakedness, with the body itself. Some groups had strong reasons to wear clothes, others had none. You're breathing slower now, softer. Each exhale releasing tension, releasing thoughts, just drifting, floating in the space between waking and sleeping. The story continuing, wrapping around you like soft darkness, exploring why humans started covering themselves, and when they stopped being bare. The real transformation began with sewing, with the invention of the needle. Everything changed when humans learned to stitch hides together, to create garments that fit the body, that stayed in place without constant adjustment. The oldest known sewing needles are around 40,000 years old, made from bone, with eyes carefully drilled to thread sinew through. This technology answered why wear clothes in a new way, because now you could. This technology was revolutionary, more significant than we often recognize. Sewn clothing allowed humans to migrate into the Arctic, into Siberia, into the brutal cold where naked skin would die in minutes. Groups that mastered sewing could survive winters that killed anyone without proper garments. They created fitted tunics, trousers, boots, gloves, layers upon layers, until the body beneath became almost theoretical, hidden, insulated, transformed. They wore clothes because clothes made the impossible possible, made uninhabitable land survivable. The people who migrated into these extreme climates were covered almost constantly. Their children were dressed from infancy, never experiencing the freedom of bare skin except perhaps in heated dwellings. The casual nudity of warmer climates became impossible, dangerous. The body had to stay covered, protected, concealed. This created new psychological associations. The covered body became normal. The naked body became vulnerable, strange, wrong. They started wearing clothes out of necessity, but eventually forgot why. The covering became identity. But even as some groups fully clothed themselves, others remained largely naked. In Australia, in Southern Africa, in tropical regions of Asia and South America, people continued ancient patterns, covering only when necessary, removing coverings when possible. Their children still grew up naked, still experienced the world through unrestricted skin. The human species existed in multiple states simultaneously, some dressed, some bare, some oscillating between the two. Different answers to why wear clothes depending on where you lived. This diversity persisted for thousands of years, well into the historical period. When European explorers encountered indigenous peoples in warm climates, they were shocked by the casual nakedness, by the absence of shame, by the comfort people displayed in their bare bodies. The explorers couldn't understand that these people simply had no reason to wear clothes, that they were witnessing humanity's original state, the condition that prevailed for millions of years. They saw nakedness as primitive, as shameful, as something to correct. They insisted everyone start wearing clothes, regardless of need. But the indigenous peoples saw the explorers' heavy clothing as strange, as uncomfortable, as unnecessary. Why cover the body when the air is warm? Why hide skin that functions perfectly well exposed? Why start wearing clothes when nakedness works fine? The questions went both ways. Two human groups, separated by millennia of different adaptations, staring at each other across an unbridgeable gap in cultural understanding, your mind drifting now, thoughts becoming liquid, images of bare skin, of wrapped hides, of sewn garments, all flowing together, merging, dissolving. None of it matters for sleep. Just let it wash over you, through you, the information becoming a lullaby, gentle, meaningless, beautiful. The story of why we started covering ourselves, when we stopped being naked, all blending into soft darkness. Clothing began to carry social meaning. This happened gradually, emerging over thousands of years. Initially, everyone in a group had similar coverings, similar access to hides, to basic protection. They wore clothes for the same reasons: cold, insects, protection. But as societies grew more complex, as trade developed, as craft specialization emerged, clothing became a way to signal status, wealth, identity. A new answer to why wear clothes: to show who you are. Someone realized that decorating hides made them more impressive. Shells were sewn onto leather, feathers were attached, colored pigments were applied. The covering was no longer just functional, it was communicative. It said something about the wearer, about their role, their importance, their connections. People started wearing clothes not just for warmth, but for meaning. But before elaborate clothing, before sewn garments with decorations, humans had already been decorating their bodies. Body paint, ochre rubbed into skin, creating patterns, symbols, transformations. This was perhaps the first form of clothing, not cloth, but colour, not covering, but marking. The skin remained visible, naked, but altered, made sacred, made other. Why wear clothes when you can paint your skin? Evidence of ochre use goes back at least 200,000 years, perhaps much further. Humans were painting their naked bodies long before they habitually covered them. The paint served multiple functions. It protected against sun and insects. It created group identity. It prepared individuals for rituals, for hunts, for transitions between states of being. This was wearing something without covering anything. In some ways, body paint was proto-clothing. It changed how the body appeared, how it was perceived, without hiding it. This suggests that the impulse to modify the body's appearance predates the impulse to cover it. That decoration came before concealment, that humans wanted to transform their nakedness, not eliminate it. They started wearing paint before they started wearing hides. The question wasn't why wear clothes, but why not enhance what's already there? Jewelry, too, emerged before permanent clothing. beads made from shells, from carved bone, from stones. These were worn on naked bodies, around necks, on wrists, through pierced ears. The body was adorned, enhanced, but not hidden. This pattern appears globally, across cultures that developed independently. Humans consistently chose to decorate nakedness before they chose to cover it. They found reasons to wear ornaments long before they found reasons to wear garments. This tells us something important about the psychology of clothing. It wasn't initially about modesty, about hiding the body from view. It was about transformation, about making the body more beautiful, more powerful, more meaningful. People started wearing things to enhance themselves, not conceal themselves. Shame came later, attached itself to existing practices, rewrote the narrative, made us forget that clothing began as enhancement, not concealment. The answer to why wear clothes was originally to look better, not to hide. Let your jaw relax, unclench if it's tight. Let your tongue rest heavy in your mouth, all the small muscles in your face releasing, softening. You're sinking deeper. The story carrying you down into the soft darkness where nothing needs to be remembered, where facts dissolve into feeling, where the reasons for wearing clothes, for stopping being naked, all fade into the gentle void of sleep. Agriculture changed everything. When humans began farming, around 12,000 years ago, settlements became permanent. People stayed in one place, built structures, accumulated possessions. Social hierarchies deepened. Populations grew dense. Living in close quarters with many people created new social pressures, new needs for boundaries, for privacy, for differentiation. New reasons to wear clothes emerged, social reasons, not just practical ones. In agricultural societies, clothing became more standardized, more permanent. People couldn't simply discard garments when warm. They were part of daily life, part of social identity. Removing clothing became a marked act, unusual, requiring justification. The default state was now covered. Nakedness became the exception, the departure from normal. They started wearing clothes out of habit, out of expectation, out of social pressure. The original reasons, cold, protection, forgotten. Children in agricultural societies began wearing clothing earlier, sometimes from infancy. Their nakedness had a time limit, an expiration date. By a certain age, they were expected to cover themselves, to adopt the modesty of adults. The naked childhood that had persisted for millions of years was compressed, shortened, eventually eliminated. Why did they start wearing clothes so young? Because everyone else did. Because society demanded it. Because nakedness became unacceptable. This shift happened at different rates in different places. In some warm agricultural regions, children still went naked while adults dressed. In colder regions, everyone covered. But the trend was clear, consistent. Settled life meant clothed life. The two became inseparable. The question, why wear clothes, was no longer asked. The answer was assumed, obvious. You wear clothes because you're human, because you're civilized, because everyone does. Thump, thump. Your heart beats so slow now, so quiet, barely there. Just a gentle rhythm, reminding you you're alive, pulling you deeper into sleep, into the story, into the long transformation of the human body from naked to covered, from needing no reason to wear clothes to needing reasons not to. Textiles changed the equation entirely. When humans learned to spin plant fibers into thread, to weave thread into cloth, clothing became lighter, more comfortable, more versatile than animal hides. The first textiles appeared around 9,000 years ago. Linen made from flax plants, cotton in the Indus Valley, hemp in China. Each civilization discovering independently that plants could become fabric, that fabric could become clothing. Why wear animal skins when you can wear woven plants? Cloth was softer against skin than leather. It breathed better, dried faster, could be dyed vibrant colors. Weaving became a specialized skill, often practiced by women who produced fabric for their families, for trade, for tribute to rulers. The textile industry was one of the first complex technologies, requiring multiple steps, careful attention, generations of accumulated knowledge. People started wearing cloth because it was better than anything that came before. With textiles came layering. The body could now be covered in multiple levels, a base layer against the skin, an outer layer for protection or decoration. Eventually, underlayers became intimate, private, hidden even from view. The invention of undergarments created a new category, clothing that no one else should see, that existed in a realm between naked and dressed. This was perhaps the moment when nakedness became truly private, truly shameful, something that happened only in carefully controlled circumstances. Why wear innerwear? To create one more barrier between naked and clothed. The layers kept multiplying. More clothing meant more social complexity. Removing all of it, becoming truly naked, became an involved process, time-consuming, deliberate. Casual nakedness became nearly impossible in societies with elaborate dress. The body underneath became theoretical, imagined, rarely seen even by those who inhabited it. People started wearing clothes in layers until nakedness was buried so deep it ceased to exist in daily life. Mirrors were rare, reflective surfaces limited. Most people went their entire lives without ever seeing their own body fully, completely. They knew themselves by touch, by glimpses, by imagination. The concealed body was the only body. Nakedness became an abstract concept, something that happened in darkness, in privacy, in shame. They stopped being naked so thoroughly they forgot what nakedness looked like. Your thoughts scattering now, fragments floating away, nothing to hold on to, just the voice, the story, the gentle pull down, down, deeper into rest, the words washing over you, through you, becoming part of the darkness, part of sleep, the reasons for wearing clothes, for stopping being naked, all dissolving, becoming irrelevant, becoming soft, formless knowing. Clothing and gender became intertwined. Different garments for men and women, rigid rules about what each could wear. The body underneath was differentiated by what covered it, more than by its actual form. A person's sex was communicated primarily through dress, through the social performance of clothing. This created new anxieties, new pressures to conform, to signal correctly, to maintain the boundaries between masculine and feminine through the proper arrangement of fabric. Why wear gendered clothes? To make identity visible, readable, unambiguous. In some cultures, clothing marked life stages. Children wore different garments than adults, married people different from unmarried, the elderly different from the young. Your clothing told your story, announced your status. Your naked body, no longer sufficient to identify you, was supplemented, eventually replaced by the body you constructed through dress. People started wearing different clothes to mark who they were becoming, who they'd been. This meant that nakedness became not just exposure of skin, but exposure of social identity. When someone was forcibly stripped, they were stripped of their place in society, of their dignity, of their personhood. Nakedness became weapon, punishment, humiliation. Far from the neutral state it had been for millions of years, it now carried devastating meaning. They stopped being naked not just for warmth, but for dignity, for humanity itself. Slaves were often kept partially or fully naked. This marked them as lesser, as property, as bodies without rights. The ability to stay clothed became a privilege, something that free people possessed and enslaved people were denied. Clothing became inseparable from power, from autonomy, from being fully human in society's eyes. The naked body was the vulnerable body, the controllable body, the body without defenses. Why wear clothes? Because without them, you're not fully human in society's eyes. Let everything go loose now. Every muscle, every thought. Your body just weight, just warmth, sinking into the bed, into sleep. Nothing to defend, nothing to prove. Just breath, just heartbeat, just the endless drift toward rest. The questions fading. Why wear clothes? When did we stop being naked? None of it matters now. Just sleep. The psychological transformation was profound. Humans who lived permanently clothed began to feel uncomfortable when naked. Their own body felt wrong, exposed, vulnerable. Children raised in clothing from birth experienced their nakedness as a state of undress, an absence, a lack, rather than a natural condition. The covered body became the true body, the self. The naked body became something else, something animal, something shameful. They stopped being naked in their minds before they stopped in reality. This shame wasn't universal. Cultures that maintained practices of communal bathing, of ritual nudity, of casual disrobing, preserved some of the ancient comfort with bare skin. But even in these cultures, rules emerged about when and where nakedness was acceptable. It was contained, managed, separated from normal social life. Why wear clothes most of the time? Because nakedness, even acceptable nakedness, required special circumstances, special permission. Sacred nudity appeared in many religious traditions. Ritual nakedness for purification, for rebirth, for connection with divine forces. This suggests that nakedness retained spiritual power even as it lost social acceptability. The naked body was closer to nature, to truth, to the original human condition. In controlled circumstances, under specific rules, nakedness could be holy, but it had to be prescribed, formal, separated from everyday life. People stopped being casually naked, but retained sacred nakedness. Nakedness with purpose. The desexualization of certain forms of nakedness became important. Nudity in art, in medicine, in anthropology. These were framed as non-sexual, as clinical, as educational. This created a split between shameful nakedness and acceptable nakedness. The body could be seen if the context was right, if the viewer's intentions were pure, if the purpose was approved. But casual nakedness, nakedness for its own sake, remained forbidden. They stopped being naked except when nakedness served an approved function. Your eyelids so heavy now, or already closed, the darkness complete or nearly complete, the boundary between waking and sleeping dissolving. You're floating in the space between, suspended, held by the story, by the voice, by the gentle rhythm of words, drifting through the history of clothing, of covering, of stopping being naked, of starting to wear things, all of it blending, melting, fading. Climate and culture intersected in complex ways. Some societies in warm regions developed elaborate clothing despite no temperature need. Status, modesty, religious requirements, all demanded covering even when the body needed none. They started wearing clothes for reasons that had nothing to do with survival. Other societies in moderate climates maintained casual nudity, cultural values overriding practical concerns. The relationship between clothing and environment became unpredictable, mediated by beliefs, by history, by accumulated traditions. Why some societies started wearing clothes sooner than others remains partially mysterious. Geography mattered. Availability of materials mattered. Contact with clothed societies mattered. But some groups seemed to actively resist covering, to value nakedness as part of their identity, as something worth preserving. When colonizers demanded they dress, they complied slowly, reluctantly, maintaining their nakedness in private, in protest, in memory of who they had been. They didn't want to start wearing clothes. They refused to stop being naked, even under pressure. The loss of communal nakedness meant the loss of certain forms of intimacy, of connection, bodies in close proximity, working together, bathing together, without shame or sexual implication. These practices created bonds, trust, familiarity. When clothing became mandatory, these forms of closeness disappeared. People became isolated in their individual bodies, separated by layers of fabric, by rules about touching, by the transformation of nakedness into something inherently sexual or shameful. They stopped being naked together and lost something irreplaceable. Population density increased this pressure. In small bands of hunter-gatherers, everyone knew everyone. Bodies were familiar, unremarkable. In cities of thousands, tens of thousands, eventually millions, strangers surrounded you. Bodies became private, protected, kept from view. The intimacy possible in small groups became impossible, dangerous, in dense populations where most people were unknown. Why wear clothes in cities? Because surrounded by strangers, nakedness felt threatening, exposed, unsafe. Urbanization accelerated the covering of bodies. Cities required rules, regulations, standards of public behavior. Nakedness violated these standards, created disorder, suggested lawlessness. The clothed body was the civilized body, the urban body, the modern body. Nakedness belonged to the past, to the countryside, to the primitive. Or so the narrative went. People started wearing clothes to fit into cities, to be civilized, to be modern. They stopped being naked to become urban. Disease and hygiene beliefs also played a role, though the logic was often backwards. Some societies believed that clothing protected against illness, that covered skin was healthier. In reality, clothing often harbored bacteria, prevented skin from breathing, created moisture where infections thrived. But the belief persisted. Nakedness seemed vulnerable. Clothing seemed protective. The body was safer hidden, or so people thought. Why wear clothes? To stay healthy, even though the opposite was often true. Actually, the covered body was often less healthy. Skin needs sunlight to produce vitamin D. Covered populations, especially in northern climates, suffered deficiencies, rickets, weakened bones. The body evolved for nakedness, for direct contact with air and sun. Permanent clothing created evolutionary mismatches, problems the body wasn't designed to handle. They started wearing clothes for protection, but created new vulnerabilities in the process. Thump, thump, your heart barely audible now, just a whisper, a distant drum. You're so deep, so far into sleep, the story continuing somewhere, but you're not holding on to it, just letting it flow past, through, becoming the sound of the darkness itself. The questions about why we wear clothes, when we stopped being naked, all fading into irrelevance, into the soft, empty peace of sleep. Clothing changed human body odor. Covered skin produces different scent profiles than naked skin. Sweat trapped in fabric creates bacterial growth, distinctive smells. In permanently naked societies, bodies had their own scents, natural, varied, individual. These scents were part of communication, part of intimacy, part of knowing someone. When clothing covered the body, these scents changed, intensified in some ways, disappeared in others. The olfactory landscape of human interaction transformed. They started wearing clothes and started smelling different. Smell became something to control, to mask, to eliminate. The natural body odor was now offensive, requiring washing, perfuming, concealing. Another way in which the natural body became wrong, inadequate, in need of correction. The naked body didn't just look wrong, it smelled wrong, felt wrong, was wrong in every sensory dimension. Why wear clothes? To hide the body's smell, to mask its nature, to make it acceptable. This represents a profound alienation from our own physical form, from the body as self, as home, as the thing we are, to the body as problem, as project, as something to manage and control. This shift happened over thousands of years, but its effects persist. Modern humans often feel uncomfortable in their own skin. They don't recognize nakedness as natural, as original, as the state from which all clothing is a departure. Instead, they experience clothing as normal, and nakedness as the marked state, the unusual condition, the thing requiring explanation. They forgot why they started wearing clothes. They just know they can never stop. Temperature regulation became dependent on clothing. Bodies lost some of their ability to adapt to cold, to generate heat efficiently. Humans who lived permanently clothed, whose ancestors had worn garments for generations, couldn't survive cold as effectively as their ancient naked predecessors. The technology of clothing replaced the technology of the body, metabolic flexibility, adaptation, the capacity to endure. They started wearing clothes for warmth and lost the ability to create their own. This is an evolutionary mismatch, a situation where cultural change outpaced biological change. Our bodies are still largely designed for nakedness, for tropical climates, for the conditions under which we evolved, but we live clothed in all climates. In permanent states, our biology doesn't fully support. This creates tension, discomfort, a sense that something is slightly wrong, though we can't name what. We wear clothes because we have to, because without them we've become too fragile to survive. The skin senses evolved over millions of years to receive direct input, to feel air, temperature, touch without barriers, now receive muted information through layers of fabric. The body's largest organ, the skin, is mostly isolated from the environment, its complex sensory capacity, largely unused. We live inside shells of cloth, cut off from direct experience of the world. Why did we start wearing clothes? To survive cold, but in doing so, we dulled our primary sense organ, disconnected from reality. Your body completely relaxed now, every part soft, heavy, held by the mattress, by gravity, by sleep itself. Nothing left to release, nothing left to think, just the story continuing, somewhere far away, like a river heard from a distant valley, present, but fading. The tale of why we started wearing clothes, when we stopped being naked, all dissolving into the soft grey space between consciousness and dreams, the moment nakedness became exposure, when it shifted from neutral to negative, happened slowly, across multiple cultures, at different times, but everywhere it followed a similar pattern. Clothing became associated with civilization, with advancement, with morality. Nakedness became associated with primitivism, with animality, with sin. The naked body was the fallen body, the body before enlightenment, before culture, before humanity properly began. They started wearing clothes to become human, to rise above animals, to claim civilization. This narrative erased millions of years of human history, millions of years when nakedness was simply being human. When covering the body was the departure, the adaptation, the thing requiring explanation, the narrative flipped the script, made the exception into the rule, made the recent development seem eternal, made forgetting seem natural. They convinced themselves they'd always worn clothes, that nakedness was never normal, that covering was original. Cultural memory of naked ancestors persists in fragments, in myths about Eden, about golden ages, about innocence lost. These stories encode a dim awareness that humanity was once different, that we once lived more directly in our bodies, more connected to the physical world. The paradise we imagine, the state before the fall, is often a naked state, an uncovered state, as if some part of us remembers, even as we forget the details, remembers why we started wearing clothes. 'Cause we lost paradise, lost innocence, lost the right to be naked. Classical art preserved images of casual nudity, Greek statues, Roman paintings, naked gods and heroes, bodies displayed without shame. These images puzzled later societies that had internalized modesty, that couldn't imagine being unashamedly bare. The art became controversial, covered with fig leaves, hidden away. The naked body in art became acceptable only as historical, as past, as something that once was but could never be again. They looked at naked statues and asked, why did we stop being like that? Why did we start wearing clothes? And found no good answers. But indigenous peoples living in ways similar to ancient humans, preserved the practice. In warm climates around the world, in the Amazon, in New Guinea, in parts of Africa, casual nudity persisted into the 20th century. Some places beyond, these societies became evidence, proof that nakedness without shame was possible, that it was humanity's long-held pattern, not an aberration, not primitive, just original. They never needed to start wearing clothes. They never stopped being naked, and they were fine. The modern fear of nudity, the discomfort, the association with sexuality and shame, all of this is new, recent, a thin layer over millions of years of different attitudes. The body underneath, your body, everybody, is still the naked body of our ancestors, still designed for a bare skin and open air. The clothing is costume, recent addition, temporary on evolutionary timescales. We started wearing clothes yesterday, in evolutionary time. We stopped being naked moments ago. What did clothing change in human behavior? Everything and nothing. We're still the same species, the same basic needs and desires. But we experience ourselves differently. We've internalized the idea that our body is something to hide, to protect, to be ashamed of. This changes how we move through the world, how we relate to others, how we understand ourselves. The covered life is a different life, even if the biology underneath remains unchanged. We started wearing clothes for practical reasons, but those reasons created psychological changes we never anticipated. Did clothing slow human evolution? Possibly, by allowing us to survive in any climate. Clothing reduced environmental pressures, reduced the need for biological adaptation. We could live in the Arctic with the same body that evolved in Africa. The clothing adapted, not the body. This may have frozen certain aspects of our evolution, prevented changes that would otherwise have occurred over the past 40,000 years. We started wearing clothes and stopped evolving. The body is something to hide. This belief is perhaps the most significant transformation. For most of human existence, the body was simply what we were, obvious, unavoidable, neutral. Now it's a secret, something private, something that requires justification to reveal. This transformation rewired human psychology, created new categories of shame, new forms of vulnerability, new mechanisms of social control. We started wearing clothes to survive, but ended up hiding from ourselves. The first time nakedness felt wrong, this moment happened differently for every culture, every individual. But for all of us, somewhere in our childhood or adolescence, we learned that our body should be hidden. We learned to feel exposed, to feel the need for covering, to experience our own skin as insufficient. This learning is so thorough we forget it happened. We think modesty is natural, instinctive. We forget that we had to be taught why to wear clothes, taught when to stop being naked, taught to fear our own bodies. Your breathing barely perceptible now, so slow, so soft, just the gentlest movement, in, out. The story dissolving into sound, into rhythm. The facts no longer matter. The dates, the details, the reasons for wearing clothes, the moment we stopped being naked, all of it melting away, becoming part of the darkness, part of sleep. You're drifting through nakedness and clothing, through shame and innocence, through millions of years, collapsing into this moment, this breath, this quiet darkness where you rest, the weight of fabric on skin. This became normal, expected, required. But there was a time before this, when weight on skin meant danger, an animal landing, a threat. Naked skin was alert skin, sensitive skin, aware. Now we spend our lives under layers. The body dulled, numb to everything except the pressure of cloth. We started wearing clothes for protection, but ended up trapped beneath them. Let that pressure relax now. If you're under blankets, feel them just resting, not restricting. Your body underneath, still there, still yours. Let it sink deeper into softness, into support. Nothing to hold, nothing to maintain, just drifting, floating in this space between stories, between sleep and waking, between the reasons we wear clothes and the moment we stop being naked. Footwear changed human feet. When feet were always bare, they developed thick calluses, wide toes, strong arches. Feet shaped themselves to the ground they walked on, hard, rocky, uneven. The naked foot was a capable foot, adaptable, resilient. It could feel texture, temperature, moisture. The foot was in direct conversation with the earth, every step carrying information, feedback, connection. Why wear shoes? There was no need. The first footwear appeared perhaps 40,000 years ago. Earlier, some people wrapped their feet in hides during cold weather, but these weren't really shoes, just temporary protection. True footwear, shaped to the foot, staying in place during movement, required sewing, required needles, required technical skill that took millennia to develop. Humans started wearing shoes because they'd invented a way to keep them on, because the technology finally existed. Shoes changed everything about human feet. They weakened, narrowed, the toes compressed together, the arch, no longer supporting the body's weight directly, became lazy, dependent. Modern human feet can barely walk barefoot on rough terrain. They've forgotten how, lost the adaptations, become prisoners of the shoes that protect them. We started wearing shoes, and our feet stopped being feet, became something else, something fragile, dependent. But for most of human history, feet were naked. They felt the world directly. The ground was home, familiar, not something to fear or avoid. Children learned to walk on bare feet, never knowing the restriction of shoes. Their first steps were direct contact, unmediated, feeling everything. This was normal, natural. The only way feet had ever known the world. They never asked why wear shoes, because shoes didn't exist. When they finally appeared, the question became, why would you? Thump, thump, your heart rhythm steady, so slow, pulling you deeper, like waves pulling sand from shore, each breath taking you further out, further down, into the deep water of sleep, just floating now, weightless, supported. The story of covering, of stopping being naked, of starting to wear things, all washing over you, through you. When clothing became habitual, when it transitioned from tool to identity, something shifted in human consciousness. The covered body became the social body's, the public self. The naked body became private, hidden, known only in intimate circumstances or in solitude. This split created a duality, a separation between the body we show the world and the body we actually inhabit. We stopped being naked publicly, but remained naked privately. The split became who we are. This duality generates psychological tension. We present one body to the world, clothed, shaped by fabric and fashion. But underneath we know the real body, softer, stranger, more variable than the clothed form suggests. We live in two bodies simultaneously, the visible one and the hidden one, and we're taught that the hidden one is shameful, insufficient, wrong. Why wear clothes? To hide the real body, to present an acceptable version, to maintain the illusion. Children experience this split as they grow. They transition from bodies that adults dress and manage to bodies they must dress themselves, to bodies they must hide themselves. By adolescence, the separation is complete. The naked body is secret, private, laden with meaning and shame. The casual nakedness of childhood, if it existed at all, is gone, replaced by vigilant covering, constant awareness of exposure. They start wearing clothes before they understand why, and never question it again. The moment when a child first feels shame about their body, this is a profound transformation. Before this moment, the body is simply self. After this moment, the body is something to manage, to hide, to feel anxious about. This transition happens at different ages in different cultures, but it happens everywhere that clothing is mandatory. The innocent body becomes the shameful body. The transformation is learned, but it feels inevitable, natural, right. They stop being naked innocently and become clothed shamefully. Let your jaw soften if it's holding tension. Let your face go smooth, blank, like water. No expression needed, no presentation required. Just your body in darkness, unknown to anyone but you. And even you can forget it now. Let it dissolve into sleep. No reason to wear clothes here. No reason to cover. Just the soft dissolution into rest. Clothing and sexual selection became intertwined. In permanently clothed societies, choosing a partner happened between clothed people. Bodies were theoretical, imagined. The actual body, revealed only in private, could surprise, disappoint, disrupt the attraction formed to the clothed person. This created new anxieties, new pressures to make the naked body match expectations formed by the clothed body. Why wear clothes in courtship? To present an idealized version, to hide imperfections, to control first impressions. In naked societies, this anxiety didn't exist. Bodies were visible, known, familiar before intimacy occurred. There were no surprises, no revelations, no gap between the public and private form. Sexual selection happened based on the actual body, not the presented body. This was more honest, more direct, though modern sensibilities find it shocking, inappropriate. They never needed to start wearing clothes to attract mates. The naked body was enough. The desexualization of certain body parts required clothing, breasts, reproductive organs, buttocks. These became sexual partly because they were hidden. Their concealment made them mysterious, powerful, charged with meaning they might not have carried if always visible. In societies where women's breasts are routinely bare, they're not particularly sexual. They're just breasts, functional, ordinary. The covering creates the eroticization, not the body part itself. We started wearing clothes and created sexuality as we know it. This suggests that shame and desire are linked, that hiding the body generates the obsession with revealing it, that the forbidden becomes compelling specifically because it's forbidden. If nakedness had remained normal, casual, unremarkable, much of the sexual charge around the body would never have developed. The body would be more neutral, less fraught, less powerful in both positive and negative ways. We stopped being naked and made nakedness sensual. Your thoughts scattering now like leaves, drifting away. You can't hold them, don't need to hold them. Just let everything go. The story flowing past, through, becoming background, becoming the texture of darkness, of sleep. Nothing to remember, nothing to understand. Just drift through the reasons, the transformations, the long, slow shift from naked to clothed. The role of agriculture in permanent clothing can't be overstated. Farming created surplus. Surplus created trade. Trade created complex economies. Complex economies required standard measures, predictable behaviors, social hierarchies. Clothing became part of this system. It indicated wealth, occupation, status, tribal affiliation. A glance at someone's clothing told you how to interact with them, what to expect, where they fit in the social order, why wear specific clothes, to communicate who you are without words. This made clothing mandatory, not just for warmth, but for social function. Being naked in an agricultural society, especially an urban agricultural society, was opting out of the communication system. It rendered you illegible, dangerous, outside the social contract. Nakedness became not just immodest but socially disruptive, incomprehensible, threatening to the order of things. They stopped being naked because naked people couldn't function in complex societies, couldn't be read, understood, categorized. Settlements and private property also played a role. When humans lived nomadically, possessions were minimal, burden, weight to carry. Clothing was one possession among few, easily discarded if it became inconvenient, but settled people accumulated things, including clothing. They stored it, maintained it, invested labor in its creation. Clothing became valuable, a form of wealth, something you owned and displayed, not just something you used. Why wear clothes? Because they're valuable, because they represent labor, investment, wealth. This transformed the relationship between people and clothes. Clothing became an extension of self, an investment, an asset. You didn't just wear it, you possessed it. It was yours, part of your identity and your property. Removing it wasn't just becoming naked, it was losing something. becoming poorer, less established, less secure. People started wearing clothes as property and stopped being naked as a form of wealth display. The first textiles created entirely new possibilities and entirely new burdens. Fabric required cultivation of fiber plants, processing, spinning, weaving, dyeing, cutting, sewing. Textile production involved countless hours of labor, mostly by women. This labor became invisible, normalized, expected. The clothing that covered bodies represented huge amounts of uncounted work. Women's work, maintaining the social fiction that nakedness was unacceptable. They started wearing textiles because women spent lifetimes making them. Thump, thump. Barely there now. Your heartbeat fading into the general rhythm of sleep. The boundary between you and the darkness dissolving. You're becoming the darkness, part of it, inseparable. The story continuing somewhere but not in your mind, just in the air, in the night. Drifting, drifting, explaining why we wear what we wear, when we stopped being what we were. Linen was one of the earliest fabrics, made from flax plants, cultivated in the Fertile Crescent around 9,000 years ago. Linen was prized for its coolness, its ability to wick moisture away from skin. In hot climates, linen allowed people to stay covered without overheating. This meant modesty could be maintained even in temperatures where nudity would be more comfortable. Culture could override climate. Belief could trump biology. Why wear linen? To stay covered without dying of heat. The ancient Egyptians wore linen, white linen, often pleated. The wealthy wore fine linen, nearly transparent, while still being technically clothed. This suggests they valued covering while missing nakedness. The compromise was sheer fabric, technically modest, practically revealing. The body visible but veiled, a negotiation between ancient comfort with nakedness and newer requirements for covering. They started wearing see-through clothes, trying to have it both ways. Cotton developed independently in several regions. The Indus Valley, Mesoamerica. The plant produces fibers that are soft, breathable, easy to work with. Cotton became the fabric of everyday life for millions of people. It was affordable enough for common people, comfortable enough for constant wearing. Cotton made clothing accessible, universal, inescapable. Why wear cotton? 'Cause everyone could. 'Cause it was cheap, comfortable, everywhere. With cotton, with linen, with accessible textiles, everyone could be clothed. There was no economic excuse for nakedness, no practical barrier. Clothing became universal not because everyone wanted it, but because everyone could have it. The option to be naked, even in warm weather, even in private, even where it made practical sense, disappeared. Covering was now possible, therefore mandatory. The logic was circular but powerful. They started wearing clothes because they could afford to. They stopped being naked because nakedness became economically unnecessary. Let your whole body go heavy now. sinking into the mattress like stone into water, heavy, heavier, everything soft, surrendered. You're not holding your body up anymore. Gravity does the work. The mattress does the work. You just rest. Deeper, deeper into this soft, dark place where nothing is required of you, where you don't need reasons to wear anything, to be anything. Clothing and gender roles became inseparable. Different garments for men and women reinforced and communicated gender divisions. A man in women's clothing, a woman in men's clothing. These were transgressions, violations of the natural order as societies understood it. The clothing created the gender as much as the gender dictated the clothing. Without the visible markers, the categories became unstable, uncertain, dangerous. Why wear gendered clothing? To make gender visible, permanent, undeniable. This meant that nakedness threatened gender itself. The naked body, especially before puberty, was often ambiguous. The clothing made it clear, made it knowable, made it safe. Children were dressed according to their assigned sex to prevent confusion, to train them, to mark them as belonging to one category or the other. The naked child was too indeterminate, too fluid, too much a blank slate. They started wearing gendered clothes from birth, stopped being naked and ambiguous, became categorized, fixed. Differentiated dress began early in agricultural societies. By 4,000 years ago, most settled cultures had distinct male and female clothing. The division varied by region, by climate, by available materials. But the principle was universal. Bodies must be marked by their covering, sorted into categories, made legible at a glance. The work of clothing was the work of social order, of maintaining boundaries, of preventing chaos. They wore different clothes to maintain different roles, stopped being simply naked humans, became gendered clothed beings. Fertility symbolism in clothing was common. Women's garments often emphasized breasts, hips, the parts associated with reproduction. Men's garments often emphasized shoulders, height, physical power. The clothing didn't just cover, it communicated, it advertised. It performed the work of sexual selection that would have happened through naked bodies in earlier times. The fabric became the body. The body underneath became irrelevant. Why wear fertility signaling clothes? Because the real body was now hidden. Needed representation, needed advertising. This created a strange inversion. The actual physical form mattered less than the form suggested by clothing. A woman could appear fertile, appear desirable, through the cuts and drape of her garments, regardless of her actual body. A man could appear powerful through the structure of his clothing, regardless of his actual physique. The clothing lied, and the lie became truth, or at least became more socially relevant than the truth hidden beneath. They started wearing lies, stopped being naked truths. Your eyelids motionless now, the darkness behind them complete, Or perhaps your eye is already open but unseeing, staring into nothing. The difference doesn't matter. Sleep and waking merge, become the same soft state. The voice continues, but you're not listening. Not really. Just floating on the sound, like floating on water, supported, safe, drifting through the story of covering and concealing. Nakedness in ritual persisted long after everyday nakedness disappeared. Sacred contexts preserved the ancient practice. Purification rites often required nudity. Participants would remove all clothing, wash, be blessed, then redress. This was nakedness with purpose, with boundaries, with rules. It was not casual nakedness, not comfortable nakedness, but prescribed nakedness, contained, controlled, safe within ritual structure. Why be naked in rituals? To access something ancient, something true, something lost in daily clothed life. Religious ceremonies in various traditions included sacred nudity, Hindu sadhus, Greek mystery cults, early Christian baptisms. The removal of clothing symbolized removal of social identity, of status, of the constructed self. The naked body was the true self, the soul made visible, the person before they became a person. This suggests that nakedness retained spiritual power even as it lost social acceptability, that the naked body was still recognized as more authentic, more primal, more connected to fundamental reality. They stopped being naked in life, but remained naked before God. But this sacred nudity was different from the casual nakedness of earlier times. It was marked, special, temporary. The moment the ritual ended, clothing was restored, social identity was restored. The naked state was a threshold, a transition, not a destination. This contrasts sharply with ancient humans for whom nakedness was simply being, not a spiritual state or a ritual act, just existence in the normal form. They started wearing ritual nakedness, very different from never wearing anything at all. The transition from casual to ritual nudity represents a crucial shift. When nakedness becomes ritualized, it's no longer truly naked, it's performing nakedness, representing nakedness, invoking the memory of nakedness, but it's not the unconscious, unremarked nakedness of children playing or adults working in warm weather. It's conscious, deliberate, laden with meaning the original nakedness never carried. They stopped being casually naked, started being ceremonially naked. The difference is everything. In some cultures, ritual nudity was required for warriors before battle. The naked body was vulnerable, but also powerful, unencumbered, direct. Stripping away clothing stripped away civilization, revealed the animal underneath, the killer, the survivor. This was strategic nakedness, weaponized nakedness. Again, not the neutral nakedness of earlier human existence, but nakedness as tool, as symbol, as chosen state rather than default state. Why be naked for war? To become animal again, to access primal ferocity, to stop being civilized. Let your shoulders melt down, away from your ears. Let your whole upper back soften, spread, every vertebra settling. releasing. There's a slight space between each bone now. Room, air, freedom. Your spine lengthening, relaxing. You're becoming liquid, formless. No body, just sensation. Just the slow drift towards sleep. Through the history of covering and revealing. When nudity became forbidden, when laws were written to mandate clothing, this represented a new level of social control. It wasn't enough for culture to encourage covering, for social pressure to make nakedness uncomfortable. The state, the government, the official power structure declared nakedness illegal, punishable. Wrong in the eyes of the law, they made it illegal to stop wearing clothes, illegal to be naked. Nakedness became a crime. These laws appeared in different places at different times, often imposed by colonial powers on indigenous peoples, often emerging in religious contexts, declaring the naked body sinful, offensive to God, requiring concealment for spiritual reasons. The laws transformed nakedness from social choice to legal violation, from personal state to public crime. Why wear clothes? Because the law says you must. Because nakedness is now criminal. Because you can be arrested for being what humans were for millions of years. Enforcement of these laws was selective, inconsistent, often targeting the poor, the marginalized, those without power to resist. The wealthy could be naked in private, in bathhouses, in designated spaces. But the poor, especially in public spaces, faced punishment for behavior that had been normal, natural, universal for most of human history. The laws created new forms of inequality, new mechanisms of control. They started wearing clothes under threat of punishment, stopped being naked under threat of violence. Urbanization accelerated this process. Cities needed order, predictability, standards. Naked bodies in crowded streets seemed chaotic, threatening. Cities passed public decency ordinances, required clothing in all public spaces. The urban body became the covered body by necessity, by law, by force. Cities were machines for producing shame about nakedness, for training people to see their own body as problem. Why wear clothes in cities? Because city life requires it, demands it, enforces it through law and shame. Population density created situations where strangers constantly encountered each other. In small communities, everyone knew everyone. Bodies were familiar, trustworthy. But in cities, surrounded by strangers, the naked body became vulnerable, exposable. The covering wasn't just about temperature or modesty. It was protection, armor, boundary between self and the threatening multitude of unknown others. They started wearing clothes as protection from other people's eyes. Stopped being naked because cities were full of strangers who might look, might judge, might threaten. Disease beliefs amplified this. During plague years, during epidemics, people believed that covering the body protected against infection, that exposed skin invited disease. The logic was backwards. Clothing often harbored the very parasites and bacteria that spread illness. But the belief persisted. Nakedness seemed vulnerable to disease. Clothing seemed like defense. The covered body was the safe body, or so people desperately hoped. Why wear clothes during plagues? To feel protected, even if the protection was illusion, even if clothes made things worse. Thump, thump, so faint now, like a drum heard through water, through walls, through the layers of sleep settling over you. You're deep, so deep. The story just echoes, vibrations in the dark, nothing to follow, nothing to hold. Just let it flow, past, through, gone. The reasons for wearing clothes, for stopping being naked, all dissolving into the soft grey void of sleep. Clothing as protection from insects made sense in some environments. Mosquitoes, ticks, biting flies. These could be deadly, carriers of malaria, of sleeping sickness, of Lyme disease. In regions where insect-borne diseases were common, clothing provided real protection. This was functional, practical, different from the moral arguments against nakedness, different from shame and modesty. Just survival, just reducing the chance that a bite would kill you or those you loved. Why wear clothes in jungles? To keep the insects off your skin, to survive. But even this practical use became culturally encoded. People in insect-heavy regions developed expectations that bodies should be covered, even when indoors, even when insects weren't present, even in seasons when they weren't active. The covering became habitual. The practical origin was forgotten. The covering just felt right, necessary. The alternative felt wrong, dangerous, even when it wasn't. They started wearing clothes for bugs, kept wearing them for habit. This shows how functional adaptations become cultural norms, how practical solutions become moral imperatives. The lane between choosing to cover for utility and feeling compelled to cover for propriety, this line blurred and disappeared. By the time most cultures reached modernity, no one could separate the practical from the moral from the psychological. It was all tangled together. Clothing as necessity and virtue and identity all at once. They forgot why they started wearing clothes, just knew they couldn't stop. The psychology of being clothed is complex. Clothing provides psychological comfort, a sense of security, of being protected and prepared. But it also creates anxiety, the fear of exposure, the constant awareness of covering, the need to maintain the boundary between hidden and shown. In permanently clothed societies, people feel naked even when technically covered, if their clothing is insufficient by cultural standards. The anxiety isn't about actual nakedness. It's about relative exposure, about failing to meet expectations. Why wear more clothes? Because what you're wearing isn't enough. Because exposure is relative. Because you can never be covered enough. Self-consciousness increased dramatically with permanent clothing. When everyone is naked, no one is particularly aware of their body. It's just normal. But when some are clothed and some aren't, or when everyone is clothed to different degrees, comparison becomes possible. Judgment becomes possible. The covered body creates the concept of the exposed body. The categories generate each other, require each other, can't exist independently. They started wearing clothes and became self-conscious. They stopped being naked and started being aware of every imperfection. Mirrors amplified this self-consciousness when humans began to see themselves regularly, clearly as others saw them. Body awareness transformed. People could critique their own appearance, notice flaws, compare themselves to ideals. The mirror created the modern relationship to the body, anxious, analytical, never satisfied. This wouldn't have been possible with casual nakedness and no mirrors. The combination of covering and reflecting created the conditions for body dysmorphia, for eating disorders, for the epidemic of body hatred that characterizes modern life. They started wearing clothes and looking in mirrors, stopped being naked and comfortable, became clothed and tortured. Let your hips soften. Let your legs feel heavy, so heavy. Thighs sinking, calves relaxing. All the tiny muscles in your feet releasing, going soft. Your whole lower body melting into the bed, becoming part of it. No boundary, no separation. Just weight, just warmth, just the slow pull down into sleep where reasons don't matter, where history doesn't matter, where you simply are. When humans began to hide their bodies, this represented a fundamental shift in self-concept. For millions of years, the body was self, obvious, known to everyone, including yourself. But the hidden body became mysterious, private, separate from public identity. You had a public self, clothed, presentable, and a private self, naked, hidden, shameful, or at least vulnerable. This split created modern consciousness, the divided self, the awareness of inner and outer, of what's shown and what's concealed. Why hide your body? Because showing it became dangerous, because concealing became identity. Children raised with permanent clothing from birth never experienced the unity of naked self-concept. They learn the division early. They understand themselves as having layers, a presented self and a hidden self. This shapes everything about how they move through the world, how they relate to others, how they understand privacy and intimacy. The covered childhood creates the covered consciousness, the sense that the real self is always somewhat hidden. They start wearing clothes before they can remember, stop being naked before they know what naked means. Nakedness and vulnerability to judgment became linked. The naked body could be evaluated, criticized, found lacking. Clothing provided protection from this judgment. It shaped the body, concealed the body, created a version of the body that might be acceptable even if the actual body underneath wasn't. This made clothing feel necessary, psychologically necessary. The naked body was the judged body, the rejected body, the failed body. Clothing was defense, disguise, armor against the cruelty of others' eyes. Why wear clothes? Because without them you can be judged, criticized, rejected. because naked you're vulnerable to truth. This fear is historically recent. For most of human history, judgment of naked bodies wasn't a concern because naked bodies were universal, normal. Everyone saw everyone. There was variation, but there was also familiarity, acceptance. Bodies weren't perfect, but they didn't need to be. They were just bodies. The modern fear of bodily judgment emerged with permanent clothing, with the creation of standards based on covered shapes rather than natural variety. They started wearing clothes and created the conditions for body hatred. They stopped being naked and learned to fear their own flesh. Clothing and power remain intertwined in complex ways. The powerful have always controlled who can wear what. Sumptuary laws dictated which fabrics, which colours, which styles were available to which social classes. The wealthy could wear fine cloth, bright dyes, complex constructions. The poor were limited to rough fabric, dull colours, simple designs. Clothing communicated status immediately, unavoidably. Your position in the hierarchy was visible, readable, enforced through what you wore. Why wear expensive clothes? To show power, to claim status, to mark yourself as above others. But nakedness was also used as control. Slaves kept naked or semi-naked, prisoners stripped of clothing, defeated enemies forced to strip. Nakedness in these contexts was humiliation, degradation, removal of personhood. The naked body was the powerless body, the controlled body, the body without rights or dignity. This transformed nakedness from neutral to negative, from natural to shameful. The association of nakedness with powerlessness taught everyone to fear exposure, to see covering as essential to being fully human. They stopped being naked because nakedness became the mark of the powerless. Your breath so shallow now, so quiet. Barely moving air, just the gentlest exchange, in, out, the body breathing itself, no effort, no awareness, just the autonomic rhythm, the background process, the life continuing while you sleep. Deeper, deeper into the soft darkness, into the story that's no longer a story, just sound, just vibration, just the texture of night wrapping around the tale of covering and concealing. Who was allowed to be naked varied dramatically by culture and power. In some ancient societies, slaves worked naked regardless of climate. Their nakedness marked them as property, as less than fully human. In other contexts, the poor were naked because they couldn't afford clothing. Their nakedness marked them as failures, as unable to achieve basic standards of civilization. Either way, nakedness became associated with lowness, with lack, with shame. Why wear clothes? Because only free people can. Because clothing marks you as human, as deserving dignity. Forced nakedness as punishment persisted into modern times. Prisoners stripped, paraded naked, displayed to break their spirit. Nakedness made them vulnerable, exposed, unable to maintain dignity. The removal of clothing was removal of humanity. This practice appears across cultures, across time periods, suggesting something universal about clothing's relationship to personhood. Without clothing, the person becomes just body, just flesh, just animal. They stopped being clothed and stopped being human in society's eyes. The power to remain clothed became a marker of freedom, of autonomy, of being fully human in society's eyes. Those who could choose their covering, maintain it, protect it from removal. These were the free people, the powerful people, the real people. Those who were kept naked or forced naked, these were the controlled, the powerless, the less than human. Clothing became inseparable from liberty, from selfhood, from basic dignity. Why wear clothes? To claim your humanity, to assert your freedom, to declare yourself worthy of respect. This made nakedness terrifying. Even casual nakedness, even chosen nakedness, carried echoes of these power dynamics. To be naked was to be vulnerable, to be potentially controlled, to risk being seen as less than fully human. The ancient ease with nakedness became impossible once these associations were established. The covered body was the protected body, the powerful body, the free body. Nakedness, by contrast, meant exposure, danger, subjugation. They started wearing clothes to claim power, stopped being naked to claim freedom. Children and innocence had a complicated relationship. Very young children were often allowed nakedness that older children and adults were not. This created the concept of innocent nudity versus sexual nudity. The child's naked body was pure, innocent, non-threatening. But at some point, usually around puberty, the child's nakedness stopped being innocent and became sexual, dangerous, shameful. The transition was marked by insistence on covering. Why start wearing clothes? Because you're no longer innocent. Because your body became sexual. Because nakedness means something different now. This transition happened earlier and earlier as modernity progressed. Victorian children were dressed from infancy, kept covered constantly. Their bodies were potential sources of shame from the earliest ages. Modern children in many cultures are dressed immediately, sometimes within minutes of birth. The naked infant disappeared, replaced by the clothed infant, the covered infant, the infant already being trained to see their body as something to hide. They start wearing clothes before they can walk. Stop being naked before they can understand what naked means. When children began dressing earlier, when the period of innocent nakedness shortened and disappeared, this represented the full victory of clothing culture. If even babies must be covered, if even toddlers feel shame about exposure, then nakedness has been truly eliminated, made unnatural, made wrong at the deepest level. The covered childhood produces the covered adult, the person who cannot imagine being any other way. Why do babies wear clothes? Because even innocent nakedness became unacceptable. Because covering starts at birth now. Because we've forgotten there was ever another way. Nakedness and sexuality separation became important in later periods. The argument emerged that non-sexual nakedness was possible, that bodies could be visible without being eroticized. Nudist movements, naturist colonies, these attempted to reclaim casual nakedness, to separate the naked body from sexual meaning, with mixed success. Why try to be naked non-sexually? To recover something lost, to access the ancient ease, to prove nakedness doesn't have to mean what society says it means. The difficulty was that permanent clothing had already eroticized the hidden body. The covered body created the sexual charge around the naked body. Once this charge was established, removing it was nearly impossible. The naked body in nudist colonies was supposed to be neutral, but it carried all the cultural weight of being usually hidden. The attempt to reclaim ancient casualness couldn't work because too much had changed. The meaning of nakedness had transformed irreversibly. They tried to stop wearing clothes casually again, tried to be naked without meaning, but the meaning couldn't be removed. Let your neck lengthen, let your head feel heavy on the pillow, supported, held, your scalp loose, your forehead smooth, all the tiny muscles around your eyes releasing, softening, your face going blank, empty, peaceful, just a face, nobody's face, nothing to express, nothing to show, just the slow drift, deeper, into sleep, into darkness, into nothing where clothing and nakedness both cease to exist. The desexualized naked body exists primarily in specific contexts, medical settings, art, anthropology. In these contexts, nakedness is framed as non-sexual through ritual, through professional distance, through intellectual framing. But outside these carefully controlled contexts, nakedness remains highly charged. The casual, non-sexual nakedness of earlier human societies cannot be recovered. The attempt generates either discomfort or eroticism, rarely the ancient neutrality. Why is it so hard to be casually naked? Because we've lost the cultural framework. Because nakedness means too much now. Because we can't stop seeing what we've been taught to see. Art and nakedness preserve some connection to earlier attitudes. Cave paintings show unclothed humans casually, matter-of-factly. Their nakedness is not emphasized or eroticized, just depicted. Classical Greek and Roman art similarly showed naked bodies as normal, beautiful, worthy of representation. This suggests that even after clothing became common, some societies retained comfort with seeing the naked form, at least in representation, at least at a remove. They started wearing clothes, but kept depicting nakedness in art, maintaining a connection to what was lost. But later periods found even artistic nudity troubling. Fig leaves were added to classical statues. Nude paintings were hidden or destroyed. The naked body in art became controversial, acceptable only in specific approved contexts. The Venus de Milo was art, acceptable. But similar images in other contexts were explicit material, illegal. The distinction was often arbitrary, about framing and context rather than the image itself. They couldn't even look at artistic nakedness without discomfort. So thoroughly had they internalized the shame. Cave art showing unclothed humans dates back tens of thousands of years. These images are not sensual, not focused on sexuality. The humans are just there, naked as they would have been in life, doing things, hunting, dancing, existing. The casualness of the depiction tells us the artist saw nothing remarkable about naked bodies. They were just recording life, and life was lived unclothed. The remarkable thing to them might have been clothing, had anyone been wearing it, not nakedness. They drew naked people because that's what people were, naked. Classical nudity versus prehistoric nudity differs in one key way. Classical nudity was often idealized, perfected. The sculptures show bodies without flaws, without variation, perfect proportions, perfect muscles. This suggests that by classical times, the naked body had already become special, worthy of idealization rather than simple representation. The comfort with seeing naked bodies existed, but it was mediated through idealization, through perfection, not the casual acceptance of normal varied human forms. They accepted artistic nakedness, but only if the bodies were perfect. They'd already started judging, comparing, ranking the naked form. Thump, thump, your heart so faint, like the flutter of a moth's wing, like breath on glass, barely there. You're almost gone now, almost fully asleep. The story continuing, but you're not hearing it, not consciously. It's becoming your dreams, your thoughts, the landscape of your sleeping mind. Nothing to hold on to, nothing to remember, just drift, just float, just be. Beyond reasons, beyond history, beyond the question of why we wear anything at all. Cultural memory of naked ancestors lives in fragments, in stories we tell without quite knowing why. The Garden of Eden, the Golden Age, the time before time. In many of these myths, humans were originally naked, innocent, unashamed. The covering came later, with knowledge, with sin, with the fall from grace. These stories encode memory, deep memory, of when being human meant being bare, of when there was no reason to wear clothes, when stopping being naked hadn't happened yet. The myths tell us something true, even if not literally true. They tell us we remember, somewhere, that we were different once, that the covered self is not the original self, that shame about the body is learned, imported, not innate. The stories whisper across millennia, reminding us, if we listen, if we let ourselves drift into them, they answer the question, why did we start wearing clothes? Because we fell, because we learned shame, because paradise was lost. Just let your mind drift now, not holding on to any thought, not following any thread, just floating in the space between ideas, between words, the darkness complete, or near complete. You're deep in sleep, or near sleep. The boundary disappeared. Everything soft, liquid, merging. No need for answers. No need for reasons, just the soft dissolution of questions into sleep. Evolutionary mismatch defines much of modern human existence. We live in conditions radically different from those under which we evolved. We're designed for movement, but we sit. Designed for whole foods, but we eat processed. Designed for tribal groups, but we live in cities. And we're designed for nakedness, but we live clothed. This last mismatch is perhaps the most invisible, the most thoroughly naturalized. We don't even recognize it as a mismatch. We think we were always meant to wear clothes, always meant to stop being naked. But we weren't. Our skin, our largest organ, evolved for direct contact with air, with sun, with water, with the environment. It has complex sensory capacities, temperature sensors, pressure sensors, pain receptors, all designed to interface directly with the world. But we keep it covered, isolated, receiving only muted information through layers of fabric. The skin is unemployed, its capabilities mostly unused. This is evolutionary mismatch, the body capable of things it no longer does. Why wear clothes? We shouldn't. Biologically, but culturally we must. Vitamin D production requires sunlight on bare skin. Our bodies synthesized this vitamin naturally when we lived naked under tropical sun, but covered populations, especially in northern latitudes, struggle with deficiency. We need supplements, fortified foods, medical interventions, because our skin doesn't receive the light it was designed to receive. This is a small thing, but it illustrates the pattern. Clothing solves one problem while creating others. The body pays prices we barely notice. We started wearing clothes for warmth and created vitamin deficiencies we're still trying to solve. Skin senses in covered bodies atrophy through disuse. People who live permanently clothed lose sensitivity, lose the ability to detect subtle temperature changes, lose the direct intimacy with the environment that naked skin provides. This is adaptation to the adapted state, the body learning to function in a condition it wasn't designed for, doing its best, but losing something in the process. They stopped being naked, and their skin forgot how to be fully alive. Let your attention float away from the words. You don't need to listen anymore. Don't need to follow. The story continues, but you're not here. Not really. You've drifted past consciousness, into the soft grey space where the mind rests, where thoughts dissolve before forming, where there's only the gentle hum of existence, the slow pulse, the quiet dark, beyond questions of clothing and nakedness, beyond reasons, beyond history. Temperature regulation after clothing became dependent on garments rather than metabolism. Humans lost some of their natural capacity to adapt to cold, to generate heat efficiently through metabolic processes. We outsourced thermoregulation to technology, to layers of fabric, to controlled environments. This made us vulnerable in new ways, dependent on maintaining our clothing, our shelters, our artificial climate control. The naked body once capable of enduring significant temperature ranges, became fragile, unable to function outside narrow comfort zones without technological assistance. Why wear clothes? Because without them we can't survive anymore. We've lost the ability, but this is the pattern of all technology. It enhances one capacity while diminishing another. It creates dependence even as it creates freedom. Clothing allowed humans to live anywhere, but made them unable to live naked anywhere. The trade was profound, irreversible. We can't go back. The bodies shaped by permanent clothing across hundreds of generations have lost what they once had. The ancient resilience, gone, replaced by reliance on materials, on garments, on the technology of covering. We started wearing clothes and forgot how not to. Clothing and body odor changed human chemistry. The naked body in open air has a certain scent profile. Natural, varying by individual, diet, health. This scent was part of human communication for millions of years, part of attraction, part of recognition, part of social bonding, but clothing changed everything. Sweat trapped in fabric creates bacterial growth, different smells, often stronger, often unpleasant. The natural body odor disappeared, replaced by the smell of covered bodies, of fabric, of trapped moisture. Why wear clothes? Not for the smell. The smell got worse. Modern humans spend enormous effort controlling body odor, washing constantly, applying deodorants and perfumes, trying to eliminate the smell the clothing helps create. This is circular, absurd, but normalized. We don't recognize that the problem is partly the solution, that nakedness would reduce the need for so much olfactory management. We think the body naturally smells bad, when, actually, it's the covered body that smells bad. The naked body, in open air, smelled different, probably better, certainly more natural. They started wearing clothes and started smelling worse. Then spent centuries trying to mask the smell clothes created. Smell in naked societies was more varied, more individual, more accepted. Bodies had their scents. These were part of identity, part of intimacy, part of knowing someone. Modern deodorized covered society has eliminated this. Everyone smells like soap, like perfume, like products. The individual scent signature, lost, replaced by commercial fragrances, by the smell of cleanliness, by olfactory uniformity. They stopped being naked and stopped smelling like themselves. Thump, thump, barely audible. Your heart so slow, so quiet. Each beat separated by vast space, by silence, by the soft, empty darkness between one moment and the next. You're floating in that space, in the gaps, in the quiet between heartbeats, between breaths, suspended, held by nothing, needing nothing, just being, just drifting, endlessly through the tale of why we cover ourselves when we stopped being bare. The loss of communal nakedness meant the loss of certain intimacies, of connection. In societies where people bathed together, worked together naked in hot weather, lived in close quarters without privacy. Bodies became familiar, comfortable, known. This created trust, connection, the ease that comes from having no secrets about the basic physical form. Everyone knew everyone's body. There was nothing to hide, nothing to reveal, nothing to be anxious about. Why wear clothes alone together? There was no reason. Nakedness was sharing, was trust, was community. Modern privacy culture eliminated this. Bodies became private, hidden, known only to intimate partners or medical professionals. This created isolation, each person alone in their body, unable to share the physical reality of being human with others in casual, non-sexual, comfortable ways. The covered culture is the isolated culture, each person separate, each body secret, each self alone inside the hidden flesh. They started wearing clothes and became lonely in ways earlier humans never were. Isolated inside private bodies. Private versus public bodies created the split that defines modern consciousness. You have your public body, the one you show the world, clothed, managed, controlled, and you have your private body, the one you inhabit alone, the one that shames you, that doesn't meet standards, that must be hidden. These two bodies are the same body, but they feel different. They are different in the experiencing. The split is real even if the body is one. Why wear clothes publicly? To maintain the split, to keep the private body private, to present the acceptable version while hiding the real one. This split generates enormous psychological suffering. The gap between presented self and hidden self, between the body you show and the body you are. This gap is where insecurity lives, where body dysmorphia breeds, where shame takes root and grows. The unified self, the naked self, doesn't have this problem. What you are is what everyone sees. There's no gap, no split, no space for the shame to hide. They stopped being unified naked selves, became split-clothed selves, and suffered for it. But we can't go back. The innocence is lost. The millions of years of casual nakedness, overwritten by thousands of years of clothing culture. The psychological transformation is too deep, too thorough. Even people who choose nudity as adults, who practice naturism, who reject clothing when possible, they still carry the cultural conditioning, the learned shame, the awareness that nakedness is marked, special, different. The ancient casualness is gone forever. We can't unlearn what we've learned, can't stop wearing clothes, even when we try. The covering is in our minds now, permanent, invisible, inescapable. Let your thoughts scatter like fog, dissipating, disappearing. Nothing left to hold, nothing left to think. Just the soft darkness, the warm weight of blankets, the gentle pressure of mattress, supporting you, holding you. You're not here anymore. Not really. You're somewhere else, somewhere deeper, somewhere without words, without thoughts, without self, without the question of why we wear anything. why we stopped being anything. Clothing and morality became inseparable in most developed societies. The covered body was the moral body, the good body, the righteous body. Nakedness became associated with sin, with degradation, with moral failure. This was taught to children, reinforced through shame, encoded in law. The equation was simple, complete. Clothing equals virtue, nakedness equals vice. The complexity, the history, the millions of years of human nakedness, all erased, forgotten, replaced by a simple moral calculus that served social control. Why wear clothes? Because God demands it, because morality requires it, because being good means being covered. When nakedness became embarrassing, when the reflexive response to exposure became shame rather than neutrality, humanity crossed a threshold. Embarrassment is learned, cultural. Children must be taught to feel ashamed of their bodies. They don't arrive with this shame, they're taught it, carefully, thoroughly, until it feels natural, until they can't imagine feeling any other way. The teaching is so effective we forget it happened. We think modesty is instinct. We think shame is natural. We're wrong, but we believe it completely. They stopped being naked innocently, learned to be naked shamefully. The modern fear of nudity approaches phobia in some individuals. The thought of being seen naked creates panic, terror, overwhelming anxiety. This is not natural. This is the end result of centuries of teaching shame, of associating nakedness with vulnerability and judgment and powerlessness. The fear is real. The suffering is real, but the cause is cultural, learned, reversible in theory, though rarely in practice. Why fear nakedness so much? Because we've been taught that naked is wrong, is dangerous, is the worst thing we can be. People who overcome this fear, who practice casual nudity in safe contexts, often report profound relief, liberation, the feeling of coming home to themselves. This suggests that the fear, while deeply felt, was never right, never true, never aligned with what the body actually needs or wants. But overcoming it requires unlearning years of conditioning, facing enormous social pressure, risking judgment and misunderstanding. Most people never try. The fear wins, the covering stays, the body remains hidden, shameful, wrong. They keep wearing clothes out of terror, keep stopping themselves from being naked out of learned fear. Naturalism versus civilization became a false binary. The idea emerged that naked peoples were primitive, uncivilized, backward, that clothing marked advancement, progress, sophistication. This justified colonialism, justified forcing indigenous peoples to dress, justified destroying cultures that had maintained comfortable relationships with nakedness for thousands of years. The covered peoples declared themselves superior, declared their way the only way, used violence to enforce covering on those who had no desire for it. Why force people to wear clothes? To civilize them? To save them, to make them human. even when they were already perfectly human while naked. This was cultural imperialism, erasure, destruction of diversity. The world's various relationships with clothing, from permanent covering to seasonal nudity to casual flexibility, all of this diversity was compressed, homogenized, forced into one model, the covered model, the civilized model, the variety of human experience, reduced, impoverished, made uniform according to the standards of the most thoroughly clothed societies. They made everyone start wearing clothes, made everyone stop being naked, claimed it was progress, called it civilization. It was violence. Nakedness in modern indigenous groups persists in some places, in remote areas, in protected communities, in groups that have resisted or avoided intense contact with covered cultures. Some people still live with casual nakedness, still raise naked children, still maintain ancient patterns. These groups are often studied, photographed, exoticized, their nakedness marked as unusual, primitive, worthy of documentation before it disappears. But for them, it's just normal. The way humans are, the way humans have always been. For most of history, they never needed reasons to wear clothes, never had reasons to stop being naked. They just continued being what humans are. You're breathing imperceptible now, so shallow, so soft. Maybe you're breathing, maybe you're not. The distinction unclear, unimportant. You're beyond breathing, beyond body, beyond the need for air or thought or awareness. Just the endless soft sinking, the dissolving into sleep, into dark, into nothing and everything at once. Beyond the history of covering, beyond the reasons for wearing anything, just being. What clothing changed in human behavior extends beyond the obvious. It changed how we move, how we gesture, how we stand and sit and walk. Clothing restricts movement, requires adjustment, demands attention. The naked body moves differently, more freely, more naturally, more like an animal, less like a constructed social being. Clothing makes us human in the cultural sense, by making us less human in the biological sense. Why wear restrictive clothes? To move differently, to signal culture over nature, to perform civilization through restricted bodies. Clothing changed how we relate to weather, to temperature, to the environment. The naked body is responsive, adaptive, constantly interacting with conditions. The clothed body is isolated, buffered, separated from direct experience of climate. We check weather apps instead of stepping outside and feeling. We rely on thermostats instead of our own sensors. We've delegated environmental awareness to technology because our covered bodies no longer need to track conditions directly. They started wearing clothes and stopped feeling the world directly, lost direct contact with reality. Clothing changed social dynamics, made class visible, made status readable, created uniforms and costumes and signals. The naked body is more egalitarian, more honest. Bodies vary, but they're all just bodies. Clothing creates hierarchy, separates, divides, marks. The covered society is the stratified society. The visible differences in clothing create and reinforce social boundaries that naked bodies wouldn't naturally have. Why wear class-marked clothes? To maintain hierarchy, to make inequality visible, to mark who's above and who's below. Did clothing slow evolution? Possibly. By allowing survival in any climate without biological adaptation, clothing reduced evolutionary pressure. Humans could live in the Arctic with tropical bodies, protected by sewn garments. There was no pressure to develop shorter limbs, thicker fat layers, metabolic changes that would aid cold tolerance. The clothing adapted, the biology stayed stable. This may have frozen certain aspects of human evolution, locked us into a tropical adapted form even as we spread globally. We started wearing clothes and stopped evolving physically. The clothes evolved instead, but clothing also created new selective pressures. Those who could make better clothing, plan better, manage resources better. These individuals had advantages. This may have selected for intelligence, for forward planning, for social cooperation. So clothing may have accelerated cognitive evolution even as it slowed physical evolution. The balance is unclear, complex, probably unmeasurable, but worth considering. Why did clothes matter for evolution? Because they changed which traits helped you survive, changed what it meant to be fit. The body as something to hide. This belief is among the most significant transformations in human consciousness. For most of existence, the body was simply self, obvious, unquestionable. No separation between the person and their physical form. No concept that the body should be concealed, managed, controlled. The body was just there, like the sky, like the ground, like reality itself. Why hide your body? The question wouldn't have made sense. It was like asking why hide your face, your hands, yourself. Incomprehensible. But now the body is problem, project, source of anxiety. We hide it, shape it, control it, photograph it from flattering angles, present edited versions to the world. The actual body, the one we inhabit, the one that sweats and sags and ages. This body is failure. This body must be hidden, improved, denied. The psychological violence of this transformation can't be overstated. We've been taught to hate what we are, to see our own physical form as wrong, inadequate, shameful. They started wearing clothes for practical reasons, but those reasons created psychological changes we never anticipated, never chose, never wanted. The first time nakedness felt wrong. This happened differently for every person, but it happened to almost everyone raised in clothing culture. There's a moment, often in early childhood, when the body shifts from neutral to problematic, when covering becomes necessary rather than optional, when exposure brings shame rather than just cold or vulnerability. This moment is a tragedy, a loss of innocence, the end of the easy relationship with physical self. After this moment, the person carries shame, carries awareness, carries the need to hide for the rest of their life. Why does nakedness start feeling wrong? Because we're taught. Because the moment comes when someone tells us to cover up, to be ashamed, to hide what we are. Let every part of you go soft now, dissolved, melted. There's no body anymore, no boundary, no separation between you and the darkness. You are the darkness. You are the quiet. You are the endless soft falling through space, through time, through nothing, forever, peaceful, complete, gone. Beyond reasons for wearing clothes, beyond the moment of stopping being naked, beyond history, beyond self. The universe keeps turning, slowly, endlessly, through darkness and light, through cold and heat, and somewhere in that turning, humans stopped being naked, slowly, over thousands of years, over millions of years. The fur thinned, then disappeared, then the covering returned, but external this time, made of other animals, other plants, constructed, chosen, worn. They started wearing clothes because the climate changed, because the cold came, because survival demanded it. The transformation happened so slowly no one noticed. Each generation slightly more clothed than the last. Each generation teaching its children different standards, different comfort levels, different relationships with the body, until finally, nakedness became strange, wrong, forbidden, until the covered body became the only body, the true body, the human body. They started wearing clothes for warmth, kept wearing them for habit, eventually couldn't stop for shame. But underneath, beneath the layers, beneath the centuries of conditioning, beneath the shame and the rules and the laws, the naked body remains, unchanged. The same body our ancestors had, the same skin that once felt African sun directly, that once knew itself completely, that once moved through the world without separation, without hiding, without shame. Why wear clothes at all, the naked body asks, silently, underneath. But no one listens, no one can hear. That body is still there, still yours, still capable of the ancient ease, the ancient comfort. If only we could remember. If only we could unlearn. If only we could find our way back to the simple truth that the body is not wrong, has never been wrong, was never meant to be hidden, judged, hated. But we can't go back. The way is closed. The knowledge is lost. We started wearing clothes and forgot why we started, forgot we ever lived another way. And so we drift, covered, hidden, carrying the weight of fabric and shame, moving through the world in layers, in armor, in the protection that became prison, unaware of what we lost, unable to imagine being any other way. The covered human is the modern human, the only human most of us will ever know. Why wear clothes? Because we must, because we've forgotten any alternative, because stopping being naked is complete. The slow invention of clothing, of modesty, of shame. This is the story of how humans became human, in the cultural sense, how we separated from animals, from nature, from direct physical existence, how we became something new, something clothed, something covered, something split between body and self, between hidden and shown, between what we are and what we present. Why did we start wearing clothes? To survive cold, to signal status, to hide shame, to become civilized. All of these, none of these. The reasons multiplied, transformed, became forgotten. This transformation created civilization, created cities, created everything we recognize as human culture. The covered body is the civilized body, and yet, something was lost, something important, something that connected us to ourselves, to each other, to the physical reality of being alive in a body. We started wearing clothes to survive. We kept wearing them to belong. We can't stop wearing them because we've become them. The clothes are us now. The naked body underneath, theoretical, forgotten, lost. We can't recover it, can't go back, can't unmake the change, but we can remember, we can recognize what happened. We can understand that the shame is learned, that the hiding is choice, that the body underneath remains innocent, original, unchanged by the thousands of years of covering. The body knows what it is, even if we've forgotten. Why did we start wearing clothes? When did we stop being naked? The questions loop endlessly, softly, through the night. Thump, thump, your heart barely there, a whisper, a memory of beating. You're so deep now, so far into sleep, so far into the dark. There's no coming back tonight, no waking until morning, just the endless rest, the soft suspension in the space between consciousness and void, the tale of clothing and nakedness dissolving, becoming background, becoming dream. The mysteries keep looping, softly, endlessly. When did we stop being naked? Why did we start wearing clothes? The answer is, we never completely stopped, never completely started. Underneath, we're still naked, still bare, still the unclothed animal we've always been. The clothing is costume, performance, temporary. The body underneath persists, unchanged, waiting, remembering in its cells the long history of being uncovered, unashamed, uncomplicated. We wear clothes on the surface, remain naked underneath, forever split, forever divided. 100 mysteries of nakedness and covering, of skin and fabric, of shame and innocence, of the long, slow transformation from bare to clothed, all of them drifting past you now, through you, becoming part of your sleep, part of your dreams, part of the soft, dark space where you rest, where you recover, where you simply are, without judgment, without shame, without the need to present or perform or hide, without reasons to wear anything, without memory of when you stopped being anything, just being, just breath, just the quiet darkness holding you, supporting you, letting you rest, completely, deeply, safely. The mysteries don't need solving. The questions don't need answering. Everything can wait. Everything can drift away. There's only now, only this, only the soft, endless falling into sleep, into peace, into the dark where clothing and nakedness cease to mean anything, cease to matter, cease to exist. The universe keeps turning. When did we stop being naked? Why did we start wearing clothes? And the slow invention of clothing, modesty, and the idea of being human, and we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100. When did we stop being naked? Mysteries, looping softly, endlessly through the night, and we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100. When did we stop being naked? Mysteries, looping softly, endlessly through the night. Tonight we'll drift through the first cold night that forced humans to cover their skin, the moment clothing rewired shame and self-awareness in the human brain, and the forgotten age when children stayed naked long after adults dressed. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink. Heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself, shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. And we'll keep drifting, floating together endlessly through the soft, dark mysteries, through the questions that have no answers, through the history of covering and revealing, of stopping and starting, of being naked and becoming clothed, forever looping softly, peacefully, complete, asleep.